Said to have been happy, but was also largely marked by money troubles. You tell me what's out there, and they, breaking the dollars, and so, years. And everybody needs to city hall. To get moving about the Eastern Seaboard, piecing together different writing jobs by finding it nearly impossible to make an adequate living. When his first collection of short stories entailed the grotesque and characters. His first published in 1840,
You walk out
was
in the
paid
fields.
was even in money.
I've never seen this movie, so
$25 of his own book.
I don't know if you just think
In
it's gonna be
1845, the New York Mirror published a post poem, Mirror, which had burned out 5 years later. 5 years ago. I imagine.
Evan, you gonna watch it too?
What is that?
I mean, it's not too long.
I'm gonna show you this one.
I can watch that too. But actually, I've seen it before.
You have?
Those guys, yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. They're funny, aren't they?
Yeah, I see them on YouTube.
Did you see the ghost hunting thing?
Yeah. Well, some of them, yeah.
They're funny.
Yeah.
47, Virginia died of tuberculosis at age 24. Was devastated in literary career. The life of
Maybe I'll just love doing that.
During 1847,
Yeah.
Virginia died of tuberculosis at age 24. Was
See.
devastated.
I need to make some coffee. Exactly.
In 2 years.
Hey, Heaven, you got one just too with you?
What is it?
By 1849, almost at 10.
Well, maybe I'll just put it on. It'll be scary.
So he made his way back to Sobriety, back to Richmond, and back to his first few months of Irish Hilton. So
Huh?
This now. You know, Myra said, "Oh, no." They were soon and once again engaged with plans to marry after Pope returned from some business in September 27th.
How about they just reading that art
Three
screen?
explained dates, which whereabouts are unknown. Using the disappearing. It wasn't. Super previous real estate, yeah. Yeah. Famous That's right. Or it's
I guess you don't take the cotton as heavy, right?
Curious Jimbo. Reserve for patients ill from intoxication. They regained consciousness to be able to detail what had happened to him. Dr. John G. Moran, most bonds / Byron, Maria Clem, and most STAs were filled with making condoms with spectral and imaginary objects on the walls. Space was filled
He's good, guys.
drenched in perspiration. 7 hours past midnight dreary at the age of 40, and her Helen Poe died. So her worst
That's man.
the initial cause of death was rhinitis. Later, in an unmarked grave, Sarah Lane Let's get into theories. First, such as there's some media. Yeah. Software. Years lost too many people exposed to not being able to make claims. According to Christian, the fear maker of the road is has been documented after he class she's sister. It seems to be
I don't know. Check up on you.
safe for
Sure, he's check up on you. You worried about him? I'm tired.
I think I've seen this before. But you got? I think I
I'm
have.
serious. Only one ever short of entering the game. Only one person that you saw.
Get out of
I
here.
don't know.
No one's
Hopefully.
ever spotted you in paranoia.
I don't give a shit. You understand? It's all over.
You listening to me? It all begins today.
You listen to me. I haven't seen your face in months. And the first thing you want to do is come in here and
I
talk
got
to me
that
about this
lunch,
bullshit.
John.
We spent a year 24/7 sitting in front of our computers, searching for a lead for nothing.
You're not interested in the millionaire prize anymore?
I don't want to go back to that place. It destroyed us.
You know that's not what destroyed us.
Oh, please. Trying to. How do you do this? That's a good one. Somebody is my good. So, well, it's not going to work. It's just. Okay. Just that. And then. Why did the onset be this shit like that? I'll find something else. I'm dipshit. I gotta do something. So, let me see something.
integrate. Same to you, Nathan. Or Nate. Sorry, Nate. Trying to figure something out. Oh, that's just crazy. I hope I don't fall off when you cat. I finally got that trunk done. And hopefully the cat don't. What's so funny, Heaven? Heavenly. What's so funny?
Huh?
What's funny? I think I could find that someone that uh on here if I remember right.
If you do, let me know so we can watch it together.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's see. I think I can. This thing hurry the hell up. Fine. Um, oh, how about this one, Heavenly? Unsolved mysteries. Sometimes this is about ghosts and stuff like that. Well, what's that? Unsolved mysteries.
Did you find it?
No, I'm just saying. They got stuff like that on there too. Yes. Let's see. Well, let's check that one. See what happens. I don't know. I do know that I need to copy them.
This program is about unsolved mysteries. Whenever possible, the actual family members and police officials have participated in recreating the events. What you are about to see is not a news broadcast.
Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries, the story of newlywed Shannon Davis, who died in a riding accident. Shannon's husband had purchased secret insurance policies totaling $330,000. In Oklahoma, Eileen Conway died in a mysterious car crash. The highway patrol ruled it an accident. Her husband believes she was murdered. In 1928, Glenn and Bessie Hyde vanished on a Grand Canyon river trip. 50 years later, a secret skeleton was found. In Concord, California, housewife Dottie Cable, terrified of unfamiliar places, summoned the courage to take a train ride. She has never returned. Our four mysteries tonight are connected by common threads: unexplained circumstances, deceit, suggestion of foul play. At the heart of each is the husband, the wife. These mysteries will be difficult to solve. The stakes are high when people's lives are involved. Perhaps you can help. We recreated the events of each story in precise detail, in the hope that someone, somewhere, knows the truth. Join me. You may be able to help solve the mystery.
Yeah, maybe.
July 23, 1980, small Michigan farming community. Newlywed Dave and Shannon Davis prepared to go for a sunset horseback ride.
Yeah, I'll sing it.
Within an hour, Shannon was dead.
Gypsy.
Shannon was an experienced rider. When they reached the edge of the woods, she lost control and fell off the horse, striking her head violently on the ground. Dave's simple and plausible story was immediately accepted by the couple's family and friends.
I felt that Shannon's marriage was made in heaven. I really felt this. I had began to love David.
I described him probably to a lot of people as a man's man. He was an outdoor person, hunting, fishing. He just was very manly and very likable.
And she'd say, "Isn't
Me
he?"
too, Nate.
And I thought it was neat.
It's got some good stuff
He
on
would
there.
protect her from anything. I had
I
no
like
idea
watching all of them.
what
I
was
did see this one though.
After Shannon's death, Bob and Lucille Moore began to discover that Dave Davis was not the man he seemed. They began to find clues in Dave's behavior, which led them to believe that their daughter's death was not an accident. Dave Davis has now disappeared, so warrant out for his arrest. The Moores are afraid that their son-in-law may have gotten away. A perfect crime.
Almost.
At the hospital, Shannon was pronounced dead of the injuries caused by her fall. Minutes later, Shannon's parents were surprised and
I
upset
cannot
when
hurt
Dave
you.
insisted
That's
that their
crazy.
daughter's body be cremated.
He says, "Can we take
Awful name.
Shannon back to Toledo for burial?"
Please, let's take her back to Toledo. Let's take her home.
Toledo,
I
Ohio.
suppose our voices were getting a little bit loud because I don't believe in cremation. I knew Shannon didn't want that.
This is what she wanted.
I felt so strongly that if he was going to insist on it, I was going to go try and find a judge and get a temporary restraining order to stop him from doing it.
That night, Lucille couldn't sleep.
Heavenly, you gonna watch
She
this?
remembered that her husband Bob had
You're
told
not gonna watch
David a
it?
lie about life insurance.
Bob says, "David, do you have insurance on Shannon?" He said, "No." And it just shot right through me. I remembered Shannon coming home from her honeymoon the very next day, saying David took out a large life insurance on me. That was the first lie I picked up.
Mm. 3 days later, Shannon was buried. Bob and Lucille Moore noticed that Dave seemed unmoved.
Was
the body of Shannon
in holy water?
After the funeral, Shannon's parents found out that Dave had lived a life
Nate,
of
you want me
deceit.
to change this? I
He
can.
had been wounded. Yet
To something better.
his own parents said he was never in the service.
All this was crowding in on me, and all I could think inside is, David, did you kill my daughter? And it just was there. I knew that he had murdered my daughter. I didn't know what to do with it. I felt ashamed. I just felt like I was going crazy inside.
2 days after the burial, 6 separate insurance companies contacted the funeral home, requesting copies of Shannon's death certificate.
Oh, okay.
Her death left Dave Davis the beneficiary
Okay.
of $330,000. Bob Moore then discovered that Dave may have been involved in other insurance scams.
He burnt the farm down across the road, and he had other fires and the fake injury from when he worked for the automotive company. So I think he was just out to live on insurance money, and he just kept getting bigger and bigger all the time. Started out with a simple fire, and now he was up to the point where he was going to collect big insurance.
At Bob and Lucille Moore's insistence, Shannon's body was exhumed. The medical examiner found the injuries on the body consistent with a fall from a horse. Indications of an unknown drug, however, were found in Shannon's body, but the medical report still ruled Shannon's death an accident. 3 months later, an article in the Detroit Free Press exposed Dave's alleged insurance swindles. The case was reopened. Dave moved to Florida Detective Don Brooks was assigned to the investigation.
The information that was contained in that newspaper article was phenomenal. I thought if this is even 50% accurate, we're on to something here.
Brooks
Devin, did you
contacted the
get all the
toxicologist who had earlier found traces of the unknown drug in Shannon's body.
I explained to him that we had a very large number of chemicals that we were looking at. There's over 250,000 chemicals in common use. And we had searched for and ruled out maybe 1,000. And I said, what I need is some help.
That's the hematograph right there.
This is it. See the peak is right here. You see how nice and clean it is? Because it's so clean, that means that I think it's a drug. This is important to the case. It's got to be if we can identify it.
He asked me actually for information about Davis's background. And one of the things I told him was that he was a dirt farmer and he had some large animals on the farm. Dr. Forney and I then discussed the idea of contacting veterinarians in the area that may have serviced Dave Davis.
John Brooks from the state police. I talked to you a little bit earlier.
I happened to ask 2 or 3 different vets in the area if they knew of any drugs that may affect the muscular system or the nervous system that they would use on large farm animals. And when I did so, one of the veterinarians I talked to provided me the name of a drug.
Dr. Forney tested that drug, an animal tranquilizer. It matched perfectly the sample taken from Shannon's body. Now Brooks needed to connect the drug.
Okay, anybody hurt somebody.
We're able
Just
to
put it together.
determine
It's time for a commercial.
Are you tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean? What if your clothes could stay fresh for weeks? Now they can. Downy Unstoppable's in-wash scent boosters keep your laundry
Yes.
smelling fresh way longer than detergent alone. Pour a cap of Downy Unstoppables into your washing machine before each load and enjoy fresher smelling laundry. If you want laundry to smell fresh for weeks, make sure you have Downy Unstoppables in-wash scent boosters. Shop for Downy Unstoppables online, including our lighter scent.
Join the party your way at David's Bridal. Book your free appointment for a custom bash to get undivided attention from our expert stylist, tons of room to twirl, and so much fun for your whole party. Or stop in and shop anytime to browse thousands of styles you'll love. Whatever your vibe, we'll help you find the look of your dreams. We can't wait to see you beautiful. Find a store and start celebrating at davidsbridal.com. Join the party your way at David's Bridal. Book your free appointment for a custom bash to get undivided attention from our expert stylist, tons of room to twirl, and so much fun for your whole party. Or stop in and shop anytime to browse thousands of styles you'll love. Whatever your vibe, we'll help you find the look of your dreams. We can't wait to see you beautiful. Find a store and start celebrating at davidsbridal.com.
I'll capture that one thing. Find it. I need
Tim Ryan understands what works for Ohio. As an Ohio native, Tim believes in American manufacturing and knows we can bring good paying jobs back to Ohio. Tim will fight to lower costs and lower taxes for the working and middle class, because Ohio families deserve to keep more of their money in their pockets. And Tim Ryan supports the Ukrainian people against Putin's war. Tim Ryan is focused on what matters. Tim Ryan works for Ohio. Center Street Path paid for this advertisement is not authorized by any candidate or candidate's committee. Center Street Path is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Join the party your way at David's Bridal. Book your free appointment for a custom bash or stop in and shop anytime to browse thousands of styles you'll love. Find a store and start celebrating at davidsbridal.com.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can do it. Oh, Sean. Yeah. Why not?
No, that's all right.
That's
the,
okay.
Verizon phone, that's the great talk phone.
If I can.
Hold on, okay. You didn't tell me you were getting McDonald's.
The steak, egg, and cheese bagel is back at McDonald's. Order ahead on the app and pick up curbside.
Tested that drug, an animal tranquilizer. It matched perfectly the sample taken from Shannon's body. Now Brooks needed to connect the drug to Dave Davis.
We're able to determine that several years ago, Dave Davis took part in a deer hunting camp at which members of the camp used this drug to hunt deer with bow and arrows.
Shannon was exhumed a second time. 2 injection marks were found, one on Shannon's shoulder and one on her wrist.
John Brooks called and he said, bingo, they found Shannon is injected with something. And we're going to move now. We're going to get him.
On October 13th, 1981, a grand jury issued a first-degree murder warrant for Dave Davis. Detective Brooks believes that Dave Davis pushed or coaxed Shannon off her horse, wrestled her to the ground, then paralyzed her with a lethal tranquilizer. Brooks believes that Dave then struck her head on a rock so that the injuries would appear accidental.
I don't think there's any question that this is premeditated murder. I believe he married Shannon Davis to kill her and to profit.
I want to get him. And I want him to see him locked up. And I want him to feel at all times that we're breathing right down his back. Because I will not let go. They can't bring her back. But put him away before he does it to some other girl. And he will. He will.
After our broadcast, a viewer would recognize Dave Davis as an acquaintance living in American Samoa, a small island in the South Pacific. Davis was arrested 9 days later by FBI agents. At the time of his arrest, Davis was living in this house with a 20-year-old Samoan wife. He told her that his first wife had died in a tragic accident. 3.5 weeks later, Davis was returned to Michigan to stand trial for murder.
Any comment on the charges against you, Mr. Davis?
Didn't do it.
Police say your wife was poisoned.
Didn't do it.
After only 2.5 hours of deliberation, a Michigan jury convicted Dave Davis of first-degree murder. For Shannon's parents, the verdict brought an end to their 9-year struggle for justice.
This is what we waited for, and we got what we wanted. He's gonna be locked up the rest of his life. That's what we wanted.
We'll run the rest of our life missing her. So I said he gave us the death penalty, so now we're giving it to him.
Last September, presented the mystery of George Marsh, a Kansas City laborer who died alone in a nursing home in 1982. He had no known heirs or relatives. He left behind a legacy of $175,000. We hope that someone watching the broadcast might have known George Marsh or his heirs. There were a few clues: a birth certificate showing that George Marsh had changed his name from Joseph Zelenka, and some family photos, including this portrait of a young woman, inscribed "Your loving niece, Eleanor."
When I looked up and saw my senior high school picture on TV, I couldn't believe it. So then when he read "Your loving niece, Eleanor," that's how it was signed. I was just stunned. I was just amazed. And then the very next picture was Uncle Joe. And I said, my gosh, that's Uncle Joe.
This woman, Eleanor Toler, is George Marsh's long-lost niece in the high school photo. The Zelenka family lives in Rock Springs, Wyoming. Joseph's brother June has been looking for Joe since 1931.
Bobby Alicia.
I never know. Never no idea why
until Debbie comes back.
away from the family. Because there's no hard feelings.
Bobby Alicia.
We were all united, always, in everything.
The Zelenkas are currently waiting for a final judgment from the public administrator's office in Kansas City. Jim and Eleanor plan to divide $175,000 among Joe's surviving relatives. But more importantly,
I
they
could
want to
see
preserve Joe's memory.
something
They
else.
intend to bring his body back to family burial
see.
site.
Something better than that. Maybe I could find a haunting show. No. But I'm going to look for it. To be. To be. I've got to, I live tonight. Too. You could, taking that thing on you then? He went down. Let's sit up there. So you can put the end on that? There you go. So that means, I think I've seen that one before.
Elegant chip inside her head. To overload. In 1979, the Boomtown Rat single, I Don't Like Mondays, was #1 in 30 countries worldwide. The song was inspired by this 16-year-old girl, Brenda Spencer. On a Monday morning in January 1979, Brenda Spencer started shooting from her house into the primary school across the street, killing 2 adults and injuring 8 children and a policeman. When asked why she was shooting, Brenda declared, I don't like Mondays. 26 years later, Brenda Spencer is entitled to parole.
I never
We
liked
were
Monday.
granted exclusive access to her hearing and discovered that behind the eerie detachment of her original statement are now dark allegations about a seemingly ordinary suburban family. Brenda Spencer's father still lives in the house from where the shooting took place, but he has never spoken about the events of that Monday morning in 1979. Brenda's estranged mother has now broken her silence, told us that she thinks her ex-husband is responsible for the events of that morning.
I feel that her father should be where she is, not her.
But all of a sudden, as many as 7 shots rang out from the house. We got behind some ties and just. School principal and custodian were killed where they stood in front of the police.
Tell me why I don't like
Brenda Spencer was a teenage schoolgirl who lived in the very ordinary San Diego suburb of San Carlos, California. After her arrest, Brenda pleaded guilty, and so her bizarre Monday statement has remained the only explanation to what was America's first ever school shooting. 26 years on, San Carlos is nervously preparing for a parole hearing and the possibility that she might be allowed to return home. Ahead of that hearing, we try to find out more about the girl whose only motive for shooting dead 2 adults and injuring several children was, I don't like Mondays, this livens up the day. The first person to offer an insight into Brenda Spencer was the district attorney for her parole hearing. He believes that she is still, and always has been, a threat to the people of San Diego.
This is a shot of Spencer as she appeared on that particular day, January 29, 1979. Clearly, I see a sense of imbalance or disturbance in looking at this individual.
Why do you think that?
It doesn't look like a typical 16-year-old person. I think you look at the eyes, you see, so at least I see some sense of emotional disturbance.
Certainly, she was the grandmother of schoolyard shootings, and later the paradigm came or has become that mad students go in and shoot up the schoolyard, shoot up their classmates. She started it all.
Burton Ragg was the school principal shot dead by Brenda. His widow Kathy has kept their house as it was the morning he left on January the 29th, 1979.
I don't think his memory was anything to need to get away from.
No.
And, he did nothing wrong.
Did it make it harder to deal with that he was killed by a
16, yes, it did. Went to collect my dad's things a couple days afterwards, and there was still blood on the sidewalk where he died. They hadn't swept.
America, let alone San Diego, had never experienced a school shooting, and as the San Carlos suburb descended into panic, the rest of the country watched on in disbelief.
Can you tell me what you're looking at?
That's all right.
There was like shot when they went in the nurse's office when waiting a lot. It was just laying there dead.
The bullet that went through her wrist didn't harm anything, didn't hit the bone, or we're just praising the Lord.
So terrified. It was a very, very horrific event. My mom just thanked Jesus Christ because I was still alive and I am still alive. Certainly it affected my life. I mean, something that's that traumatic, of course, of course affect your life.
Basically, it was the end of my career. It's prevented being able to hold a decent job for a long time. I mean, I still dream about being a police officer and being out on the street. If I could, I'd go back to work tomorrow.
26 years on, the survivors remain emotionally scarred by the events of that Monday morning. For them, this 16-year-old girl is still a frightening figure.
She's evil looking to me. And she's got these glasses and that long red hair. It's creepy. Someone from like a horror flick. I mean, I've never heard her voice. I mean, I've never heard her talk, but just she's eerie looking.
My niece and nephew, when they got to the age where they could understand this, and they've always wondered, no, Grandpa. Their question to my brother was, is she going to come and kill us too?
How would you describe Brenda as a little child?
She was very active, and she was always happy and a good child, well behaved, never had any problems in school.
Brenda's parents divorced when she was just 9, but she, along with her brother and sister, stayed with her father. Dot Spencer has avoided talking to the media about her daughter, but agreed to an interview on condition it took place in the privacy of our hotel room.
Things kind of boring too.
I didn't like what they were writing, and I was afraid of what I might say. Because how they painted her, and that was my little girl. And she's not a monster.
Because Brenda Spencer was only 16, she escaped the death penalty. 26 years on, she will appear before a parole board here at her prison. The American media remained fascinated by its original school shooter, and with tensions running high ahead of her possible release, ours was the only camera allowed into the hearing room.
This is the subsequent parole consideration for Brenda Spencer. Madam, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Inmate repeatedly fired a .22 caliber rifle. When asked about the motive for the shooting, Inmate told her, I just started shooting for the fun of it. I don't like Mondays. This livens up the day. How you feel about this? You've been in prison for quite a while. You killed 2 people. Again, you wounded 9 others. How do you feel about this?
I'm very deeply sorry I did it. I didn't have a right to do that to those people.
This was Brenda Spencer's first public display of remorse, and with possible parole beckoning, suggested she'd now gained some insight into a crime that had shocked America. Prosecuting DA believes the events of that Monday morning in 1979 were planned and calculating, rather than a perverse act of teenage boredom. Brenda Spencer was shooting to kill.
This was sniper-type behavior. There were approximately 36 rounds fired at 150 feet from the telescopic rifle. She was shooting in a very deliberate manner to harm and to kill, and in fact accomplish those objectives.
It was very chaotic. Police tried to evacuate many of the surrounding homes, and then many of the school children. It was first
About that time, massacres in the U.S. were not commonplace. Certainly, a student shooting another student or maybe attacking a teacher, but a massacre dynamic was unthinkable.
On Monday morning, January the 29th, 1979, at around 8:20, the classmates of Grover Cleveland Elementary started arriving for another week at school.
It was a strange morning, and it was just an eerie, odd morning. There was frost on the grass, and there was kind of a strange feeling.
I remember walking to school by myself. I was probably about 5 feet from the sidewalk. And then I heard the firecrackers or the bullets she was shooting go off, and I turned around and faced directly across the street. And that's where my house was.
That was my first year teaching in San Diego. The principal always came down to the gate there, unlocked that gate 5 minutes before the kids came in. It wasn't too long that I started hearing noises.
That was the first one shot in the abdomen.
First were just popping noises. You know, I thought maybe it was a new toy from a Christmas present.
There was some gunshots, but I thought that they had firecrackers.
I didn't understand why I was on the ground.
I looked out, and principal was flailing backward, and he had blood on his chest. And I thought, oh my gosh.
I got the news about 8:30, 8:45, give or take.
It just didn't seem real at the time.
I must have gone into some sort of shock because time passed and I was just standing there staring.
It wasn't a gangbanger neighborhood. It wasn't a stoner neighborhood. This is a good neighborhood. San Carlos, good schools. Things like this don't happen. We don't have this kind of crime. My gosh.
As we were running down the sidewalk, we could hear shooting. And when we got down here to the end, there was a bunch of little school kids all huddled against the side of the wall.
As Brenda continued shooting, the police evacuated the 300 pupils out of the back of the school, where they were bused to safety.
I turned, and that's when the bullet went through my wrist, because Brenda was actually aiming. She was shooting to kill.
I remember Crystal Hardy screaming, "Am I going to die? Am I going to die? Am I going to die?"
Absolute chaos to start with. Utterly chaos.
Other reporters with the head police incident commander, the paramedics, just a lot of movement, people running. For a while, she had just an open shooting gallery.
I was up at Torrey Pines, counting money. We happened to have TV on, which we normally didn't. And they were talking about the shooting. Next thing I know, I got a phone call from the police department stating that it was Brenda and they were coming up to get me. And I said, I can't go. I've got a desk full of money. And they said, you're coming. So they came up and got me.
That day, that information kind of spread fairly rapidly.
probably until I got home in the afternoon, I don't know that they knew who the shooter was.
The sniper has been identified as a 16-year-old junior at Patrick Henry High School, Brenda Spencer.
That's my student. She should have been at school today. She's having a bad day.
The bullet went in and it nicked my jugular vein and it bounced off my shoulder blade and had lodged against my spine.
I was in that house right there, irritating her like crazy. Brenda pick up the phone, and then I was squeaking the bullhorn, basically raising kinds of hell with her.
We start questioning, why.
Why? Why me?
She seemed pretty harmless.
The shooting turned into a siege situation involving more than 100 officers, 30 patrol units, and 20 SWAT team members.
Honestly, I was a little pissed that the SWAT team didn't blow the house away and with her in it.
We went through a lot of talking. You can't believe, basically everything it boiled down to was the fact that she hated Mondays.
And she told them, I hate boring Mondays. So you're just picking these kids off. Yeah.
Oh, that's just a dumb comment. It's just a dumb comment. It's just.
I think it shows a callousness on her part. It shows just how callous she was in committing this offense.
Boredom, rage, no sense of guilt. It's frightening. And it still is frightening.
There she is.
After 6.5 hours, at around 3:30 in the afternoon, Brenda suddenly came out of the house, calmly put down her weapon, and gave herself up.
Well, I was shocked to see, just a young little girl dressed up, kind of like in army fatigues or something.
Thin, pasty skin, stringy, reddish hair. My gosh, this was just a suburban schoolgirl.
And I did eventually take custody of her, transfer her down to our homicide division. We ride downtown, never said one word, very quiet the whole time.
I remember sitting on the couch and we're watching TV, and of course that's all the news was about that day was, father getting shot. We're seeing that over and over again. I remember sitting there, catching myself, anticipating Daddy getting home so I could tell him what happened.
Since late last week, the rumors persisted a deal would be made between the attorney for Brenda
The
Spencer.
seriousness of Brenda Spencer's crime meant that although only 16, she would be tried as an adult. A deal was struck. By pleading guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder and assault with a deadly weapon, she was given 25 years to life, with the possibility of parole. But by pleading guilty, Brenda gave up her right to a jury trial and the opportunity to tell her side of the story.
She's very scared. She's very uncertain for her future. She's, I was almost in tears there beforehand.
Brenda's original defense lawyer, Michael McGlynn, still follows her case and still believes that she is not a monster and poses no threat to the public.
I think it's just an unbelievable event that occurred in her life, that the enormity of it and the horror of it.
I think I know that.
I had no fear that it would hurt me or members of my family.
She would not be one that you would think.
She was never a violent person. Never beat up on the kids in the neighborhood or anything. Always very loving and caring. And then all of a sudden she does something like this. It's hard to understand.
When the parents divorced, things sort of went south then. She lived with the dad. The dad was a sort of very bitter man. He sort of hated the world. The mother, on the other hand, sort of became like a stone herself. I mean, it was like she never went out of her way to go over the kids, have a relationship with Brenda. So it was a very cold, sterile environment in both places. I don't remember her palling around or being,
Friendly or in any way with any of the kids in the class. You wouldn't know what was going on. It's just, Brenda, are you awake?
This is the rifle used by Brenda, and because it's lightweight and easy to operate, it is the weapon of choice for school shootings in America.
This weapon basically is a Marlin, it's a 22 long rifle. Teenagers like to shoot it. It has virtually no recoil. I don't have to worry too much. I don't have to worry about it, the recoil. Just watch. So it's not kicking back, it's not bringing up, it's just a little yank.
She had opened fire approximately 36 times across the street, about 150 feet away, and had 11 hits for an accuracy of about 30% or just higher than that.
I think she was probably a pretty good shot. Yes. I think she was probably a pretty good shot.
And where did she get the weapon?
I believe her father bought it for her for a Christmas present.
He buys her a 22 for Christmas with 400 or 500 rounds of ammunition. I mean, it's like, hello?
But I sure am not one to blame someone else, unless her father was covering her hand with his and making her pull the trigger. I'm blaming Brenda, no matter how weird her family was.
Before the current parole hearing, the only insight offered by Brenda into the shooting came in the form of a brief but bizarre news interview she gave in 1993. Brenda claimed she was hallucinating at the time of the shooting, even though her toxicology report showed no traces of drugs.
I was watching TV and I started drinking whiskey and taking pills with it. And I was smoking marijuana with PCP. And I started hallucinating. When I'd look out, I'd see like commando guys, like from combat drill and stuff. I think I was trying to get myself killed.
That interview did, though, reveal the first and potentially only clue to her personality, when Brenda offered the following description of life in the Spencer household.
After my parents got divorced.
No.
It was like
No.
like the latchkey kids, but it was like complete neglect.
Brenda's father has never spoken about his daughter's childhood or the events of that Monday morning in 1979. In 26 years, Wallace Spencer has never given an interview. While out in San Diego, we discovered he still lives in the house from where the shooting took place.
Isn't that strange?
Oh.
It is very strange.
No.
He must really like being alone.
And then, while we were filming the school, Brenda's father suddenly appeared. But as soon as he saw the camera, he hurried back into the house. Brenda's defense team believes that away from the Spencer house, she has become a different person. In prison, she has proved herself a body inmate, and she even has a potential career for life on the outside.
Do you think you're going to have trouble finding employment when you leave?
I don't. Because I have marketable skills.
What kind of skills do you have? What would you like to do?
I'd like to do forklift.
You'd like to try to forklift, like you're doing right now?
Yes.
From the moment that she was taken away from that home, Miss Spencer has thrived. She spent the last 26 years of her life improving herself, not just to comply with the board's recommendations, but to gain marketable skills and to try to ensure her success once she is released.
The fact that she's been so
Whether it be,
an institution, I think, speaks volumes about it. Brenda was an out of control, dangerous person. We've seen more evidence of that in the last 20 years.
You know, maybe she goes to the bathroom one time, washes her hair when she's supposed to, and walks down the hallway without harassing somebody. Fine. Model president of medicine is unique.
I want to say the human side, compassionate side says, let's let her out. 27 years. It's time to go. The police officer side, and of course the retired police officer side, says, hey, let her die in prison.
What would be your reaction if she did get parole next week?
I'd get my guns out, I'd put them back together, and I would load them. And I would start carrying a weapon again. Because I think if she got out, she tried to finish the job.
Do you remember much about what occurred?
Not a lot. I'm sure I did it. I just don't remember everything in sequence.
Do you remember the shooting itself?
I don't remember the shooting itself.
You don't?
No.
All right.
I don't remember it, but I'm sure it happened. I'm sure I did it.
Brenda's state of mind does remain potentially fragile. 5 years ago, she tattooed herself with a hot paper clip.
Did you hear about her scratching, getting a paper clip caught and self-mutilating her chest over a failed jail romance?
The relationship didn't go well. She went into a depression and used a paper clip as a makeshift tattoo device to burn the words courage and pride on her chest.
Why courage and pride?
And that's not actually what it says. It's written in runes.
Okay.
And I think they made a mistake.
Yeah, you're right. You made a mistake. There's nothing on it. It's good. All I gotta say. Two advance. There's one carried.
Come on, 15, 14, the same shirts. Come on. Yeah, it's gonna game with her on its own. Look at it. You eat shit.
This show is Carrie, and I'm gonna forget this. This is stupid. On this.
Get out. Go on, move. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Come on now. Don't turn out. Listen, listen. Just come on in. To the house. You know. We all can. For my own life, that's all I do.
Hard to believe. In this day and age, a girl in high school wouldn't know something. Facts.
Well, she didn't. But I don't know what should surprise us and knowing that mother of me.
They can't interfere with people's beliefs. Girls.
Carrie's not supposed to. I will. But see, the thing is, Morty, that I knew how they felt. See, the whole thing just made me want to take her and shake her too. You know what I mean? It was just her period, for God's sake.
Well, who sent her home? Miss Finch, sending Cassie right.
It's Carrie White.
Come in, Cassie.
Carrie.
Miss Finch, would you bring in a dismissal slip? Thought you might take the rest of the day and go home. Take care of yourself, Cassie.
Freaking Carrie.
Oh, I'm very sorry about this incident.
It's Carrie.
Thank you. Would you like to go to the infirmary? Lie down for a while.
I think Carrie can go home.
Would you like a ride? Could call you cab.
I'm sure she can walk home. Can carry you to Miss for the gym for a week. Just take steady one step.
I'm sorry about this incident.
I found out.
Mrs. White, how have you been, Mrs. Fine. And the doctor? Fine. And your daughter?
So is fine.
Won't you come in, Mrs. White? Oh, how kind of you.
I think Carrie is at some of Sue's classes.
Yes.
Sometimes she might like to listen.
I'm here on the Lord's work, Mrs. Smith. Spreading the gospel of God's salvation through Christ. Of course, I have something here I know is going to interest the doctor and you. The teenager's path to salvation through the cross of Jesus. I don't think Sue would be very interested in it. The children are wandering through the wilderness of sin these days, Mrs. Neal. My Sue is a good girl.
These are godless times, Mrs. Snell.
I'll drink to that. We'll all read these.
Excuse me. Please sit down, Mrs. Frank. I have something here, Mrs. Snell, that I think you might have heard.
But, Mrs. White, I'd like to contribute $10.
I see. I pray you find Jesus.
Wasn't that Carrie White's mother? I didn't hear you come in. Well, what'd she want?
Gypsy shredded.
Yes. Yes. I know you'll listen. On downstairs.
What's that? Oh.
No, from a.
I didn't tell me, Mom.
God made Eve from the river there. It was weak. He loosed the raven on the road. The raven was called sin. The raven was called sin.
Mama.
The
No.
raven was called sin.
Oh, Mom. And the rain was called that.
And first sin was intercourse. First sin was intercourse.
I didn't say it, Mama.
Say it.
I didn't say it, Mama.
First sin was intercourse. First sin was intercourse. First sin was intercourse.
First thing was intercourse, Mama. I was so scared. I was dying, and the girls they all laughed at me, pointing at me.
And he was weak. Say it.
No, Mama.
He was weak.
No.
He was weak.
No.
He was weak. Say it.
No, Mama.
Say it.
He was weak. He was weak.
Curse. Curse was a curse of blood.
You should have told me, Mama. You should have told me.
Oh Lord, help the sinning woman see the sin of her days and ways. Show her that if she had remained sinless, the curse of blood would never have come on. But she may have pierced into the son of lustful thoughts.
Oh, Mama.
Don't lie to me, Harriet. Don't you know I know I can see inside you? I can see the sin as surely as God can. We'll pray. We'll pray for them.
Gypsy. That woman's insane.
You can go to bed then.
Jesse.
Open the door. Open it.
What's that noise?
But no, it's
Go to bed.
in my prayers.
What are you going to leave for us, people in your big cars, spewing pollution into the air? You people with heavy feet, trampling down the wilderness. You people who peer into the back seats of our cars, hours after you come out of the back doors of your motels. Soon, all we will have is each other, and that could be enough if you will let us have room enough and air enough and peace enough to love each other as you never could. I must say, I must confess, this poem displays the most extraordinary talent. Talent extraordinary for you, Tommy Ross. You know, Tommy, it's slightly different from running touchdowns and hitting home runs. Well, class, any criticisms? Anyone?
It's beautiful.
Cherry white. Beautiful. 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 Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of gray. Is that the beautiful you mean, is it, Carrie? I'm afraid, Carrie, this is hardly a criticism. It's Tommy? Did you say something, Tommy?
Me?
Yes, you.
I said, oh, shucks.
Roll call, Blake. Bourne. Here. Gogan. Grace. Here. Hargensen. Here. Litton. McDermott. O'Shea. Pollock. Here. Shires. Nell. Watson. The Wilsons. Okay, line up. Line up. Move it. On your feet right now, 2 lines. Alice and Mary, eyes front. Katie. You too, Chris. Spit out that gum. Where'll I put it, Miss Collins? So you can choke on it for all I care. Just get it out of your mouth. Wipe that smirk off your face, Norma. Okay. Now I want you all to know that you did a really shitty thing yesterday, a really shitty thing. Did any of you ever stop to think that Carrie White has feelings? Do any of you ever stop to think? No, I guess you're too busy thinking about your dates and prom. Guess you can take your pick, Chris. Who's the lucky guy? Billy Nolan. Who? Billy Nolan. Sorry, I can't hear you. Could you speak up? Billy Nolan. Isn't he the lucky one? What about you, Sue? Who's taking you? Tommy Ross? Right. Now, my idea for this little trick you pulled was 3 days suspension and refusal of your prom tickets. Oh, what? That'd get you where you live, wouldn't it? And you deserve it. I don't think any of you have any idea of just how nasty what you did really was. But the office has decided you're to have 1 week's detention. Still, there's one little catch. It's to be my detention. That's 50 minutes every day, starting today, on the athletic field. Get the picture? I'm not coming. That's up to you, Chris. That's up to all of you. Punishment for skipping detention is 3 days suspension and refusal of your prom tickets. Any other thoughts? Good. Now change up. I'm not coming. I'm really not. I'm not coming. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2. Four. 1, 2, and up, and up. 1, 2, 1, 2,
1, 2, faster, and 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and 2. And 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Get your knees up. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Come on, you hot shots. You're getting away with this. I get her. Go, Chris. Like hell I will. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Period's not up, Hargensen. It is for me. Running. Well, there are 10 minutes left. Stick 'em up your. You understand? Shut up, Chris. Just shut up. This isn't over. This isn't over by a long shot. You're out of the prom, Harkinson. Okay, the show's over. In place, run. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Telekinesis, thought to be the ability to move or to cause changes in objects by force of the mind.
Hey, what's that in the Nationals?
You should.
Yeah.
You do this.
What's up?
Talk to you.
Right now?
Too important. Well, they asked you to do something.
Yeah.
Really special for them. Did you do it?
Yeah.
I want you to take Karen White to the prom.
How's it looking there?
Hey, I got the biscuits for Clarkson.
Some other time, huh? Oh, you pussy. Give me one of them beers, son. It's something like that, son. All right.
Watch it, you stupid shit.
Don't call me that, huh?
Look what you did.
Oh, you have to call me.
Look out.
Were you scared, Chuck?
What, do you want to get us killed? Shit. You fuck.
Okay, I'll do it.
Don't be in such a hurry.
Don't be in such a hurry. I'm hurrying away from you, you know that? Hanging right in the ass. I don't know. You're crazy than son of a bitch. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?
Can you wait a minute?
Well, what for? We do this all the time.
You're so ignorant.
Oh, yeah, that's what you liked about it, right? I know that. Shh. No, no. I know what you like about it. It's so stupid.
No. My shit.
I thought I told you never to call me that. You know, you are totally fucked up. That's it. You really are. I know that. I'm convinced.
Really? I want you to do something. Something important. Billy. 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 Billy.
Stupid shows. Yeah, find some true movies. I want to post some true movies. Not up to that.
Hi, Gary.
Hi.
How are you? Yes. You do?
Reading?
Yeah, what are you reading?
About, sewing?
Sewing, that's good. We don't have a date to the prom next Friday. Would you like to go with me? Prom? It's next Friday. I know this is like, no, just see it. Stop. Carrie? Carrie? Let.
Let's go on, practice those drills from yesterday. I'll be right there. Carrie? Carrie? Carrie, what's the matter? What happened? Was it one of the girls? Did one of the girls do something to you? Yeah. What is it then? You can trust me, you know? Tell me. I got invited to the prom. That's great. That's fantastic. So what are you down here moping around for? Well, you also asked me. That's even better. It's really cute, huh? I know who he goes around with. He's trying to trick me, kid. Maybe not. I mean, maybe you really meant to. Hey, Carrie, let's think about this now. I mean, it might be terrific. You might have a really good time. Carrie? Hey, Carrie, I want to talk to you. It's about this attitude you have about yourself. I mean, you're always walking around here with your hair down, all moping around. Carrie? Come here, you big silly. I think you should look at yourself. Did you look at that? Come on. And that's a pretty girl. Look at your eyes. Little mascara to bring it out. Your lips. Try some lipstick. Nice, pretty lips and your cheekbones. Look at your hair. It's beautiful hair. You just put it up a little. Maybe add a little curl. What do you think? Yeah. Well, what do you want to know? Why Tommy asked her to the prom? Well, I asked him to. Why? What for? What could you possibly have had in mind?
I thought it would be a good thing for Carrie to get her to join in with a few things and be with people.
Make her a part of things.
Right.
Come on, Sue. We're not that stupid. Neither is Carrie. You mean you're not gonna go? You're just gonna stay home and miss your own senior prom? Come in. What is it?
Just the arrangements is fine.
Thank you. You know you can't go without a date. Is there anything else for me? Thank you, Norma. Which brings us to you.
It's called Ivy.
Well, it's too bad, isn't it?
If you don't mind, this is between Sue and I.
Oh, but I do mind. Unless, of course, you'd like to continue this little discussion in Mr. Morton's office.
What is the big deal?
Because it is a very big deal for Carrie White, and you know it.
Well, she already said no anyway.
Yeah, well, with a little effort, you can change that.
Just don't try.
Fine. I won't try.
Wait a second, it's not fine. You can order someone not to take someone to the prom.
You know, I can make sure that you don't hurt Carrie White anymore.
We're not trying to hurt her, Miss Collins. We're trying to help her.
How? Hey, Tommy, don't you think you're just gonna look a little ridiculous when you walk in the prom with Carrie White?
We don't care how we look.
Do
Hi, Gary. So this is where you live, huh?
Yeah.
One of these.
Mama's resting.
Thank you.
About the prom again. So I know, but there's nothing to say I can't change your mind. Girls do it all the time. Yes, I want to. Gary, now come on. I don't do anything I don't want to. Yes, you can. That's what you said, yes.
Tiffany, stop.
Please go.
Can you say yes?
I just want you.
I don't know, maybe because you like my poem. You know, you up at 8 o'clock? Okay.
What's the matter? We're really going with the fellow piggies one time.
Tell Christopher a joke. No, it's a good joke. It's a good joke. Look at this. All these pigs. These painted pigs. I know. I went out with a girl. She was a real pig. You let me go. You let pig, right? Oh. Piggy! What? You're Piggy. I'm gonna bash your little heads in, and you don't have to worry about the bomb no more. Come here, little piggy. Come here, sucker. Come here, you little sucker. Come here. Here's the one right here. Come here, little sucker. Get her done. You fuck up. You know what? Jelly, fuck up. You shut up.
Or you hadn't touched your apple. Oh, Lord, we just said.
Please say that I start trying to belong with people again.
When are you going on about, Karen?
I didn't buy it.
Gypsy. Gypsy.
Yeah, come.
Gypsy.
One.
Wait.
It's that teacher that called.
Please say that I'm not like you, Mom. I'm funny. I mean, all the kids think I'm funny. I don't want to be. I want to be normal. I want to start trying to be a whole person before it's too late for me to. His name's Tommy Ross, and he's a very nice boy. Mom.
No.
And he promised to stop in and
I
leave
said
you
no.
before Emmy and my mama.
No.
After all you've been talking, everyone and man, Mama, everything in the theater.
Come to your closet and pray. Ask to be forgiven.
He's a nice boy, Mom. You like him. You really like him, Mama.
Boy. The boys. The boys. Yes, the boys. To the blood come the boys. Like slipping doors. And then slobbering and trying to find out where that smell comes from. Where the smell is. I know where they take them. Gosh, I see it all right. Well, you're not going. Already tell one. Tell that boy you're not going or we'll move from here. Move from here and never see that boy again. Or he's touching me. Yeah.
Things are gonna change around here.
Satan's power.
Nothing to do with Satan, Mama. It's me. Me. If I concentrate on enough, I can move things.
Satan is clever.
Mama. I'm not the only one. Other people can do it. I read about it.
But your poor child, don't you know? He doesn't let you know he's working through you. He handled your father and turned him off.
You ran away, Mama. You ran away with a woman, Mama. Everybody knows that.
You must renounce this power. You must give it up. You must never use it.
Owen. Can't stop me. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
You keep that damn light straight.
Yeah. Bunch of you stupid shit. You're getting blood all over the place.
You calling stupid shit. You can't even keep that fucking light straight.
Hurry up.
Yes, ma'am. We's doing the best we can. We really are, boss.
Hurry up. I want to go home.
Just keep your tits on. And I'll let you pull the rope. Okay?
Plan to.
I know.
That woman's insane.
Ernest, listen, tonight's prom night and everything, right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know you were interested in going.
Yeah, I'm not interested in going. I'm a student here, am I?
I don't know.
Huh?
Are you?
Sure I am. I got so much spirit in this school. I want to be on the committee.
Well, you're a little late, Freddie. I could have used you a week ago on the decorating committee.
No, I'm not late, Ernest. I'm right on time, pal. You know, I want to collect the ballots, you know, for the king and queen and the voting and, you know. Think we can arrange that, huh?
Yeah, okay. Can you be here 6:30?
No, can't be here at 6:30. I'll be here at 8. How's 8? It's fine with me.
Yeah, that'll do. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll see you then.
Yeah, see you, Freddie. Take it easy.
I'll take it anyway and get it, pal.
Helen. What? You hear about Tommy Ross? What? You hear about Tommy Ross? What? They can carry White to the club. Yeah. What's she gonna wear? Carrie? A sackcloth?
Have you heard it's true? Why is he doing it? Everybody is talking about it. I asked him to because I thought I owed it to Karen. And where's that put everybody else? Maybe I'll deal with it now and when. You mean? Just something.
But you're not going to prom.
Oh, I'll be here. You'll be here for me, Shannon.
What do you mean, you're going to the prom?
I'm gonna tell you later. You're gonna be in on it. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to be in on it? What? What?
No, come on, I'll tell you later. What do you know now, Chris? Just give me a hint. I won't tell anybody, I promise.
I don't say a word. I promise I'm your best friend.
You gotta rent yourself a tuxedo for the prom.
I know, I only got $10 though.
$10? You can rent yourself a tuxedo. You're not gonna look great. Wow, this is so nice.
He looks beautiful. You can look good. You'll make a good impression for once in your life.
Would you go out with me? No, with Ruffles.
All right. Well, you don't have to get Ruffles for yourself. You always gotta make a joke, right?
No, I just don't like Ruffles.
You don't like. You don't have to get Ruffles. All right, now look at me. Don't I look sharp?
Yeah, it looks good on you, but I don't look right as a tuxedo.
How do you know? You ever put on a tuxedo?
I don't have a tuxedo body.
No, they have tuxedos here for you.
I wouldn't look right. Wait a second. I know just the tuxedo. Well, what do you think, huh? I like it. I think it's terrific.
Look at that. No ruffles at all.
I'm out of now with you, Ray.
It's pink. What kind of game, Mama? Are they beautiful?
See your dirty fellows. Everyone.
Breasts. They're called breasts. And everyone has them.
Take all pictures. We'll burn it together and pray for forgiveness.
No, Mama.
Well, he's not coming.
He's coming, Mama. Just stop it. I'm nervous enough.
No, he's not coming. He's not going to come.
Go away. Stop it, Mama. No, stop hurting yourself.
Insane.
I want to stay with you, Mom. Look, I'll answer the door and I'll tell him that you're sick. I'll tell him that you changed your mind. Look, I'll tell him that you changed your mind. Sit there, Mama, and don't say a word until I'm gone. Who are we? Love you, Mama.
Shut up, suffer, which live.
No. I like your stomach. Maybe this was a mistake.
They're a good crowd. Really.
Don't be so nervous. Besides, I look awfully stupid dancing by myself, wouldn't I?
You all my young dance. Viva Zamania. Cherry bomb, janitor Johnny.
Wait, you know what? If I knew you had a look this sharp, I would have taken you instead of, what's it?
Don't bother about them. If they self-destruct, I'll dance with you. Hey, where did you find that dress? I love it. I made it. Mm. The decorations, these are great. Yeah, I'm so nervous. It's okay. You'll sit with us. What time is it? 8 o'clock. Yeah.
She likes to dance.
Could you just sit here for a minute?
Oh, sure. Sure, anything.
Carrie? It's Collins. You look so pretty, you two. You look beautiful. Thank you. Oh, no, I don't, not really, but thank you anyway. May I sit down? Sure. Thank you. I remember my prom. I had a date with the captain of the basketball team, and he was 6 feet 7 inches tall. So I went out and bought a pair of 3-inch spike heels so that our kiss goodnight would be less awkward. Right? So anyway, we went in his pickup truck, which of course broke down, and we had to get out and walk the last half mile to the prom. So by the time I got there, my feet were so covered with blisters that all I could do was just sit there. You know, I mean, I couldn't dance. So we just sat there and just talked. It was magic. Is it like that for you? It's so it's nice. Just nice. No. It's like being on Mars. You'll never forget it. Oh, wow.
Hey, what's going on here, huh?
What
do you do with my date?
Oh, we're just talking tonight.
Yeah?
Have a lovely time, okay? You too. Bye.
Don't let me catch you hugging any guys like that.
Yeah.
Better not.
Well,
You really have to be home sorry.
yeah, the promise.
Okay.
Sorry.
Some of the kids are gonna go over to Boston's after.
That's okay.
What?
You want to go with your friends? I don't have fun.
Let me finish. What I was gonna say is that if you'd like to, we could stop in at the Beehive for a couple minutes.
You've been there. No.
Good. Well, then let's go. Okay? For sure. You ready to dance?
I don't know how. Sure. I'm not sure, but the more that it's real, the more it's right. Ooh, it's only love, all
Just put it right there. That's right. Put this in your shoe. That's right. Just hold it. All right? Okay. Just listen to the music. That's right. So you got it. That's good. You're as good as anyone else out here. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It's just
That's all right. No harm. No foul.
can't do anything.
Hey, you can.
I can't dance. Can't even. Why?
Why what?
Why am I here?
That's just the prom.
Why am I here with you?
Because I asked you.
Why'd you ask me?
Because I wanted to.
Why'd you want to?
Because you like my poem. I didn't write it so much instead. Carrie. We're together. And I like it. I do, I like it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please behave yourself. Just take your seats, please, and gotta vote for the king and the queen.
I know. Do you decline?
You?
Oh no. If you win, all they do is they put you up there for a school song and a dance. And then some guy takes your picture for the yearbook so that everyone can see we look like a couple of idiots. Anyways, the last year, why not?
So beautiful.
Hey, you're beautiful.
Well, who should we vote for? They're more your crowd than mine. I'm
Well, let's vote for ourselves. Why not?
Please don't vote for ourselves.
Come on. It's the devil with false modesty.
The devil.
Said they were gonna.
Hey, thanks, Bobby.
Alex, can I have your help, please?
Thanks, Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks there. Go out. Thanks.
Alex, please, thank you.
Thank you.
Already, hurry up, please, Alex.
Good, good. Thanks a lot. Hey. No. Right back here. Let's start checking. What?
More ballots? Thank you. I have some more ballots for you guys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got the winners. I give you Tommy Ross and Terry White.
Please hold me. I should have killed myself when he put it. After the first time, while we went in, Ralph promised me. Promised. But sin never dies. Sin never dies. At first, it was all right. We lived sinlessly. We slept in the same bed, but we never did. And that night, I saw him looking down at me that way. We got down on our knees to pray for strength. I was felt this game was right.
Let me see what else I can find.
The stink of nothing Roadhouse whiskey on his breath. And I'm like,
I'll see what I can find. Never cared for the movie anyways. I did like John Travolta, you know. I know one. Hang on a second. Hey, I got one. That's a true one. I got a true one here. Real cases.
Like somebody was pulling me across the bed.
My dog disappeared when she was 8 years old.
Well, my brother was missing. He used to see shadow versus.
They even move objects. Put the lights on too. When I was little, I would see them passing through the walls at night.
I felt this cold sensation just touching me.
Just his being in the end. Oh, we don't features it out. Just. Sorry, salad is.
Sometimes when I'm sleeping, I get this odd sensation that wakes me, and they're there. Watching.
I didn't know exactly what was going on.
And it got to the point where I don't even open my eyes if I wake up, just because I know that they're there.
I will never, ever forget this experience.
What I think she was seeing was shadow people.
Right now, we're tracking new developments in the search for 3 missing people, and earlier today, investigators located a car connected to this case.
Tracking the search this afternoon for 3 people who are
Now, these are
missing.
people who just vanished, disappeared without a trace.
Investigators announced today they are no longer actively searching for a missing 23-year-old woman, but that doesn't mean the investigation is over.
Much of last week investigating a missing persons case, and now they say a 23-year-old woman has not been seen since Sunday. Her family and police are asking for your help in finding her.
Was found at an abandoned site earlier today inside at least don't yet have any leads in the case of the 23-year-old. It's one of our missing persons are still under investigation.
They got so much shit.
This is actually small suitcase.
Is it all feminine product and shit?
You know it.
Jesus Christ. Yes. So, what frame range shit do you want to shoot in?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
No, actually, technical stuff, that's all. you-
Um,
I'm gonna be the one that's asking all the questions.
right. Well,
But it's not that-
you just want me to run with it? Do it. What if you don't like it when I'm done? And you're like, oh, you should have did this. I'm like, but you didn't fucking tell me to do that.
I mean, we'll just. What's wrong with it? I mean, we'll look it over it.
You set me up for failure, Sarah. Come on, dude. You gotta fucking hurry. Joe's gonna be here like any minute. Come in. You ready? You sure? So this is it. We're doing it. You should, you gotta like introduce yourself and tell people what the fuck you're doing. Right?
I guess.
Yeah, man. And you gotta like set it up and, this is your documentary.
Okay.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah McCormick, and my crew and I are going on a quest. Hi, my name is Sarah McCormick, and me and my crew are going on an adventure to find out more about the Shadow People. And we're gonna be interviewing a couple of.
Adventure's not ready. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Come on. You don't have to write this shit. No. Come on, Sarah. Hurry the fuck up. You got something in your teeth.
You do?
Yeah. Ooh. All right. You ready? All right. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Sarah McCormick, and me and my crew are going on in
You suck. All right, you're right, Nick. We're out. What's up, bro?
Hey,
How you doing, man?
good.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Camera on like this.
You can go ahead and put this shit in the car, man.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Guys, I don't know which one I want to go with. I either want to go with this boom or with this stereo application. We are switching back and forth. Okay, there's definitely a lot more road noise on the stereo. Go to the boom. It's gonna isolate our vocals, our dialogue.
All right. Why would you have a dream catcher? Why is there a wolf on your chest? Why do you have a wolf tattooed on your chest, glaring over the mountain?
No regret. Like,
American wolf coming out of the mountain. If me my dad would be like, you go hunt, and I got a big old fucking American Cherokee cowboy.
you have a tattoo on your butt?
Yeah, goddamn it, it's the goddamn wolf. It's this,
Shut
it's the
up.
goddamn
No.
flying American Cherokee player around with my dream picture.
What was your inspiration for that?
Pee-wee's bigger picture? Are you fucking hell yes he did. I watch that shit at home.
Oh, on the computer, you never porn nubby. You never jerk off the nubby porn.
Oh, you mean when they have amputated?
That's right, Joseph. That's right. These are women have no legs, and they are getting burned out by motherfuckers.
Oh, and The Lion King, I used to actually have a crush on Mufasa.
I can't knock it to that. I'm Foxy bad. I fucking bitch.
When I saw the voice of them, and I was like, oh.
I fucking just do your maps.
What are you doing, yo?
You have an iPhone, right? It's barely hanging on there. Looks like it's been in your fucking RoboCop movie.
That movie. You know what? That is one of my favorite all-time movies.
It is one of the best movies.
I don't give a fuck.
Period. I'll buy that for $1.
I'll buy that for $1.
You do it.
Oh, man, I love that video.
I did.
So you zoom out because there's a part where it says turn. Like go to the turn. There's a part where we need to turn off.
Oh, wait.
That little Nick.
Yeah. What's that say? Tell me the road because I know how to get there. All I need to do is run.
3:38.
Oh, look, a flea market.
I used to think flea markets had 2 miles. 2 miles.
2 miles.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Yeah. I think we were close.
And what was your plan?
Good shot. D-roll shot. You know B-roll things, right? It's like you see the camera out the windows in a movie, so that you know that they're driving, and then you do B-roll, so it's just the trees and shit. I played banjo when I was a kid.
Stop.
I used to get lessons.
All right. All right. Throw on the feet. Third.
Maybe stop.
Yeah.
My mother was killed right in front of me, and I had to go to psychiatry.
Joe, stop fucking around, dude. Don't shit like that. That's such a lie. His mother is live and well. Never been to a psychiatric. Well, he's probably been to a psychiatric.
I was about to get emotional.
Her.
Thanks to the motherfucking car. Thanks to the motherfucking car.
Cereal, your corn was burnt. Oh shit.
Now eat.
You sick. Sickening.
Sarah,
Why are you mutilating your corn?
I don't like it gets stuck in your teeth.
You are mutilating your corn. Dismembering your corn. Look how much corn it turned into. Let me tell you something about you corn. Look, you know, this dude, look at me. Don't like corn. Suck that motherfucker nibble. Nibble is sucking the same motherfucker sound like this. See, it's still kernel right here.
See, it's hard.
Look at him.
It's hard.
Look at him. Look at him. You know, I got to look at him both at that. You see this motherfucker?
Man, disgusting.
Gonna be Mr. Shepherd. His daughter disappeared in May. Both of them, her father and her saw the shadow.
Turn the radio down so I can get this way.
We're 2 hours out and we are going to Stephen Shepherd's place. His daughter disappeared in May, and right before she disappeared, both of them saw the shadow people. But warn you, both of you, he's a little. No, seriously, I think guys, seriously, I think he only wants to talk about like certain things that I think. He seemed off.
I'm not filming you, by the way. She's falling down in the woods. There, not make it. You know, guys, you see that behind her right around her head. Just get out and kiss it, dude. Jesus. But do it towards the camera so I can have that.
I mean, did you see Joe's pecker out?
No.
You did. I saw you guys strangled by that vine over there. You got mad. You peed on your sandal. What if like an animal smells it right now and tries to attack you? Yep. What if a Sasquatch tries to attack you?
I told you to walk around the front. Feet on my front.
Walk around the front. There should be nut art. Because every time I do it, I get like badass designs and shit, dude. Like I'm getting some really neat looking, interesting shit. So I'm thinking, I'm like, wow, that's art. And if I would have put that on a fucking canvas and sell it as nut art, I mean, I may have a banger. Somebody may be interested in nut art.
Now, are you gonna let them know that it's actual?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna call it nut art. Okay? That's it. It's nut art. You were like, hey, sell nut art. Right. You're not. Buddy, but if you wait till you see my design, wait till you fucking see the design like me. Oh, okay.
Wait, no, we're not starting yet. We're not starting yet. We're not starting yet. We're gonna start right now. It can't be like, RD, like road.
Right.
It has to be at the end.
Oh. That's the greatest game with my stepdad, except we'd have to take our clothes off every time we got it right.
Yeah.
I do want to talk to you.
Yep.
Did you know we were coming?
Maybe you fucking forgot. Huh?
There's no reason for that. Should I not forget?
I didn't see anybody in there, man. Yeah, fucking not getting it. What the fuck, dude?
Mr. Shepherd, it's me, Sarah. We talked on the phone. Listen, we drove really far away to get here. We're not gonna be here long. I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions. And if there's anything you don't wanna talk about, we won't talk about. Hi. Thank you so much for having us. I promise you're not gonna stay long. This is Kyle, kindergarten. Is Joe, the audio guy.
Hi. You guys can just have a seat over there. I'm just gonna take a minute. That's all right. That's right here. So, where do you want to begin?
When was the last time you saw the shadow man?
There's more than just one of them. I guess it was after my daughter Allie was born.
Can you describe what it looked like? What they looked like?
Basically just silhouettes. They'd hide in the shadows, but they were even darker than those shadows, just solid pitch black.
How many times have you seen them?
More than I would have liked to.
So often.
Yeah, it got to a point where I was seeing them several times a night.
Where did you see them?
They were usually down the hallway by Allie's bedroom door. If I got up to turn the light on, they would disappear. I know as she got older, she started seeing them too. I just never told her that I was seeing them as well. I should have, but I didn't.
Why didn't you?
I was scared.
Scared of what?
I didn't want her to know that I was worried about it. I mean, when you have a kid, you're supposed to be able to protect them. And I didn't want her to think that I couldn't protect her.
I understand. When did she go missing?
It was a few days before her 10th birthday. She had come in and woke up her mom and I and told us that the shadow people had gotten into her bedroom and they were pushing her down on her bed, telling her not to wake up. We told her it was a dream and just to go back to sleep, and she did. And that was the last time we saw her. She was gone in the morning.
Did you call the police?
Absolutely. And do you know what happened? Her mom and I were named as prime suspects in her disappearance case. Do you have any idea what it's like to be accused of your own daughter's disappearance? Nobody looks at you the same way. Nobody trusts you. I lost my life. I lost my job of 15 years. I lost everything. Yeah. So what do you want from all this?
What do you mean?
What are you hoping to accomplish with these interviews?
I think this is a serious matter that needs more attention.
Look, just trust me, okay? Don't get involved with this. Just pack up your equipment and go home. Seriously.
They have look.
Well, it cuts off kind of weird.
Is this what do we get?
Well, I mean, we pretty much got everything, but look, just check this out. What happened? Did the battery die? No, battery's fine. And the memory card's fine too.
It's fucking weird. Why
Sure, it's nothing.
You sure about it now?
I checked all that shit.
Hey, Cal, let me get this one.
What's that?
So we are from here about 2 hours out, and this is our last interview in Florida. Her name is May Montgomery, and she's a older lady. Already talked on the phone. She seems really sweet. Her husband disappeared a couple years ago. So. Just to keep her story.
Yeah. 2 hours.
Yep.
Gotta give it a take. It's a good
Sharpie, put a third round. Chapter 8, Burden 21, Section 2. Circle it. Put a highlighter on it. Put a post-it note next to it. Circle it.
So wait, hold on. I'm missing this. So you're saying a woman did do it? You had a chance to do it?
Her friend.
A friend of yours
Girls'
did it,
night.
but you've never done it back. What? That's like the time I let this kid suck my dick and I didn't suck his dick.
Wait, seriously?
I've had what do they call it? Like a,
A dick in your mouth before, but
one time, listen, I was in a bar, right? The first time I ever had a squirter. I was in a bar and this chick she was like, kind of gross, whatever. And all of a sudden she just squirts all over the place. Dick was like that big, it was rock hard. And I had to borrow my brother's underwear, so they're like jockey underwear, which I never wear. I had to get a whole handful of napkins and like literally put napkins in my underwear
disgusting.
and wear like a pad for the rest of the night. My underwear was still wet when I went home.
Oh, fuck that. Silly people. Skip that part. It was disgusting.
he has people pissing on her and shit.
For himself.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a fucking weirdo. He's my best friend. His name's Roger. I miss my wife all the time.
We did that dinner. And I was telling him, this is the last time.
Do you guys even believe in this shadow man shit?
Yes.
I don't doubt it. It's not like I guess it's like she is with religion. I guess I'm agnostic.
Right.
I don't doubt that it exists, but I also, unless you see it, unless I saw it, I wouldn't believe in it.
Hi. Well, hello there. How nice to meet you. Come on in. Hello, gentlemen. Come on in.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Do you mind if I get a few shots of things around? Yeah.
My husband left to paint. He taught me how to do that last painting. Yes, I did. Yeah. He's also a chef. All the things. We have the most beautiful dinners together all the time. Well, the kids are hungry. Got some leftovers. Oh. Okay. It seems that
Ever since my husband disappeared and everything I make goes to waste, I can't finish it by myself anymore. I'll follow them. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You just let me know, okay? Thank you. My husband's family was from Ireland.
Really?
Yeah, County Cork. We never did make it over there, although we did go to Europe. We went to France and Italy and see some of the photographs there on the wall. Really neat. It's neat. How long have you been here for? 26 years. Oh, wow.
Right, so we all set?
Yeah, it's a couch.
This is on it. Sure, whatever you want.
Can you first start out by introducing yourself?
My name is Mrs. May Montgomery. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
Don't yours. We're just talking. If there's any, there's gonna be any questions. If there's anything you feel uncomfortable with, any question, just let us know. We'll talk about something else. Do you remember the first time that you saw the show?
Yes. I was probably around 10 years old then. I've been seeing shadow men for a long time.
Can you tell me your experience?
When I see them, it's like they're using telekinesis to make me look their way. They can cause intense fear until you get used to it. I think they do that because you can't take your eyes off of something your mind is telling you is there. Your mind won't let you take your eyes off something you fear can harm you. I think they feel whatever energy you're admitting to. It's gotten to the point where I can hear them whispering. But it's at a very odd frequency. I think they can see your thoughts. They know everything you fear, so the moment you think of something you fear, they'll use it against you. You must learn not to fear them. I've noticed a decrease. I've given them what they want. Once in a while, they still get to me, but I'm pretty used to them now.
When was the last time you saw one?
Just a few days ago, I noticed it on the wall. It looked a lot like me, and I swear it was like seeing myself. After I realized what they really are, I felt sorry for the shadow people. The shadow people we see, only we can see. They're a part of us, but in a shadow realm. They envy us our lives, having what they've always wanted. It's hard for me to understand what it really meant. It can mean many things. 99% of them are evil and will try to make you weak and possess you. But mine wasn't evil. It was good, and I would do almost anything in the world to help it because I love myself, even the darkest parts. Most of the time, you see shadow people, it's because they want something from you.
You have that?
Yeah.
Does that happen often?
Sometimes it's nothing.
So you told me on the phone that you think that your husband was taken by the shadow people.
Oh yes. They told me. They told me they needed him.
Let's do it again.
You hear that?
Yep. I didn't hear anything. You didn't hear that? I didn't hear anything. Joe, you heard it? How do you?
There it is again.
What are you telling me you don't hear that? I don't hear anything.
Somebody else in the house?
No, I live all alone now. You've seen them, haven't you? You've
No.
seen the shadow people.
No, I have not. No, I have not. We actually have a long drive from here to Georgia. Thank you so much for helping us.
Please, stay a bit longer. I don't get much company out here anymore.
We have a long drive. Thank you for that.
Sarah, why the fuck did you cut the interview short like that?
I don't know. I was getting pooped out.
Well, that may have been our only chance to get some good footage.
When the lights are flipped on, I felt like I got chills in my body. I felt like up there.
But we should have investigated the noises and shit.
Hey, look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She was really starting to fucking freak me out. I'm sorry.
Like, what are we doing this? What's the point of doing this if we're not going to investigate noises? I mean, that was like the perfect opportunity for us to get some good footage on this fucking trip. I don't get it.
Give me a cigarette, dude. But don't tell anybody that I smoke. Look at that bug on me, guys. Oh my god, please somebody get. Oh, thank God. I didn't bring my light either. Honest to fucking God. Oh, there we go. Excuse me, bud. Thank you, my man.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it very much. We'll give it away. $95 out of $100.
Hey, Ashley.
We are here in beautiful Savannah, Georgia, and we are about to meet with Mrs. Phillips. Her daughter recently went missing, and we're going to have a little talk with her. Seems like a really nice lady, and yeah, I'm interested in her story. We are.
Really good. No. Really good. The bugs don't bother you? They don't get to. Oh, okay. Okay, it's you too. I was like, it must be me. I'm stinky. I know, it's crazy. It's stupid.
Worst name, I cling to the old rugged cross.
I know, it's like rock climbing, seriously. Seriously. Oh, shit. Okay, people, we've got Sasquatch finding right here. I'd like to go ahead and document this one.
This is document finding 214 in the Sasquatch findings catalog. Oh, God damn it. Sarah, I'm trying to get fucking, trying to get it. Focus, man. 214, got it. Catalog it. Got it. Thank you. We're way on down there. Flacco. Who are you talking to, Sarah?
Her mom.
Oh, tell her I said hi. You don't ever want to ride one of those things. Oh, you smell of shit.
Somebody else got a hold of this dude. I can't look at it and drive. Kill us all.
Maybe stupid. It's really stupid. Need that movie. I'll get something. It's True Story 2. Let's see what's on this one. Let's do this one. Let's see what this one is. And another true one.
For 2 decades, an unknown killer terrorized the Pacific Northwest. Police found the badly decomposed nude body of a woman Saturday night. Another terrible discovery in the woods: a sexual psychopath who preys on young prostitutes.
Every time they arrive at a scene, there's multiple women. They were dealing with something huge.
The number of bodies that are turning up is almost hard for us to even wrap our head around. We're talking 40 people here. This is unprecedented.
Mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, they were loved by people and missed by people.
Bodies were piling up. We had a serial killer on our hands.
The victims of the Green River Killer? The Green River Killer. It's been called the Green River Killer ever since the first bodies were pulled from this river.
The public was running out of patience. It was like, come on, catch this guy.
Now, on the 20th anniversary of the arrest that shook the nation, we're revisiting one of the most twisted stories in the annals of American crime to ask, how did this monster remain hidden in the shadows for so long?
He was incredibly successful at convincing the world that he was Ned Flanders, just a nice guy and a good family man.
Why couldn't the cops catch him?
A polygrapher said he didn't do these crimes. He's innocent.
And what did those closest to him, including his own son, know?
Matthew was torn between his love for his dad versus the reality of what was going on.
Husband, father, colleague, killer. This is Sins of the Father, the Green River Killer.
He'll do this kill, kill, kill.
July 15th, 1982. A pair of boys are riding their bikes across the Peck Bridge, just south of Seattle, when suddenly
They stopped for a moment on the bridge to catch their breath, and as they looked down into the rushing water, they saw something that caught their eye.
Initially, they think, okay, is this a mannequin that's been discarded down in the river. And they go down to investigate.
The boys slowly wade into the green river, then stop short of the object.
They actually see it's not a mannequin. They can see the hair of a young woman sort of flowing underneath the water.
She was naked. She had jeans wrapped around her neck.
Detectives hurry to the scene.
Kent Police Department determined her name was Wendy Caulfield. Cause of death was asphyxiation. He had the ligature, and that was placed into evidence.
They could tell there was quite a struggle. Her arm was broken. There was some visible bruising as well.
Wendy Caulfield is just 16 years old. Her mother, Virginia, tells investigators the teen was no stranger to trouble.
She said, well, I kind of knew this was going to happen. She was going down the wrong path. Wendy was known to be a hitchhiker. It was also rumored that she had been on the strip acting as a sex worker, so they knew that she was in dangerous situations.
She was living on the street for survival. She was involved in drugs. She'd actually been in juvenile detention for a recent theft and had snuck out on kind of a day pass to visit with her family, and she hadn't returned to the juvenile detention center.
The horrific murder sends shockwaves throughout the town of Kent.
It's a small suburb, no significant violent crime, relatively safe environment, what most people would call a quiet community. So any type of violent crime, everybody would be aware of it.
Everybody was scared. It was just frightening because we had no idea who the killer is.
While police begin investigating the teen's killing, 10 miles away in Renton, it's just another day in the life for 7-year-old Matthew Ridgway on summer break from nearby East Hill Elementary School.
Matthew would spend his summers riding his bikes, playing outside with his friends, running around the neighborhood, coming home too late for dinner. He had a very good life.
A life he shares with his single mother, Marcia.
Marcia just had a job at a dental office. So she wasn't making a whole lot of money, but she was trying to make ends meet. Life for any single mom is really hard.
The pair are still trying to find their footing 1 year after Marcia's contentious divorce from Matthew's father, Gary.
They had Matthew 2 years into their marriage, and everything seemed good until Matthew was about 5 years old. And Marcia tells a story where they were engaging in BDSM, and Gary choked her, and he went too far. And that was the first time that she was really afraid of him. And she put a stop to any of the activities, which of course made Gary very upset.
The relationship that Gary and Marcia had wasn't great for Marcia. Gary really wanted her to just cook, clean, basically do everything. He wanted sex constantly, 2-3 times a day, and that just started to become a bit much for Marcia.
Gary, for his part, tells friends at his job at the nearby Kenworth truck factory a different story.
He worked in the paint department, mostly worked mornings. I think we got along because our lockers were so close. I would go in early and he'd be the only one in there. So we had a lot of time to talk. He had a crush on me. He would tell me about his family and his wife. He gets irate when he thinks about her because she's screwed him over for child support and his spousal support. He could hold a grudge forever. There was 2 Garys. Nice co-worker Gary, and then there was crazy-eyed Gary. When he'd get really mad, his eyes would get all watery and crazy looking. Don't F with Gary today.
But when it comes to his son, Matthew, Ridgway is quick to table his anger.
He'd turn into good dad Gary, and he'd have the happy face. His eyes would start sparkling again. He really did love his son. Gary spoiled him.
Instead, he gives him everything he wants.
Decades later, in a police interview, Matthew recalls those formative years with his single dad.
Saw my dad not every weekend, but pretty much every other weekend. And on most of the holidays, I would see him. He would play lawn darts with us, camping and fishing. When I was younger, I can remember a Christmas where my dad got a racetrack and set it up. He'd always, be there for me.
Gary had a great relationship with his son, Matthew. Matthew has said that his dad really kind of went the extra mile to try to make all the time they spent together memorable and special.
While Gary and his son enjoy their carefree summer together, in nearby Kent, the mood grows increasingly terrifying. There, on August 12, 1982, an employee at a meatpacking plant along the banks of the Green River is taking a smoke break. When he looks up,
He spotted something sort of caught up on a log in the middle of the Russian River, and he thought maybe it's a dead animal. He decided to go down, get a closer look, and at that point, he realized it was another naked, dead woman.
police identify the body as 23-year-old Deborah Lynn Bonner. Her corpse is found less than half a mile from where Wendy Caulfield's was discovered only a month earlier. And the MO is strikingly similar.
She was also nude and had also been strangled. And when the detectives began to look into her death, they determined that she was also a prostitute.
Detective Dave Reichert of the King County Sheriff's Office catches the case and digs in.
Questions in my mind are, is this related? Are these two related? I knew they were in the river. I knew they were up against the river bank. I knew that they were submerged in water. All those things are kind of going through your mind.
But before Reichert can connect those murders, authorities discover two more young women in the Green River.
The bodies almost seem to be staged or placed. They were in the water. One woman was facing up, one woman was facing down with large rocks on them to keep them in that position. The killer had inserted rocks into their genitals. It was a horror scene.
40 years later, Reichert can still vividly recall the nightmarish tableau.
One of the victims was on her back and you could see her face. And one hand was loose in the river. And as the river swept over them slowly around that bend, her hand just kind of waved back and forth. And I remember thinking she's sort of saying, "Hey, I'm here. I'm right here. Help me." And those are memories, of course, that stay with you forever.
Investigators begin processing the scene, only to make another shocking discovery.
The grass is tall. It's filled with blackberry bushes. I was moving down the bank of the river and taking down some photographs. And we found another young female, Bud, laying in the tall grass. She was unclothed for the most part. Her bra was pulled up over the top of her breast. She had a ligature around her neck and had not been there very long.
It's like every time they arrive at a scene, there's multiple women. They find so much more than they ever bargained for. And it felt like they were dealing with something huge.
Police identify the three women as Cynthia Hines, Marcia Chapman, and Opal Mills.
Cynthia and Opal were only about 17 and 16 years old, respectively. They were actually friends. Marcia, on the other hand, was in her early 30s. She's a young mom, and she was a known sex worker.
All of these women had been strangled with ligatures of some kind, sometimes pieces of their own clothing, or just the bare hands of an assailant.
The striking similarities lead detectives to a grim conclusion.
We did believe we had a serial killer on our hands.
Word of the killings quickly spreads across the greater Seattle region.
In Seattle this morning, police are hunting a mass murderer, a sexual psychopath who preys on young prostitutes.
This story absolutely explodes. People immediately want to know what's being done.
I'm scared. I really am. I'm almost afraid to open up my doors.
So now we've gone from a couple of bodies found to 3 more, which brings us up to 5 over the course of the month. And the community is terrified, especially for their daughters, their sisters, their wives. It really felt like they were dealing with a madman on the loose. No one knew if they were safe.
In nearby Renton, Marcia and Gary Ridgway keep the increasingly alarming news from their young son, Matthew.
Do you ever talk about the Blue River killings? You said he never did to you, not to me.
But try as his parents may to shield him from the horrors, Matthew Ridgway will become forever linked to one of the most prolific serial killers in the history of American crime.
The victims of the Green River Killer, been called the Green River Killer ever since the first bodies were pulled from this river.
A lot of newspapers called them the Green River Killings, and he became the Green River Killer from that point on.
Police in King County, Washington are hunting a man dubbed the Green River Killer after discovering the bodies of 5 suspected prostitutes dumped in or near the river running through the Seattle suburbs.
The media, of course, wants answers right away. The families want answers right away.
The community is starting to get upset. I mean, there's literal protesting in the streets demanding, why haven't you found the predator that is terrorizing our community?
We're just at the beginning stages of the investigation. We don't have all the answers. So the pressure is intense and it's on immediately.
Although Marcia Ridgway and her 7-year-old son Matthew are living just 10 miles away from the crime scenes, they'll later tell investigators they are quite familiar with the killer's dumping ground.
Did you and your father ever go biking or walking along any rivers? And you said yesterday you specifically remember the Green River. And how old were you at that time? I don't have an age, but I was not old enough to have a bike. I was in a child seat. So he would actually ride you? Yes. You'd be on the back? Yes.
On your bicycle, did you ever stop and go swimming? Yeah, we did, on Green River. Down at Trudy, Mucky. Yes, it is.
And was it your understanding that your dad knew a lot of camping sites and wooded areas within 45 to 60 minutes of the house? We would take drives, and we'd pull off the side of the road and find little lost stream and pull in.
He liked going down there, as long as there wasn't a lot of other people around. It seemed to me that he didn't like being around lots of other people. It made him uncomfortable.
We would pretty much end up trying to stay away from campgrounds. And most of these are within an hour's drive of the SeaTac area, right? Yeah, pretty much, maybe a little more than an hour, but pretty much so.
Did you ever stop and have sex along the way?
Yes. James.
Whereabouts?
Lots of places. The banks, the tall grass, all of
During nighttime or during daytime?
nighttime and daytime both.
Marcia did ask Gary about what was happening with the bodies turning up at the rivers. And he would just be very dismissive of it. He acted very chill about the whole thing. Like, yeah, this is happening, but, you know, they're prostitutes.
With 5 murdered women on their hands and no leads, the task force gets an unexpected break 1 month into their investigation when 43-year-old Melvin Foster walks into the sheriff's office to file a report.
Melvin Foster is a cab driver who works primarily on the strip, and he tells investigators he feels that he has information that could help them find the killer.
This particular part of Seattle was known as the SeaTac Strip. It was sort of right by the airport and became a seedy area that included places like topless bars running 24/7. And obviously, with that, it brought a good deal of sex work to the streets. Melvin was very well versed on the strip area. He would often give these girls rides. He said, "It's Seattle, it's raining. They don't want to be standing out in the rain, so I'll give them a ride or I'll give them and their John a ride."
Foster suggests the killer could be a cab driver and volunteers to help detectives identify him.
Melvin gave off bad vibes from the beginning. He was really into younger women. He'd been married 5 different times. He was a former thief who had gone to jail for stealing a car.
Investigators are immediately suspicious. They ask Foster to take a polygraph test, and he fails it.
I sat down, I interviewed him. He at first denied knowing any of the victims. And then when pressed, he knew all of the victims, had them in his taxi cab.
It seemed like he wanted to be close to the investigation, and investigators are thinking, okay, is this the person we're looking for?
That was, I think, what really made the police feel that they were on the right path with Melvin.
Detectives begin round-the-clock surveillance on Foster, believing it's only a matter of time before he strikes again.
Not only that, they want to see, well, we have him under surveillance. If the murder stopped, this is another sign that he's our guy.
He was the primary suspect. He was an odd sort of person. He was intelligent, but he was just different.
You can see the footage in some of the interviews. He came off strange. He definitely made a few strange comments to reporters that really stood out to investigators.
Are you scared at all?
Scared, no. Right is for the guilty.
When you think of the profile of somebody who is targeting young women, he just seemed to be the right fit.
Police search Foster's house, but find nothing. Still, it doesn't quell their suspicions.
He's saying, like, I knew a lot of the girls, I take the girls different places. You know, I've been in a lot of these areas, I know these areas. So things like for them are matching up.
Here, did you kill all those women or what? No, but I wish I did. I did know who did.
When local cab driver Melvin Foster suddenly inserts himself into the Green River investigation in the autumn of 1982, it raises alarm bells for detectives. Unbeknownst to investigators, 32-year-old divorced dad Gary Ridgway is also raising the eyebrows of his colleagues at the Kenworth Truck Factory with his own strange behavior.
When I first met Gary, I just thought the weird little stuff he was saying was just like quirks. Some of the girls that worked there, he couldn't stand. He called them sluts. And that's all they wanted to do is hook up and get effed. And I was like, calm down, Gary. Every time he turns red, I know he's going to start saying crazy stuff. He would hide around the shop and stare at people. My sister-in-law would say stupid stuff to him. I used to tell her, what are you doing? You're poking a lion. Just keep in your mind that he could be the Green River Killer.
While the killer continues to elude authorities, he does leave another calling card. Only this time, it's nearly 6 miles away from the Green River.
Motorcyclists found the badly decomposed nude body of a woman Saturday night. Police do believe that this latest victim is related to the Green River case.
She's found in a new spot. This was a wooded area that was very close to the airport, but still pretty secluded, pretty well covered.
Police ID the body as Giselle Lavorne, a 17-year-old sex worker missing for over 2 months.
Giselle was smart. She had 145 IQ. She had a lot going for her. But then, of course, she met the wrong guy. And Giselle worked the streets in order to provide for her boyfriend / pimp.
Investigators soon realized they've stumbled upon another dumping site. The killer's change in dumping venues initially throws authorities.
I'm not sure how common it is to switch up your sites.
Another terrible discovery in the woods in South King County. They fear another victim of the Green River Killer.
Some suspect he's simply trying to stay one step ahead.
At the time, it was all over the media. So he was probably watching and following these stories and realized, okay, this is an area that they're watching very closely. So I think that was an act of self-preservation, honestly, to just kind of move a little bit where we're going to go to dump these bodies so that I can evade capture.
By the fall of 1982, police attribute 6 murdered and scores of missing sex workers to the Green River Killer.
People became frustrated, the media, the community, the command staff, politicians who were providing the money to fund the task force started to grow a little bit irritable.
They were mothers, they were daughters, and they were sisters, they were friends, they were loved by people and missed by people. They were important to somebody. And that's what really needed to register. And I think this became something people could relate to.
I was scared to death because they couldn't find him. They were finding bodies every week. I mean, they were just dropping like flies. I thought, man, this is horrifying. It's like a movie.
Marcia Ridgway is also growing increasingly concerned. The victims all worked in a SeaTac strip near her ex-husband Gary's place, a place their 7-year-old son Matthew often visits.
That's the strip where a lot of the prostitutes will walk because it's close to the airport and there's a bunch of cheap motels up and down there. And every time I've driven down that road, there's at least 20 of them just hanging out down there.
Is familiar with SeaTac Airport at all?
Yeah, he's familiar with SeaTac Airport. There was a bank machine. I know that he went over there and used it when we were married, which therefore I assume he used it after we were married because he always did before.
Marcia specifically fixated on the fact that Gary liked to take walks and go jogging in the area where these women were being abducted.
As time went on, people began to get nervous, wondering if if he's capable of killing these people over and over and over again, where you're finding bodies in clusters around the city. He's capable of anything.
With no other leads, detectives bring their main suspect back in for questioning, Melvin Foster. But the grilling goes nowhere.
He always denied it, that he had any direct part in the Green River killings. In fact, he told the task force he was going to sue them. He went to the local press. He said that they were harassing him.
More women were actually going missing while he was being tailed and surveilled. So it was starting to look more and more like he wasn't that guy.
By the spring of 1983, 21 sex workers are reported missing, including 18-year-old Marie Malvar. Only this time, there's a witness.
What happened was Marie ended up getting into a vehicle. This was a maroon truck, and what was distinctive about it was it had a spot of primer on it. And her boyfriend / pimp saw this from afar. He was watching, and he said it seemed like Marie was arguing with the guy a little bit, but then she got in and she drove away.
Marie's boyfriend had a bad feeling about it. He actually decided, I'm going to follow them. So he's following them, but then the maroon truck loses him and he can't find them.
Marie doesn't come back that night. So the next day, Marie's boyfriend goes to her father's house, tells him what he saw, and the father says, okay, you and I need to go find that truck.
The men search the surrounding area and eventually find what they believe is the same maroon pickup truck. It's parked in front of the home of a 34-year-old divorced dad and paint shop worker named Gary Ridgway. In early September 1983, Marie Malvar's family reports the missing 18-year-old sex worker's last known location to the local police, the home of 34-year-old divorced dad, Gary Ridgway. Police arrive to question Ridgway when his son Matthew is staying at his mother's.
The police officer who knocked on the door had actually gone to school with Gary Ridgway, so they knew each other. And the police basically asked, hey, do you know this girl, Marie? Gary said no. Do you know where she is? No. Is there anybody here with you? No. And the police left. They didn't ask to go inside. They didn't look inside. They didn't press him any further.
That's as far as it goes, which to a lot of people may seem crazy with so many women going missing and being murdered.
Marie was considered a missing person and was added to a list of names that were actively being investigated. And her story just kind of faded into the background.
For his part, Gary Ridgway quietly returns to his job at the Kenworth Truck Factory. And spending weekends with his son Matthew, returns 11 that same month.
He loved his son. He'd say he was a good kid. And he was proud of him and stuff. He talked about how smart he was.
But while Gary and his son retreat to their happy home, outside, the darkness grows. By the end of November 1983, police have recovered the bodies of 13 young women and list an additional 25 missing. Investigators look for a pattern to the locations but can't find one. However, they do find other similarities.
The one thing that's connecting all of these cases to each other was the cause of death. All of these women were strangled.
It's a fetish Marcia Ridgway knows well at the hands of her ex-husband, Gary.
Did he ever try to choke you? From behind?
From behind. And was choking me. And it was getting tighter and tighter. And I thought it was somebody else. There was somebody else there. And I started screaming. And then I realized that it was him. And I started fighting him. And he finally let go and he kind of pushed me.
But you know it was Gary.
I know it was Gary.
Marcia said the sex became more aggressive, a little more violent, that they were going into some things that she wasn't very comfortable with, experimenting with a little bit of bondage and BDSM. And this was scary for Marcia. She really did not like it.
The marriage between Marcia and Gary was a very unequal and toxic one. He was very controlling with her, and I think that this stemmed from his first wife leaving him for somebody else. That level of rejection for him, he never wanted to feel it again. Gary Ridgway's first wife, Claudia, he basically married her right out of high school.
The two of them had a little bit of a whirlwind romance. One could say it was highly physical. And then they got married at the end of the summer.
After graduation, Gary enlists in the Navy and is deployed to the Philippines.
While he was away, Claudia started seeing somebody else. And by the time he got back, she was in another relationship. So this marriage ended very poorly.
I think Gary Ridgway, who was so susceptible to profound feelings of rejection and abandonment, lashes out. And he accuses her, well, you must be a prostitute if you're off sleeping with other people.
On May 8, 1983, authorities discover what they believe is the Green River Killer's 14th victim when they find the body of 21-year-old Carol Ann Christensen in a wooded area southeast of Seattle. But some members on the task force aren't so sure.
When Carol's body was found, it was completely different from all of the other victims. She was found with an empty bottle of wine in her hand, and there were fish laid across her body. Another weird thing was she was dressed, but her clothes had been put on backwards.
It was just a bizarre scene that seemed very meticulously staged, almost in a ritualistic way. And it was very head scratching for investigators.
And there's another anomaly. Unlike most of the other victims, Carol Christensen isn't a sex worker.
She was a single mother raising a child, and she had just gotten a job working at a restaurant. On her second day at this job, she was scheduled to come back that evening for the dinner shift. She never came back to work that night. She never went back home to be with her young daughter. And everybody who knew Carol knew this was completely out of character.
The detective that was working that had pretty much eliminated her ex-husband, and it pretty much come to a dead end.
There were detectives that believed that it wasn't connected, but there were those of us who said, "Look, she's been strangled, and she's been placed in the woods, and we're in the middle of a serial murder case where females strangled, placed in the woods, should be on our list as a possible potential Green River victim."
Reichert and his colleagues win out. Carol Ann Christensen is not only declared the Green River Killer's 14th victim, she may hold the key to crack the case wide open.
They found a very small amount of semen on the outside of her clothing, and that was collected basically for a blood type analysis.
We're looking for actually a blood type because DNA was not a science. It was too soon. Science was not quite there yet.
In the early 1980s, DNA analysis hasn't become standard in criminal investigations. So authorities preserve the sample, hoping one day it will prove the linchpin in their case and finally bring the Green River Killer to justice.
Medical examiners pick up the remains in a relatively small bundle, ready again for autopsy. Detectives say they expected to find one skeleton after a skull was found Saturday, but the unexpected discovery of 3 has left them shaken.
Over the following weeks, they would go on to find 4 more bodies in this same area, this cluster. And one of these women was 18-year-old Mary Bridget Meehan. She was 8 months pregnant.
Unlike the other victims, Meehan does not come from a broken home.
She was born to an Irish Catholic family. She was very religious. This was a very good family. With Bridget's parents, they cared very deeply, and they tried to protect her. But in the end, she did end up getting in with the wrong crowd, even though she was very smart. Every couple of weeks, another girl's body was turning up. Every time you turned on the news or opened the paper, you saw new Green River Killer victim found.
In January of 1984, a new sheriff was appointed and right away said, "We need to do something about this case. And we're going to put together an enhanced task force because the bodies were piling up, because we had so many leads. We just needed help."
By the end of 1984, authorities have recovered a total of 27 bodies. 14 women are still missing. Because the tip linking Gary Ridgway with Marie Malvar is never registered with the task force, investigators are left with one viable suspect.
Did you kill all those women or what? No, but I wish I did. I wish I did know who did.
I talked to the detectives and I asked, who are your suspects? Who is your best suspect? And David's best suspect at the time was Melvin Foster.
When Foster suddenly puts his car up for sale, an undercover officer buys it for $1,200, hoping a thorough search will provide them with the evidence they need.
We discovered new photographs in the trunk of his car of young prostitutes. We found women's clothing and underwear hidden under the mat and under the back seat.
They comb it top to bottom, but in terms of evidence, they come up with nothing.
Then, in 1985, just like that, the killings appear to stop.
A lot of times this will happen if a suspect was maybe arrested on other charges. Maybe the suspect died without investigators ever knowing who this person was. Maybe they had a big life change that just, maybe they moved away. I mean, there are things that can happen that kind of trigger these cooling off periods in a serial killer investigation.
To go from that sort of volume to really not seeing much movement at all kind of made things a lot more difficult. You know, people just don't stop killing out of the blue. Serial killers continue to kill until they're caught. So this was very hard to work with for the Green River Task Force.
But the killer doesn't disappear before first passing a macabre milestone. He becomes the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history, with a body count in the 40s.
The number of bodies is almost hard for us to even wrap our head around. At a certain point, they stop being individuals and it starts being a statistic.
It was terribly depressing working these cases and not solving them and thinking there's other victims out there and in some way, you know, we're responsible for that. I was burned out. I'd gone too many scenes, too many wounds, too many dead bodies.
As the task force stalls, life for Gary Ridgway heats up when he begins dating 41-year-old Judith Mawson.
Judith had been coming out of an abusive relationship herself. And so when she meets Gary, he's sort of like the all-American man, and they connected immediately. It was almost like love at first sight between the two of them.
She thought he was handsome and strong and safe, and he was good to her. I think that's what attracted her more than anything. The way he treated her, the way that he made her feel about herself.
Eventually, Judith found out that Gary was the father of Matthew, and Judith got to know Matthew, and she really, really liked the boy. They went on bicycle rides, they went camping, they went hiking.
Hiking in the same woods, the Green River Killer's secretly depositing his victims. Then, years after Marie Malvar is last seen climbing into a dark red pickup of an unknown John, the task force learns the identity of the man she was last seen with. Gary Ridgway. They also discover Ridgway had been picked up for soliciting prostitution 3 years earlier in 1982. Investigators ask Ridgway to come in for an interview, and he readily agrees.
He had this very open tone. He'd be like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" And Gary basically said, "Yes, I've had sex with prostitutes before, but I didn't kill any of them." And then they asked him to take a polygraph, and he said, "Okay."
It's somewhat unclear what happened with Ridgway's polygraph, but it's been widely reported that he passed.
It definitely wasn't the smoking gun they were looking for. And in light of that, they let him go.
Once again, the case stalls. That's when investigators get a surprising offer from an unlikely ally.
We received a letter from Ted Bundy, who was in prison in Stark, Florida. And the letter said, "I've been following this case, and I believe that I can be of some help. Don't ask why I think I could be of help, but just know that I know I might be able to help you and your investigators get into the mind of a serial killer."
At the time, Bundy is the most notorious captured serial killer in American history. Suspected of killing over 30 women across 7 states between 1974 and 1978. Detectives fly to Florida to meet with Bundy on death row.
I remember when I first met him, and he was so excited, wanted to shake hands, said, "Pleasure to meet you and have you here in my prison." And I remember thinking, how many lives Is his hand squeezed out and snuffed out.
The men talked for hours, with Bundy offering some surprising insights.
One thing that Ted Bundy did say was he believed that the Green River Killer, whoever he might be, could be returning to the scenes and having sex with the dead bodies of his victims.
Ted Bundy infamously is also a necrophile, so it's almost like he could see the monster in himself playing out in the Green River Killer. Nobody at that point had even considered that the Green River Killer was also a necrophile. It's a whole different layer of disgusting.
In June 1986, the skeletal remains of 19-year-old Kimberly Nelson, a known sex worker last seen on the SeaTac Strip 3 years earlier, are discovered in a wooded area 35 miles east of Seattle. Paige Miley, Nelson's associate, tells detectives that after her friend disappeared, she was approached by a strange man in his mid-30s driving a maroon pickup truck.
She was actually able to sit down with investigators and give a description of this man that led to what was really the first comprehensive, usable sketch to be presented in this case.
You could tell it was scary. It's a mirror image. The hair, the piercing eyes, the nose, everything, it looked just like him.
Shortly after police released the sketch, 20-year-old Rebecca Gard comes forward with this claim about a man who picked her up.
He got angry and he knocked me down and he started choking me and pushed my face into the ground. I couldn't even talk. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't do nothing.
He probably wanted to do something.
I felt like I was his little revenge toy or something. You know, he was taking all his anger out on me. And as I had the chance, when he stopped, I grabbed my purse and ran and got away.
Gard recalls the man was also driving a dark-colored pickup truck with a canopy top over the bed. And he's a dead ringer for the composite sketch.
She says, yes, that looks like my attacker. And then she starts going through mugshots, and she picks out the mugshot of Gary Ridgway.
Based on 2 eyewitness accounts, investigators believe they are zeroing in on the Green River Killer, 37-year-old divorced dad, Gary Leon Ridgway.
They had Gary's photo in the system. When they showed it to Paige Miley and Rebecca Gardway, they said, that's him.
Rebecca coming forward with her story and ultimately identifying Ridgway as her attacker was really what put him in the forefront as the prime suspect.
Police immediately placed Ridgway under surveillance.
They followed him, they watched him, they saw him going to the strip, they saw him talking to women, but he never killed anybody.
On April 7, 1987, police searched Ridgway's vehicles, home, and work locker.
One of my friends called me at home and said, you're not going to believe this. They came and got a bunch of stuff from Gary. They took his clothes and everything. It felt like a punch in my stomach.
Investigators combed through every item in Gary Ridgway's possession, looking for anything that might connect him to the murders. The news leaves Gary's son, Matthew, who was 12 years old at the time, confused.
Did your mom tell you about the Green River investigation?
She told me about the Green River investigation. She asked me if I knew what it was.
Did she tell you that your father was under investigation?
I don't remember if she told me that if he was arrested or if he was under investigation, but there was questions and they were asking my dad. The media came to me that I wasn't to say no comment. Okay.
Did your father ever talk to you?
No. Marcia told Matthew to say no comment, most likely because she didn't want him involved. She didn't want his face on the news. She didn't want him to be known as the son of a potential killer or even a suspected killer.
Perhaps no one's more shocked than Ridgway's new girlfriend, Judith Mawson.
He was reassuring me that everything would be okay. It was painful. Judith was crying. She was sobbing into his chest and asking, "What is happening? Why are they talking to you?" And she said that Gary was calm, matter of fact. He just simply said, "The police are doing their job and they're looking at a lot of different individuals. He made a mistake. They got the wrong guy. Everything's going to be fine."
I can't even imagine how frustrating this entire investigation must have been for the task force, because now they've had multiple strong leads and they have another really strong lead pointing them to Gary Ridgway.
However, the police found nothing, literally nothing, nothing in his house, nothing in his car, nothing in his locker, completely clean.
Gary Ridgway came off as a normal, loving dad, a doting husband.
1 year later, Ridgway's luck continues to improve when he and his girlfriend Judith Mawson marry.
They have a lovely little intimate wedding. A neighbor hosts it in their yard. One of his coworkers is his best man. It's just a very happy, joyful time. Judith really loved Gary's son, Matthew, and Matthew spent a lot of time at the house with Gary and Judith. They really blended their families in a pretty seamless and beautiful way, and they had a lovely life together.
You make me feel like a newlywed, right?
It seems Gary is finally ready to turn the page on his contentious divorce with his ex.
Gary shows up at Marcia's house with a box of women's lingerie and clothing items. And he insists that these must be things that she left at the house. And Marcia tells him, "Well, these are all items from a much smaller woman. Take them back." And he goes, "Oh, well, I thought they were yours." And he just leaves the box at her house in an almost perverse way of letting her know that he's having sex with other women.
As Gary and his new bride quietly enjoy their life together, the Green River Task Force continues to stall. In 1989, it disbands entirely, bringing its 6-year manhunt to a painful end.
I was angry about that. All those years of beating your head against the wall with all that information, I packed all my stuff up in a little cardboard box. So, after all that effort, this is it.
I think people really felt like this was a cold case and that they may never know what happened to these women or who was responsible for their deaths.
Nearly 40 murders remain unsolved. Close to a decade passes without the discovery of any new bodies. It seems like the Green River Killer's long shadow over the Seattle area is finally receding. But Dave Reichert can't let it go. In 1997, he's appointed King County Sheriff and reopens the case.
Pictures of their faces and the pictures of the sites where they were found are still fresh in my mind.
To be able to all of a sudden be in a position now to make that decision, we're going to solve this case.
Reichert's recently heard of a new cutting-edge technology that might finally help crack it. DNA testing.
There was a lot more discussion about DNA science and the progression of DNA science and where it was, the possibilities of some lab being able to examine our DNA evidence.
They were able to collect semen from 3 of the victims. They also had some DNA from the suspects. They had some saliva. They also had a little bit of hair.
If investigators can connect the victims' DNA samples to those collected from the potential suspects, it could be the smoking gun they need to bring the mysterious killer's nearly 20-year reign of terror to an end. Two decades after the discovery of the Green River Killer's first victim, Sheriff Dave Reichert is on the verge of cracking the deadliest cold case in American history.
The crime lab called Dave Reichert and they said they think that they had enough to potentially make a connection.
In 2001, the Washington Crime Lab matches the DNA profile of the semen found on one of the victims to a suspect. Reichert recalls the moment he received the landmark news.
I looked at Tom and I said, Tom, are you trying to tell me that we caught the guy? And he just kind of like smiled a little bit. And then he reached into his pocket and pulled out this envelope and he handed it to me. He says, yeah, Dave, and his name is in here. I opened it up and it's the mugshot of Ridgway when he was arrested in early 1982 for patronizing a prostitute. It's quite an emotional moment.
Gary Ridgway, the unsuspecting father, husband, and factory worker. On November 30th, 2001, after nearly 2 decades terrorizing the Seattle region and captivating the nation, investigators quietly arrest Gary Ridgway at his job at the Kenworth Truck Factory.
They actually just let him finish his shift and they confronted him as he was walking out of the building. And allegedly, when they read him his rights and arrested him, he just sort of said, okay.
As he walked past me, I looked him straight in the eye. And he looked at me and I said, gotcha, asshole.
My brother called me and he said, guess what? They caught the Green River Killer. And I said, his name wasn't Gary Ridgway, was it? And he goes, how did you know? I've been telling you I worked with him at Kenworth. I was one of the fools because he could be charming. He could be fun. He could be helpful. He's a very intelligent person.
Police bring in Ridgway's 26-year-old son, Matthew, now serving with the Marines in California, for questioning.
Suffice to say, this information, this disclosure that your father was arrested for these crimes came as a complete surprise to you. Is that right? Oh, yes. You had no idea, never given any indication of the other than the one conversation you had with your mother.
Yes. But I can picture in my head right now the Ted Bundy thing, to where he's one guy 1 minute, another guy the other minute. And
is that how you see your father?
Right now, yes.
When you listen to those tapes, Matthew's behavior and emotional range was very underwhelming, very flat and two-dimensional. I get the sense that Matthew was torn between what he thought of his dad, protecting his dad, and then his love for his dad, versus the reality of what was going on and trying to accept it.
He couldn't fathom this man, the man he knew, the man he loves, being the Green River Killer. It wasn't possible to him.
Gary's wife of 13 years, Judith, is also in shock.
I was in shock that day when I heard someone driving up in the driveway, and I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it, but it has happened. It was like a brick wall dropped in front of me and didn't know what to do. Everything stopped.
When you hear this for the first time, your reaction is, no way. There's no way. I know my dad, or I know my husband. There's absolutely no way. They've got this completely wrong. So you basically have a cube. And on this side of the cube is the killer, the hunter, the predator. And on this side of the cube is the father, husband, caretaker. And it depends on which side of the cube you want to show to the person you're dealing with.
On December 18th, 2001, Ridgway enters court and makes this stunning declaration.
Mr. Ridgway, his plea is not guilty to all charges.
Ridgway said
you don't have anything on me. You have my DNA on prostitutes. And you already know that I was with a lot of prostitutes. I admitted that outright. So why wouldn't my DNA be found on them?
Prosecutors know DNA evidence alone will not be enough for a conviction. But they have another ace up their sleeve. When investigators examine the work coveralls Ridgway wore while spray painting trucks at his job, they notice small specks of paint. They then re-examine the clothing and ligatures recovered from several victims and discover similar paint specks.
It was a very specific kind of paint that was high end and only found on trucks and essentially what Gary did for a living. And that confirmed that he had killed Wendy Caulfield, Deborah Bonner, and Deborah Estes.
Paint evidence. It blew the defense attorney away. Then they came to us and said, we want to make a deal.
But police are only able to connect Ridgway to 7 of his nearly suspected 50 victims.
Detectives and prosecutors realized the only way we are going to be able to get the confirmation for the victims' families, the only way we're going to be able to truly close these cases is if he confesses.
So we ended up making a deal with the dump.
Prosecutors tell Ridgway if he will make a full confession and help them recover the bodies of any other victims, they won't push for the death penalty.
Despite the fact that he had killed so many other people, Gary Ridgway was absolutely afraid of dying. And so if the only way to live was to tell the truth, then he would do that.
We're going out to 410 day road trip.
Road trip.
Father's Day, oh my God, fathers. Yeah. Thank you.
We're not gonna go over to the Museum of Flight today. It's free for Father's Day. Yes,
Go there for lunch.
yeah.
Are we going out to the first one or going out with the first one that comes to us? Do you know yet?
What order? Do you want him to go from first to last?
Whoever's best. Whoever's best.
First, the first coming in, not number one. One by the, we're looking for a road off the right. Dirt road, and that's always right across from here. Wrong so much.
If we were to locate any one of these sites, would make the rest of them easier for you to find.
Some, there'll be a body of across a guardrail and one by a milepost. And then one be by the, I feel I told you back there, and then one by the water, and then the one about through here.
On Father's Day 2003, Ridgway leads investigators to the remains of 3 additional victims, including that of Marie Malvar, last seen with Ridgway when she disappeared in April 1983.
It really came full circle because Marie was really the first victim to point investigators in Ridgway's direction all those years ago when her boyfriend and her father found Ridgway's truck.
Looking back now, investigators believe that Marie may have been present in that home at the time that police came to question him. They were just so close so many times. It's heartbreaking.
5 months later, Gary Ridgway finally brings the case to a close.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
When he pleads guilty to 48 counts of aggravated first-degree murder.
Judith was sitting on the sofa in her home, holding hands with her best friend. And together they watched Gary say those words, guilty, guilty, guilty. She told me that when she saw the tears running down Gary's face, she saw his lips quivering. And she thought, my God, this is it. He really is a killer.
You son of a bitch, why did you do this to me? Why did you put me through all this?
Afternoon.
With the Green River Killer now unmasked, prosecutors and investigators spend the next 5 months plumbing the depraved depths of his mind.
We're gonna replay Gary is gonna try and lots memories by starting at the beginning.
Starting at the beginning.
First thing we want to talk about is the first one.
That was Cofield. Picked her up on Pacific Highway. Asked if she was dating and what I wanted.
What was her reply?
Yeah, I'll date you. Date you.
So we arrive at your spot.
Right at the spot. I get behind her. And as soon as I came and she kind of relaxed, you know, that's when I jumped on her and started choking her.
It's not even so much what he said. It was the way he said it. He was so matter of fact, so level. Like he was talking about what he had for lunch.
He's so disconnected and so nonchalant about his crimes that just seeing him on a screen makes me feel sick to my stomach.
Say, stop moving and I'll let you go. And that was over and over and over again. But I wasn't gonna let her go. That was just my way of lying to her. Keep her from fighting. She stopped fighting and then just kept on choking.
Ridgway then makes an even more shocking claim. His body count isn't 49 women, it's nearly 70. And his most disturbing revelation is yet to come. After admitting to killing 70 women during his 2-decade rampage, Gary Ridgway finally comes clean about a victim detectives originally debated was even one of his kills. Single mother Carol Ann Christensen, who Ridgway now admits to killing, then dressing backwards and posing with food items. And in another revelation, Ridgway confesses that, unlike all his other victims, he and Carol Ann had actually been dating.
I think they were on maybe their third date. They'd had consensual sex. She was, going to be running late for a shift and they were engaged in sexual activity. She said, hey, I have to get going. Can you hurry up? And he completely lost his mind.
She heard me when she did as a time. Didn't have time for me. Didn't text her.
So you had to kill her.
Did you kill her?
Did you care for her, Gary?
I cared for her, yes. I cared for her.
Buy the fish and sausage, Gary.
Asked to us throwing away.
So were these things you didn't eat?
It did her anymore.
So she was like the garbage in the refrigerator, Gary?
Yes, she was.
While Ridgway has almost a photographic memory for the locations where he dumped the 49 bodies, he remembers little about the women themselves.
He didn't look at these women or these young girls as human beings. He said that they knew they were going to die and they begged for their lives. He didn't care.
They meant nothing to you. You never felt one thing for these women.
No, I didn't. No. Didn't feel one thing for him.
Ridgway put sex workers into a category. They were worthless. There was no reason to have any empathy for them because they were society's throwaways.
When I killed him, that's what got me my gratification. I killed him. The idea was kill, kill, kill.
I think that's normal here.
It's not normal, no.
All he cared about was the pleasure that and the power that he got from killing them. And then they were just like objects to be used. and trash to be discarded when he was done with them.
Investigators continued probing Ridgway's mind, hoping to discover what turned him into one of the most prolific serial killers in history. He cites his experience with sex workers while stationed in the Philippines during the Vietnam War as part of his motivation.
So this was your first experience?
This was the first experience.
Did you catch any diseases?
Yeah, I caught 3 to 4 times different kind of, venereal disease.
Ridgway also reveals that it was the breakup of his second marriage to Marcia and his loss of custody to Matthew that really pushed him over the edge.
Did you love her?
And I loved her, yeah. And I hated her when we got a divorce.
She wanted to stay together.
Yeah. We wanted to stay together, have a family.
Man,
Yeah, I was mad.
There's a misunderstanding that psychopaths have no emotion. They have a lot of emotions: anger, arrogance. They certainly can develop relationships. How deep do their emotions go? How deep do their feelings go to their kids? We don't know.
Tell me when you first started having fantasies about hurting prostitutes. I'm saying right after the separation and divorce of Marcia.
These women have nothing to do with your ex-wife. Why?
Well, they were my scapegoat. I couldn't kill my ex-wife. I couldn't kill her.
You get caught.
Just didn't get caught. I could kill a prostitute and have a lot less chance of getting caught.
Ridgway also claims that meeting Judith Mawson, his current wife, in 1985 curbed his urge to kill.
She was good alone. I cared for her. Just
you shared it.
I still care for her.
You love her?
Mm-hmm. That's one of the major reasons why I stopped. I slowed down and it stopped completely.
There was definitely something about Judith that tapped into some tiny bit of humanity in Gary.
Gary told me in an interview that he loved Judith and he thought she was the best woman for him. And he even told me that if he had met her earlier, maybe he wouldn't have killed as many women. I asked Judith over and over and over, did you ever witness Gary losing his temper? Did he mistreat you? And she said, Penny, being married to Gary was the absolute best time of my life. He never mistreated me. It was completely unbelievable to her that the other Gary existed.
Judith wouldn't see any signs because what signs would we be looking for? He's not psychotic. Most of the signs are things that we get out of serial killer fiction and film. Those are not signs in ordinary relationships.
Gary was incredibly successful at convincing the world that he was Ned Flanders, that he was completely harmless, that he was just a nice guy and a good family man.
How did he keep his shit together? How did he keep himself so hidden during those times, going back to his wife, coming to work and talking with us? I'm thinking he was in a battle. He's in a battle for good and evil. And evil usually won.
Gary also confirms fellow serial killer Ted Bundy's shocking prediction to police. He had, in fact, returned to some of his victims' corpses.
All right. So then you said, you like to go back and have sex. You wanted to have them so you could have kind of like a collection of bodies that you could go have sex with. And then you said, but I didn't really go back and have sex with them.
No, I think I counted 11 out of them. I had sex with them afterwards.
Necrophilia is all about power and control, which is all Gary was seeking his entire life. If you have sex with a live human, they can say no, they can reject you. A dead body can't do that. He had ownership and control over those women.
Ridgway admits that his desire to kill quickly became an urge he simply could not control.
Just loved killing women. When I started killing, He just kept on killing me. Wanted sex and it's easy and he didn't have no morals and everything, so that didn't, conscience didn't stop me.
Killing women, strangling women, he was good at it, and it was his career. And he was proud of it. He really thought he was the best serial killer out there.
Just when investigators think it can't get any worse, Ridgway drops his biggest bombshell yet. To help accomplish his unspeakable objectives, the evil father used the person closest to him, his son, Matthew.
Gary from the outside looked so normal that it was almost impossible to imagine that anything else could have been going on.
Yeah, why do you think you didn't have any conscience or morals? Think you were born without it?
I had conscience until back when I was younger, but after a while it hardened up and I didn't have any more.
What was that?
I mean, I was in control of my life when I was out killing, and there was nobody could tell me what to do. You just go out and kill one person and act pretty normal the next day.
Not only could Ridgway control his two worlds, he could also merge them to achieve his unspeakable ends. To appear less threatening, the father would occasionally take his young son Matthew with him to help lure his victims.
You killed one of the girls when Matthew was with you, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, some people would think that was kind of an unusual activity, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you enjoy about doing it? How did you feel any differently about killing her while Matthew was in the car with you?
I feel a little bit of remorse. Matthew asked a few questions, but
What did Matthew ask?
he asked me where the lady was, and I said she was walking home. Killing her with Matthew by, it wasn't the right thing to do.
Detectives asked Gary what he would have done if Matthew had gotten out of the truck and seen him. His response is chilling.
If he had observed you kill one of the women, would you have killed him?
No, probably not. I don't know.
Possibly not.
It's possible.
Would he have? Who knows? But that he gave thought to that his ability to keep doing what he was doing was far more important than his son's life. That tells me he doesn't have a deep sense of attachment to his son. His son is expendable.
Mr. Ridgway, the time has come for the final chapter of your reign of terror in our community. Today has been a long time coming for the brutal murders that you committed.
1 month after Ridgway pleads guilty, he's sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole.
They made sure that he would never, ever get out of prison. They knew that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars.
During that hearing, several of the victims' families stand and condemn Ridgway for his unconscionable actions.
Today is not about Gary Ridgway, but about my sister, Cynthia Jean Hines, and the other 47 women whose lives he chose to take. For the past 20 some odd years, my family and our lives have been like a roller coaster. But today that roller coaster has ended. She was just an immature teenager trying to find her way in life before it was snuffed out by Gary Ridgway. I will never forgive him for that. He's gonna go to hell, and that's where he belongs.
I was only 5 when my mother died, and when my dad told me that she was never coming home. I found out on Mother's Day.
Giselle was a wonderful, caring, loving young girl. A few months after she disappeared, I received a phone call saying her body. We miss her every day. It will never stop.
Not a day goes by over these years that I haven't wondered what she would have become.
There are many things I would like to say about my sister Mary Mia and the short life she had, but I feel it would fall upon deaf ears from the one individual, Gary Ridgway, who needs to hear it the most. He doesn't care. He could care less.
You've robbed me of my oldest sister. You robbed my son of his auntie. You offered her a ride and persuaded her to get into your car. May God have no mercy on your soul. You are in one word evil. I heard that she struggled for her life. And I told my mom, I said, how am I supposed to live knowing that? How am I supposed to go through this life knowing that in my mind?
It was devastating to listen to. The impact statements were obviously emotional. There were moments where it almost appeared that Gary Ridgway himself was getting emotional about some of these victims.
I'm sorry for killing these ladies. They had their whole lives ahead of them. I'm sorry for causing so much pain to so many families.
One of the moments that really struck me was the father who told Ridgway, I forgive you.
Mr. Ridgway, there are people here that hate you. I'm not one of them. I forgive you for what you've done. You've made it difficult to live up to what I believe, and that is what God says to do. That's to forgive. And he doesn't say to forgive just certain people. He says to forgive all. So you are forgiven, sir.
And seeing Ridgway actually have an emotional reaction to that, I think that was profound.
Gary was sort of forced in that moment to feel the weight of what he had done.
In looking at your life, it comes as no surprise that you had such little disregard for the lives of your victims. You violated the sanctity of every relationship in your life, including your own son. When he was of a tender age, you even used his existence and presence as a means to gain the confidence of your victims.
In the years since Ridgway's conviction, other skeletal remains have been found in wooded areas surrounding Seattle. Some believe they are Ridgway's additional victims.
I don't know if we'll ever know the exact magnitude of Gary Ridgway's kills. He was put away for 48. He confessed to upwards of 75. My instinct is to believe that that's true, but that's something that we just may never get the answer to.
I'm sure there are certain places where more victims of his are, but he kept those to himself as his little secret, something to hold on to as he sits in his cell for the rest of his life, knowing his precious properties out there not being disturbed by law enforcement or human hands of any kind.
Whatever secrets Gary Ridgway still has, he will likely take to his grave. The 73-year-old serial killer continues serving his life sentence in solitary confinement at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. Not much is known about his son Matthew or his wife Marcia. Both avoid the public spotlight. And Gary's third wife, Judith, has changed her name and lives in an undisclosed location. All because of the sins of the father.
Right. You were the Green River Killer.
I don't know how I get it out of my head to get it to you. It didn't mean anything to me. Just killing them and get rid of them.
But I know as you walk out of this courtroom, at the end of the day, after Mr. Ridgway has been sentenced and gone, I know that your heart will still be heavy with sorrow. I ask you to remember those 48 young women as people who had unexplored dreams, hopes, aspirations, and families that love them deeply. Hold on to those memories, cherish those memories, and try to abandon the others. Mr. Ridgway, I trust that your lawyers have shared with you the letters written by the victim families. I hope you read those letters and hope you heard the message of their families as they poured out their emotions then and today, describing the young victims as real persons who were loved and had lives in front of them. While you could not face them as you took their lives, if you have a drop of emotion anywhere in your existence, you will face those young women in your dreams and private thoughts of your grisly deeds. And sir, if you have that drop of emotion, you will be haunted for the balance of your life.
It's a crime that shook us all to the core.
A Colorado man gets life in prison for killing his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters.
Trying to stuff your daughter into this little tiny hole is really beyond comprehension.
And shattered the carefully curated image posted online.
Hey guys, I'm here with my little munchkins.
They just seem like they were like the perfect, happy American family. You have this middle-aged couple, married, young kids, pregnant wife, and you get to be kind of like a voyeur. You get to peek in.
I mean, you really felt like you were her friend. I mean, she took photos of everything, reported everything, posted everything.
But as we've seen recently, what happens online isn't always real.
Investigators believe Brian holds vital information on the disappearance of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito.
There's a mismatch between what you share and your life.
Houston Instagram influencer who disappeared was scared for her life. There have been reports that she wanted a divorce.
Everybody's performing, and the pressure to keep that up is a 24-hour job.
Now our experts examine all the media in the Watts case to reveal what was really happening behind the scenes.
That's a unique thing that I don't think we've really ever seen before. We were watching everything as it really happened on video.
He didn't normally come out through the garage. Why?
Come in, Chris.
If you look at his mannerisms, I think there's signs there that there's a lot of frustrations.
The real Watts family was not what social media portrayed.
He had spent so much time in front of the camera, to some degree acting.
I just want them back.
It's like, what did I miss? Let's look at it again. Is there something that we're not seeing?
I just want them to come back.
Frederick, Colorado is a beautiful, bucolic, middle America type town in the northern suburbs of Denver. It's a place where I bet you every neighbor would say, all of that stuff, that happens somewhere else, not in our backyard.
This is definitely not a high crime area. The area that I live in, it's very, it's quiet, secluded. There are children playing, riding their bikes and they're skateboarding, shooting hoops.
But on August 13th, 2018, a dark reality casts a shadow over this picture-perfect neighborhood.
Shanann Watts and her two girls, 3 and 4 years old, are all missing. Watts is 15 weeks pregnant.
If you're hearing this, or you're out there, please let somebody know we're okay.
I got the phone call that said my neighbors are missing, and everybody was kind of just in shock.
34-year-old Shanann and her two daughters, Bella and Cece, have seemingly disappeared.
Shanann and the baby girls were precious. I saw them many times in the backyard, swinging and playing, and they were the happiest little things. They just seemed like they were the perfect, happy American family, living the dream.
Hey guys, so I'm here with my little munchkins. Hi.
Shanann Watts has lived in Frederick, Colorado for 6 years with her husband, Chris, and their two daughters. The missing mom is also pregnant.
Mommy has a baby in her belly.
There was so much evidence on Facebook and social media that everything was wonderful. The girls were always put together. Shanann was always upbeat and talking about how wonderful her husband was.
He's the best thing that has ever happened to me.
But scrolling back 10 years on Shanann's social media page shows life wasn't always so easy for the North Carolina native.
Shanann was definitely driven as a person. I think it came from a deep down desire to get out of her own holes and hard places in life.
She went through a really dark time in her life previously, and she was really unhappy. She struggled with her health.
I thought my life was crumbling underneath me and I didn't know which way to turn. I didn't have a lot of friends at the time because a lot of my friends I did have, I lost because they didn't understand that I looked perfectly fine and I felt horribly inside. Horribly. I quit my job of 9 years. I just said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore.
In May 2010, Shanann's lifelong health issues are diagnosed as lupus. That same year, she meets fellow North Carolinian Chris Watts.
I met Chris because my friend sent me a friend suggestion.
What really got her was on their first date, she got a migraine, and Chris let her lay down on his lap. And then she woke up like 3 hours later and she was still in his lap. He hadn't moved. And that was it for her. Like, he didn't judge her. He accommodated her needs without being asked.
But one thing led to another. And 8 years later, we have 2 kids. We live in Colorado, and he's the best thing that has ever happened to me. He knew me at my worst, and he accepted me. And, through vows, like through sickness and everything, he's been there.
Chris had been essentially marketed as this really sweet guy who came to her when she needed him and had been an amazing husband and still was an amazing husband. I mean, as far as social media was concerned,
Shortly after marrying in November of 2012, Chris and Shanann moved to Frederick, Colorado, where Chris finds work as an oil field worker.
Chris got a new job. They decided they were going to follow their American dream and start new in Colorado. It's a kind of small town. I think people probably felt great about living there. Felt like this was a safe, beautiful place to raise a family.
A year after the move, the couple welcomes their first child, Bella. 19 months later, Shanann gives birth to another daughter, Celeste, nicknamed Cece.
They were lovely children. They're like, hi, lady, hi, lady. And we would have just a verbal interaction because our porches are so close. They would have their little wagon out in the front, and Chris would be pulling them around in the wagon. They were outside doing the family thing.
Shanann also finds work again as a marketing representative for a weight loss supplement called Thrive.
She had lupus. She had some other conditions, and she wanted to be home with her kids and also work and bring an income for the family. She was a go-getter. It was actually kind of fitting for somebody like her.
Because of her job, online sales, Shanann is regularly posting. She's a huge Facebook person. She's got a lot of followers. Every day, basically, her life is on Facebook, and it all looks great.
She really saw a connection with what she could do online, making sales and revenue, but also more importantly, like to really truly just help other people achieve a better life for themselves and a better identity.
But Shanann's job requires frequent travel. Just before 2 a.m. on the morning of August 13th, 2018, she returns from a 2-day business trip to Arizona, captured here on her home's doorbell camera.
It was later than they had expected. She wasn't going to get as much sleep as she wanted to get. She rolls her suitcase up and inside, and that's it.
Hi, Cece. My name's Nicole, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine. I dropped her off to her house at 2 in the morning last night. I haven't been able to get a phone for this morning, and I've got to her house, and her car's there, and stuff like that. But she won't answer the door. She won't answer phone calls. Text messages. They have 2 little girls that are 3 and 4. I mean, there's no movement in the house whatsoever. What's your name? Shanann Walk. All right, we'll have an officer come out that way as soon as we can. I would just advise you, to not try to make entry into the house or anything like that.
She was supposed to go to a doctor's appointment, and she hadn't updated her friend about this doctor's appointment. She's trying to get a hold of her, but her phone is off. The girls were going to have their first day of school. You would expect to hear an update on social media. Like, oh my gosh, they were so cute. Here's a picture. This was a day that you would expect all sorts of updates online from somebody who already regularly updates everyone, and there was nothing.
A lot of people were very concerned. Where are they? It's a pregnant woman and her 2 small children.
The community, the neighbors were wondering what happened. We just saw her.
Hi, Ben.
Hi.
Here, Nicole?
Yes.
When police arrive, they are met by Shanann's friend, Nicole Atkinson, and Nicole's son.
Oh, is she?
Her friend was worried about her blood sugar because Shanann hadn't felt well the night before. And, they were worried at first that maybe something had happened and she was sick at the house and nobody knew and no one could help her.
Well, I can't go in, but you go in, I have to have the property owner's permission to enter.
Chris Watts is at work on an oil site when he learns from a friend Shanann is missing. He tells them he will be home in 45 minutes.
I was like, have you talked to or heard from Shanann since she left for work this morning? Because I can't get a hold of her. I called, I texted. Her car's in the garage. Her shoes she wears every single day right in the front door.
She only has one vehicle?
No, they only have the one vehicle in the work truck.
Okay.
The house is locked tight.
There's not a girl that went on a play date, but they're 4 and 2. One of us, I think should take a car. They're both in the car.
3 hours after the news of his wife's disappearance, Chris Watts finally returns home.
God, how you doing? So this is the only vehicle she would have? Only one that she would drive? Okay.
When Chris gets there, if you watch the video, Chris runs into the garage, and he looks into the car as if they might be in the car. Then he actually opens the car door and he bends down and he reaches around under the front seat. It happens very fast, but you ask yourself, what is he doing? What is he looking for under the front seat? Is he going to find his wife or daughters under the front passenger seat?
We still don't know exactly what was going on.
Mind if I come in, Chris? You checked upstairs, she's not there. I just want to make sure she's not passed out somewhere. Is she diabetic? You mind if I look around?
Frederick police find the house empty and the first floor apparently undisturbed.
He lets the officers in. He's not calling out for his daughters and for his wife. It's the officers who actually start to go and search for Shanann.
At first glance, nothing appears out of place. But then, Nicole spots something.
Why would she not take her phone?
People are now sleeping with their phone. They are getting directions with their phone, ordering food. So people now lives are so dependent on phones.
She had just vanished into thin air.
Shanann Watts has been missing for nearly 24 hours. Not only have she and her two young daughters seemingly disappeared, but the 34-year-old marketing entrepreneur who makes her living posting almost nonstop online hasn't done so for nearly 18 hours. Now her husband and friends have uncovered one reason why.
It was shut down?
There's a conversation once they've searched the house, the police officer is having with him. And they're talking about, like, so where would she go?
Tell you anything about leaving, moving out?
Not moving out. I mean, last I talked to her was this morning. She said she's gonna take kids friend's house. She asked me.
This is Monday when the police have arrived. The girls were supposed to be attending school.
Bottom line was that 2 children and a pregnant woman were missing. And at this point, with all communication ceased because of the amount of communication there usually was, it was clear that something was wrong.
As the group investigates the rest of the house, they find even more reason for alarm.
This is her purse?
That's her purse. It's her medication. She takes these,
I call it
her
that.
medication's still in here.
That's good.
In addition to Shanann's own health issues, both Watts children have severe food allergies. But inside Shanann's purse, police find their medications have been left behind.
Shanann left her purse, her phone, her keys, her children's medication. The car was still in the garage with the car seats. Anyone who has half a brain cell knows that that's not normal. A woman does not leave with her children without any of these critical things.
As more officers file into the house and the search continues upstairs, one thing immediately stands out.
In the master bedroom, the sheets are off the bed. The pillows are off the bed. It's like, why are the sheets off the bed?
He said when he left, she was in bed sleeping.
Shanann was really a fastidious housekeeper. If she was the last one at the house, she just simply would not have left the room like that. So the likelihood of something bad having happened is really high.
When word of the family's disappearance spreads, The once typically serene neighborhood is left spiraling. But neighbor Nate Trinistich thinks he may have an answer.
The neighbor comes by, he sees what's going on, police are at the house, and there's a missing pregnant woman and children, and he says, hey, I have a security camera that looks right upon their driveway.
Police are hopeful the camera can provide a clue.
My son was like, oh, somebody's missing. Well, let's look and see. Did somebody come and pick them up? And where did they go? Let's look.
We're at a society that we're reporting every event of our lives. There are some trade-offs with that. The more cameras we have in our world, the less privacy we have.
Inside the neighbor's home, Chris Watts and police review the security footage with Nate.
This on continually, yep, recording. Well, is it motion or is it, okay, it's motion.
Motion again, but I get cars driving from this street, This is him at 517.
What we see in the videotape is that about 5:17 in the morning, Chris comes out through the garage. He didn't normally come out through the garage. Why? Because the kids' rooms were above the garage, and the garage door opening up would wake the kids up because they slept very lightly. But Chris comes through the garage door and he goes to his truck, and then he
I remember that. I followed that case on YouTube.
But Chris has an
He's in
explanation.
prison right now during his time. Memorial.
Chris usually did not ever park in the driveway. And so that seemed a little bit unusual.
I've had issues the other week, last few more times, we're stealing stuff out of like garages, stuff like that. And
He didn't.
and someone's eating, I find a Jimmy with a flathead screwdriver.
His neighbor
That's where it
knows
belongs.
what Chris does every day when he goes to work, right? How he acts, how he brings stuff to and from the truck.
But if any car, if anything left at your house, I would have found somebody right there.
What's really interesting is she would have had to have been seen coming in out of the house with the kids on camera. There's no evidence that they ever left the house.
For the rest of the day.
Chris was just very uncomfortable. Like, this is not my comfort zone. I'm not, comfortable with this.
All right, appreciate your time.
And when the officer finally did say, go ahead and leave, looked like to me that he bolted for the door.
When the neighbor's left alone with the police, he's quick to call out that something's off.
You never talk, but the fact that he's over here blabbing it out, makes me kind of.
Yeah, but put yourself in this situation.
The police officer, steps in and goes, well, yeah, but his wife and daughters are missing, and, kind of expect that he might be, anxious and nervous. And, so he sort of, in a sense, defends Chris.
As the search for Shanann and her daughters continues through the night and into the next day, local news outlets soon pick up the story, with Chris Watts leading the charge to bring them back home and even pleading his case.
If they're not safe right now, that's what's tearing me apart. Because if they are safe, they're coming back. If they're not, this has got to stop. Like, somebody has to come forward.
He's lying.
She was all over the media like, oh yeah, I want them back. I want my girls back. I just want them to come home. If you have them, just let them come home. Again, you see this objectively handsome, tan guy in front of this beautiful suburban home. But even though it appeared perfect on the surface, there was something with how he presented himself in the world that gave everybody this really intense gut reaction that something is not right with this guy.
I just want them back. I just want them to come back.
Lying piece of shit.
One might think that he would have acted more emotional, but of course, the role he had always played thus far had been relatively sober, calm individual. He's got this, confidence that, I'm being cooperative. I'm talking to the news. I'm not trying to hide from anything.
Hey, Chris, so we need to have everybody step out of the house.
Because we don't want the dogs to get confused.
Correct. So you can leave that there. You can leave your camera there. Okay, we just.
My son has,
There's an upstairs. Yep, all the bedrooms are upstairs.
In the wake of his pregnant wife and 2 daughters' disappearance, Chris Watts welcomes a sea of media into his Colorado home.
The police then get a search warrant for the house.
It was absolutely chaotic. It was bombarded with the police drones and the canine. The docs came, they did all of these investigations.
But there's no evidence in the house to indicate where Shanann and the girls are or what might have happened to them. As news of their disappearance continues to spread, alarm grows within this tight-knit community.
There were people up and down the streets handing out flyers. The cops had set up areas outside of the neighborhood to see if anybody had seen them. They were handing out flyers too. Have you seen this lady?
Facebook.
These were attractive people that you imagined living next door to you with these 2 beautiful children. And as more and more came out, then there was the feeling of, wait, what happened here?
Now in the 2nd day since Shanann Watts and her daughter's disappearance, the public turns to their only outlet for answers: Shanann's social media.
You've got Shanann, who has a really high social media presence because of her job, her online sales job. So she had a huge Facebook following, not only for her business, but also for her personal life.
Shanann had a lot of friends and a lot of people in her life, and social media is something that allows us to share with all those people at once. She was pregnant with her 3rd child. She was figuring out her career. She had a beautiful house in Colorado. So I think she was really happy and wanted to share that with the people that she loved. Hey guys.
The more visuals we have, the more we can relate to people, the more we feel like we know them, right? And so I do think that the country got particularly invested because we could see these images and hear their voices and hear them singing and, just seeing them in their kitchen. It was all very relatable. Maybe it did start out as just a way to keep her family in the loop, and it grew from there. We're not really sure what her motivation was, but we can see very clearly from her behavior that Shanann felt the need for some reason to be constantly keeping everybody in the loop.
Even the family's intimate moments are on display for the public to see, like the instant that Chris learns they are expecting a 3rd child.
Chris Watts sucks.
Which means
I am so glad I
know.
Chris
Just
is in
he's just good with the girls.
I follow that
That's awesome.
story on YouTube.
And I think that was the intention. Let me invite you into my very normal world with my very happy life that we can all connect on. This is what the dangers are of social media. All you have to do is capture just a minute or 2 of smiling faces to convince the world of something. Everything's okay. Maybe everything's not okay.
Guess when you want to, it happens.
Yeah, whatever.
You could tell when Chris came in about the announcement that he had a hard time reacting like the way that, I'm sure she was hoping he'd react. She was so excited to share with him that she was pregnant. But if you look at, his mannerisms and stuff, I think there's signs there that there's a lot of frustration in the relationship for sure, and with him.
I think there's something about the human experience that requires a level of separation from being viewed. And the cameras are sort of taking that away from us. There's a judgment attached to the camera lens. So there's this sense of being right or wrong or good or bad.
There's also an intimacy that gets lost. I think in these videos, it shows that she envisioned this whole thing playing out a certain way. She probably thought about it for a good amount of time and staged it. And that's exactly what staging is. I mean, it's a performance.
Despite the sunny home life Shanann puts forward on social media, there are problems.
The real Watts family life internally was not what social media portrayed.
As police dig into their finances, they discover the Watts are $70,000 in debt, and their homeowners association is suing them for unpaid fees.
A lot of people, especially around Chris's age, grew up with this idea that the man is supposed to make the money, so you're supposed to be financially stable. You know, the man is supposed to keep the family together. The man is supposed to be the reliable one, and his family is falling apart. The money is disappearing. In a lot of ways, you know, Chris's identity as the masculine male was being questioned at that time.
Oh.
Or Santa,
Yes.
where's the phone?
Cars in the garage.
I gotta get this phone. This is hard. It's one parent. Even a phone saying it pictures. Oh, please. My husband's a genius.
Yeah, right.
He's not the
Genius on my
dominant one in the relationship. You get the sense that Shanann kind of really ran that family. She ran the household, she ran the kids, and she essentially ran Chris.
Still, Chris doesn't lack self-confidence. He even begins a serious workout regimen.
He lost a significant amount of weight while also toning significantly. So we have multiple videos of him working out, getting in shape. We do know that on the social media side of things, Shanann seemed to be happy with his physique.
But again, there's another angle to Shanann's posts.
He was using the products that she sold. And him working out with his shirt off, you know, would have been good advertisement for Shanann's business. Look at my husband's transformation.
Overweight at the time of his wedding, Chris has lost more than 60 pounds in the last few years.
I think Chris definitely, once he started losing weight, he started caring about his macros and his diet, and he was working out. I think that gave him a new confidence that he didn't have before. He became more objectively attractive to women as he lost his weight and he bulked up.
So he goes from this dad bod to addicted to working out. Well, you could either look at it one of two ways. He's either working out for all the right reasons. He wants to be healthier. Look at me. I can do it. I've transformed. Or probably a story that's played out millions of times in our country. He's wanting to look better for somebody else.
It's now been more than 34 hours since a pregnant Shanann Watts and her two young daughters disappeared from their Frederick, Colorado home. As the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and the FBI join the search efforts,
Have you seen this lady?
investigators are beginning to realize there are two very different Watts families. The one online and the one in real life. When investigators gain access to Shanann's cell phone, they discover the couple had been spending time apart in recent weeks.
Shanann had been away in North Carolina with family for about 6 weeks.
Both Shanann and Chris's parents live in North Carolina, while Shanann and the girls spend the summer there with their grandparents. The expectant mother makes every effort to keep Chris, who is home in Colorado, in the loop.
Chris blows her off completely. There's no text of I miss you, I love you. It's, oh, I was working out, or oh, I was asleep.
This lack of attention seemingly leads Shanann to post more while she is away.
There's a reason why people put posts out there, whether it's conscious or not. You're seeking praise, you're seeking validation, you're seeking relatableness, connection. Maybe you're lonely. There's something that you're seeking when you put it out there.
Oh my God. I mean, you really felt like you were her friend or her family, or you maybe even lived with her. I mean, she recorded everything, posted everything, took photos of everything. There are a lot of people that we might think of as being oversharers. We probably all have someone we know or follow online that we feel shares a lot of information and maybe things that we are like, ooh, that didn't need to be online.
I think Shanann really started using that as her outlet and ignoring some of the things that were going on at home.
On July 31st, 2018, Chris flies to North Carolina to be with his family. Shanann is eager to record the moment of reunion.
When her husband was getting off the plane and she's texting him, let me know when you're coming down the escalator so that I can film the kids. You know, and this was for content. This wasn't because we miss you and I want the kids to be ready. It was this, I mean, the kids were authentically happy to see him, I imagine, but her motivation seemed to be so that I can film it. She seemed to feel some type of need to be making these videos and having this content available frequently so that the world would see her happy family. Even if he was unhappy or stressed out with what was going on, even if he wasn't comfortable being on social media, he went along with it anyway. He never expressed displeasure to Shanann.
But some emotions did slip through the cracks, which investigators discover when they speak with Shanann's friends.
So I understand you and Shanann are pretty good friends. Is that
I mean, yeah,
correct?
we hang out a lot. We have kids the same age.
Did Shanann ever say anything to you about their relationship?
I think it was the second or third week she was there, and there's posts all over Facebook about it too. She got in a fight with Chris's mom because she went to Chris's mom's house to visit, and their grandparents were named Cindy. The other grandkids were there when they were older. Cindy brought ice cream that has everything Cece's allergic to. Chris's mom had asked for a list of peanut-free foods that they could have in the house. And so Shanann sent them a list. And they have kind of an ice cream night for all the grandkids. And one of the ice cream has nuts in it. And Cece cannot have nuts. And Shanann catches it. And she's like, well, no. You know, she'd ask Chris, like, you need to talk to your mom.
When investigators sit down with Chris, he admits this feud between his mom and Shanann has been long-standing.
Mom just never thought she was good enough. It was just my mom and very much my sister just I'm like her. They just thought that Shanann had taken me away from them, Colorado.
As police continue to probe Chris about his relationship with Shanann, the weary husband becomes increasingly open about the troubles in their marriage. He admits to investigators that he and Shanann had a fight the night before she disappeared.
I really thought maybe she was just at my house, just decompressing. Yeah.
And that was it. He left the house to go to work and she was still in bed with the girls. And that's the last he knew.
But after today, like with the onslaught of all the cars, all the police cars, all the news, all the canine units, making me lean the other direction about someone killed her.
In all of these cases that I've worked on over the years, we sort of have this saying when we're watching these kind of interviews, if you don't see snot, then you've got a problem. Because parents who are truly believe that something has happened to their children and it's not good are grieving, and they are crying, and they are begging, and they are pleading, and their eyes are all puffy from having cried so much. You don't get any of that from Chris.
Colorado investigators are starting to uncover cracks in Chris and Shanann Watts' marriage. Still, with a pregnant Shanann and their young girls now missing for 2 days, the lone husband continues to attract sympathy from the public.
People were calling my show in tears. They were incredibly upset. So many people had prayed for Chris Watts himself, this poor man, what it must be like to have a wife, pregnant, missing kids, this poor guy.
If you look at all the interviews with everybody who was interviewed by the police, the FBI, nobody has one bad thing to say about this guy. I have not found one person before this happened who had one bad thing to say about him.
There's no evidence of any family violence. Shanann never reports any kind of violence to either her or the children. And Shanann was pretty upfront with a lot of her friends. She had a lot of close friends.
I didn't think this was a kidnap. So then you start thinking, well, maybe some marital problems, maybe she took the kids.
Is there anyone you think that if your wife got close enough? It was very like secretive then if that was the case, because I had no inkling. No, it wasn't even just suspicion. Not one guy. Or girl. If that was the case, I mean, I didn't have a suspicion about it. Like if it happened, it wasn't even like I wasn't aware. That was not going to. I see pictures of you from a few years ago, and I see you spending before you. Okay, got pretty good. Imagine when guys start cheating or want to cheat, that's what happens. That's something like that.
When we think about midlife crises, for example, and the things that men are stereotyped to do, going out and finding a young girlfriend is one of the ones we hear often, right?
I did not cheat on my life. I was 245 pounds to 245. 245 pounds. And I'm right, man. Thank you. 185, 180 right now. Rolling side. I have never screwed up my life.
Digging deeper into Shanann's text messages, investigators find evidence suggesting she suspected Chris was having an affair.
She was floored when he came to North Carolina and he was disinterested in her romantically, sexually, emotionally, everything like that, because he had always had such a strong sexual attraction to her. So it was really confusing and really horrible. And, you know, she was making note of it. I think she was trying to figure out what was going on with him. She was talking to her friends about it. You know, at one point he's like, oh, I don't even want this baby. And she's like, what do you mean you don't want this baby? Like, I'm 15 weeks pregnant. Like, this is not the time to have this conversation. You wanted this baby. I agreed to have this baby. We are having a baby boy. And now you're saying all of a sudden you don't even want this baby. And that really freaked her out.
Still, the face Shanann presents online doesn't change.
All of Shanann's videos were about how wonderful Chris was, how understanding he was, how he took on the medical struggles that she was having, how great of a father he was. Everything she did, she was singing his praises. And he seemed like a loving, doting father who loved Shanann for everything that she was.
I think deep down, Shanann had a lack of self-worth that she held on to throughout the years. And I think there are certain things she would put up with certain people because she didn't think she deserved better.
Social media
adds to the pressure that people have to perform, to look better than maybe is realistic within their lives. We all have struggles. Struggles are normal. In general, as a therapist, I would say struggles are healthy. They build who you are. But I think social media adds this pressure to be perfect, this pressure to show your best self all the time. Burnout is a real thing. Is there a coincidence that we are now in a mental health epidemic? Is it a coincidence that there are epidemic levels of anxiety and depression? It totally coincides with the smartphone. Everybody's lives on display.
She looked at divorce as a possible failure, and I think she was worried it might even hurt her brand with Thrive. She was willing to do anything to save the marriage.
In public, all is well with Shanann. In private, with her close friends, it's anything but. And it only gets worse after Shanann and the girls return to Colorado from their North Carolina trip.
I think they were in a very toxic relationship at the time, for sure. Little did we know, right, how toxic it actually was.
With Shanann and the girls now missing for 2 days, investigators are coming to the conclusion that they didn't simply run off, and that Chris might have had something to do with their disappearance. But Chris is determined to prove his innocence with a polygraph test.
Am I on a sheet right here, Chris?
Sit on this?
Yep, I know. I'll just plan with that in here in a little bit, but you don't have to worry. It's not on our agenda right now. It's not gonna buzz you or anything.
I've done every time.
I know. A lot of people haven't had polygraphs so far. It's not like a normal thing that you go through. The coolest thing about this is right now, there's only one person in this room that knows what the truth is. In about 5 minutes, there's gonna be 2 of us. So I want you to have confidence in the fact that you had nothing to do with this disappearance. Like, we're going to find that out today. Okay. And obviously, I mean, I hope that, if you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take the polygraph today. Right? Like, it would be really dumb.
Investigators know that Chris Watts is hiding something behind his cool, calm demeanor.
Session's about to begin. Please remain still.
In the polygraph, what they're detecting is, are you being truthful or not? Not really whether you're lying or not. First, we get a baseline of Chris's behavior.
Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
And then, of course, they ask the really difficult questions, watching for a change in that baseline behavior.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
I really need your breathing to be normal.
Okay,
You are like all
sorry.
like
I'm
stuff.
sorry.
Okay.
Like sometimes I feel like I'm not breathing enough. I'm like, like that. I don't want to do that. So.
Yeah.
You see, he struggles even early on, like, hey, you're going to have to calm down.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
Yes. No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
I would feel same in all of it?
Then you would check through everything.
Or yeah.
Kind of hard to relax.
No, I get it.
If a subject scores -4 on this examination, it indicates they are not being truthful. Chris Watts doesn't know it yet, but his score is -18. Aside from answering his name correctly, he's found to be deceptive on every question.
Chris fails the polygraph miserably.
I think he was under immense pressure and he believed he could be convincing enough to pass it, but he was not smart enough to understand the perspective of other people.
I mean, he's in that room and he's talking with the detectives, then the polygraph. Chris Watts knew everything was closing on him.
So I brought Brandon here because we want to talk about the results, okay? So, it was completely clear they were not on the testing, they can do know that. He did not pass. So now we need to talk about that. I feel like you're probably ready to do that.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
Self-sabotage is when you do something knowing that it's not going to work out, sort of as a way to hold yourself accountable. So did Chris self-sabotage? Did he know he wasn't going to pass? Or did Chris really think that he could pass the polygraph?
Chris, I'm your self. I'm myself. Take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now.
They're really suspicious about everything that's going on. I think they really believe that Chris is involved in this. What they need for him to do is establish the facts as he knows them, as he saw them, to establish what he did.
There's a reason you feel sick to your stomach. When people hold stuff inside, it makes you physically ill. And I can just tell on your face, I can tell from the second you walked in that you were wanting to just come clean and just be done with this. And I appreciate that because you knew sitting down in that chair that you weren't going to fast today. And you knew I was going to find out because I told you that. And then you continued to stay knowing that you could, at the end, say, you know what? I just need to get this off my chest. Like, I need to tell you what happened. We're not here to play games. We're not here to do any of that. We just want to know what happened.
He's backed into a corner. He doesn't know what to do. And they're skilled investigators. So they had to use several strategies.
This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. Like, don't let this continue any longer, please.
I'm not trying to make anything continue. I want them back home, like.
But you know they're not coming back home. You know that.
I don't know in the back of my head. I hope they come back home.
But you know they're not.
I hope they come back home.
Just to figure out. There's two Chris's. Talking about that. Too darn.
After he fails the polygraph, he's saying, okay, he's trying to change the story around. I did lie to you, but I lied because I've been having an affair.
The news comes out about the affair, and I think even those of us in the media, skeptical as we may be going, wow, that's a shocker.
For the last 2 months, Chris has been having a torrid affair with a coworker, 29-year-old geologist Nicole Kessinger. But investigators already know this. Nicole reached out to them herself earlier that day.
Today's date is August 15th, 2018. Interviewing Nicole Kessinger.
He has value. Nobody does. I think he's a really good guy. And, you know, I'm just worried about who does this. I met Chris at work. He informed me that he has 2 daughters. He also told me that he was currently in the process of a separation from his wife. That's how it started.
And then the relationship developed in that country.
Chris had a secret app in his phone, the secret calculator, where it looks like a calculator, but it's actually a place where he would store photos of him and Nicole Kessinger, along with the selfies, even some of the more provocative photos that she would take for him. They were visiting each other's houses, having all the sex. They were very emotionally involved. They were invested in each other. They felt like they were soulmates for each other. They finally found their person.
According to Nicole, things really start heating up with Chris about 6 weeks before Shanann's disappearance, which police now know is the exact same time that Shanann was away in North Carolina.
Chris gets this amazing opportunity to live out his fantasy with his new girlfriend when his wife decides that she's going to stay in North Carolina for 6 weeks. He has this bachelor life with this girl who has a totally different vibe than Shanann. I think that Kessinger had this damsel vibe about her. She didn't have any kids, and she was kind of a do-over. And he could kind of swoop in and save her, and he got to be everything for her that he wasn't in his marriage.
Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. I'm having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath.
They made no bones about it, at least with each other, taking pictures, going on trips, going to the sand dunes. I mean, this was this guy rolling the dice.
We know that around the same time he started working out. You know, there's a picture of her in a bikini posing against a wall. And I think the majority of people would agree that she herself appears to be in very good shape. Meanwhile, his wife is 15 weeks pregnant and is maybe showing what tends to go.
One thing I did want to let you guys know is that I found out that she is 15 pregnant. I did not know that.
Nicole told the police that she had absolutely no idea that Shanann was pregnant and that she was disgusted when she found out. And that's why she came to the police.
So I had to find that out for the media. I was really concerned that this woman and her children and not be located. It's not for all of them.
Having finally admitted he cheated on Shanann, Chris provides more details about his relationship with Nicole Kessinger.
That's 5 weeks I was alone. I was with her. She's a wonderful person. Like, she knew I was married, yes. And I told her we were going through issues, yes. And I told her that, we were going to get, at the end, like, we are going to get separated. Like, once I figured out what that was, I didn't know what that was going to be. I saw her, took my breath away, and I'd never thought in a million years that could happen. I'm not proud of it. She accused me of it. I denied it. And her. I cheated on her. I hurt her emotionally. I cheated on her.
Nicole was completely led on. He lied to her throughout that affair, like he lied to the media every time he came out. And quite frankly, he lied to law enforcement.
Here's the challenge that we have. We knew about Nikki, so we didn't need to ask you about her polygraph. I don't think this girl did her. You're out of it. I'll get you back to your life.
Police are actually saying, okay, Chris, we know you killed your family. They're accusing him of killing his family. Now, if you didn't kill your family, how should you react to that? With indignation. Like, this is ridiculous. Why are you looking at me? Why aren't you out there getting the bad guy? This is crazy. I didn't do anything. Do you get any of that from Chris? No.
Hours into the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's interview with Chris Watts, the stoic husband continues to deny any knowledge about the disappearance of his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters.
Chris Watts' whole persona was crafted around this idea of the ideal father and husband. So the forefront of his mind was always like, I want to be seen as this great guy.
He got to be seen as the victim, this poor, amazing father who had just lost his little girls and his wife, and we didn't know what had happened. And, poor Chris.
That's when investigators offer Chris a possible way out.
Did Shanann do something to them?
No, I don't know.
I'm curious.
I have no clue.
But you would have known because they didn't leave the house. Did Shanann do something to them, and then did you feel like you had to do something to Shanann? Chicks are crazy.
They asked, oh, did Shanann hurt the girls? And then did you do something to hurt her? They planted that seed in his head because they wanted to get him to confess to something.
Can I talk to my dad or something? I had to fight.
At Chris's request, investigators bring in 60-year-old Ronnie Watts, who has just arrived in Colorado from North Carolina that day.
Like, Chris, we're going to have a room assigned you, okay? Sure. Can you leave us in here? Yes. Sure.
I would say the one person Chris had some attachment to was his dad, Ronnie. Ronnie adores Chris. And that was why he wanted Ronnie in the room with him.
No, I grab. But there's too much motion. I don't know. You're raising my ownership. Like that. I know I I know. I get invited about that. Have that conversation then. You know, the emotional and talk about separation and everything like that. I want to protect her. I want to protect her. I want to protect her. I don't want us to fight.
He blamed Shanann and said that she killed the girls, which I do not believe could even be possible.
I think he wants to run this by his dad first to see if his dad sort of buys this. And then if his dad buys it, then he can, give it to the police.
She chose to from her dad. After her dad understand me. That's crazy.
Once he admitted that he did it, then there was just this flush of huge sadness. Because then everybody was like, okay, she's not coming back. And those babies are not coming back. And the sadness it started there and it just built.
So you're good with the public knowing that Shanann killed her daughter?
I did not hurt these girls.
Are you okay with the public knowing that Shanann?
Yes, because I did not hurt these girls.
His dad actually believes that something has happened to the family, and Chris isn't responsible for any of this. I mean, this is probably the normal reaction for a parent.
Again, he didn't want people to believe that he could do something like this.
But investigators don't believe Shanann killed her girls. They can assign guilt later. For now, they just want to find the bodies.
Okay. Where are they? Why did you put them out there? Because that's really important.
I don't know what else to do. I know. I didn't know what else to do. I was so scared. What's gonna happen?
Yeah. Unimaginable. And it gets crazier.
As police race to the oil fields where Chris Watts claims to have hidden his murdered family's bodies, the guilty husband is more concerned about what people think of him.
Sometimes I don't even know if they believe me or not.
He did not break down until he was actually confessing, which begs the question of who he was crying for. Was it for his children and his wife because he felt guilty or sad that he wouldn't see them? Or was it for himself, knowing that he was now going to jail, knowing that now this version of himself was the real version everybody would know, knowing that the fantasy and the fairy tale was now over?
I believe Chris Watts is a type of narcissist. They don't have feelings and attachments to people. So they have to learn to mimic other people to fit into the world.
You know, everybody following this story, you're forming your own opinion. And there were even people that thought, poor Chris, she was very controlling and demanding, and look at all the stuff, and her life's on social media.
That's a genius. That then really unfairly painted Shanann in a bad light. There's still people who believe that and will go at great lengths to defend Chris.
But investigators don't buy Chris's explanation that Shanann killed the girls, and then, in a fit of rage, he killed her. As their hours-long interview with the 33-year-old father continues, they're determined to break through his self-serving web of lies.
It looks like that you got a new life. The only way to get that new life was to get rid of the old life. And I think that you killed these girls before their mom came home. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. So either you're this monster, so I just want this young hot girlfriend, so I'm going to kill everyone and hope it works out. Or something. So I think we're very, very close to the truth, but not there it is. So you're not that monster. I'm not a monster. I didn't. Well, I didn't.
Looking at the evidence, however, investigators are convinced that Chris is a monster, a rare and specific form of killer known as a family annihilator.
Family annihilators in general do tend to be male. They are most often in their 30s. These things often happen at the end of summer. They often happen on weekends. There are a number of correlations between when and who commits family annihilation. As far as why, that may go back to the stressors. Finances being one, affairs being another one.
For most family annihilators, it is an event that is thought out, it's planned, it's organized, it's done, if not days, weeks in advance. I think in this 5-week period where Shanann and the girls go to visit her parents in North Carolina is what solidifies this in Chris's mind. This is what's got to happen because he's spending all of his time with Nicole. And it's like, this is the relationship I want.
He had no use for Shanann anymore once he had found a new woman. In the narcissism world, we use the word discard for when the narcissist is done with someone who they no longer have value from. This was a literal discard in every sense of the word.
After Shanann and the kids returned from their summer trip to North Carolina, Shanann soon left again for Arizona on a work trip. She could tell that things weren't right with Chris, so she gave him a note to read while she was away.
Shanann poured her heart out to Chris, telling him, how much she loved him, how much she wanted to make the marriage work, everything she loved about him, what she was willing to do, even though she didn't like his family, she said, I'm willing to work with them for you. She was trying to do everything to save her marriage.
And the text messages she sent to her friends before she passed, she was realizing that maybe I was hard on Chris. Maybe, I'm such a go-getter and a perfectionist. And she made things, difficult for herself trying to achieve so much.
She got self-help books. She tried to persuade Chris to go to counseling, and those are called pro-social solutions. The difference between a psychopath and, a normal person is that psychopaths turn to antisocial solutions to their problems. So an antisocial solution to a problem like marital problems would be murdering your family.
Investigators believe it was while Shanann was away on her work trip in Arizona that Chris put his plan into action.
He was plotting, over the weekend exactly what he was going to do. He knew that he was going to kill his wife, and so he didn't care anymore. And so in a lot of ways, I believe that Chris was toying with Shanann on purpose.
The investigators confirmed their suspicion when they interviewed Shanann's best friend, Nicole Atkinson.
Chris said he went to a Rockets game on Saturday night, so got a babysitter for the girls. And she had kept her bank statement and he went out to dinner, which that's not hot, but total was $60 some.
You remember where that was?
The Lady Dog in Kingston, like a bar and grill thing.
So you'd have to work at it to get $65.
Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about. So then she was on the phone with everyone. When we come back, she's upset and she was like, well, what do you spend that on? I'm like, I don't know. And she looked up the menu and he said he had samples of beer. And she's like, that's only like $30. Where's the other $40?
Chris just swiped his card, knowing Shanann would see it. She was on top of all their finances. He calculated this. He knew what he was doing.
On the night of August 12th, 2018, the Watts' home security log shows Chris returning home at 10:30 p.m. Shanann, still in Arizona, is now all but convinced something's wrong.
I just thought over the weekend wasn't eating normally or drinking and was trying to force it on her.
At the airport, Shanann finally reveals her mounting frustrations to her friend.
She's like, we watch my stuff and we go talk to Chris real quick. And she came back and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. It's like, are you okay? She's like, no. She's like, I had talked to him all day, hardly all this weekend, and he wants to work out. He started working out when he was on the phone with me. So I just let him go.
Throughout the trip, Shanann continues to try to make contact.
I dropped her off around 1:45. And then I went home and I didn't talk to her again that night.
She's walking into what her safe haven was with the person that she believed would protect her and her children the most. And she was walking literally into her death.
After weeks apart, Chris and Shanann are finally home together. But the night soon takes a frightening turn.
Chris is saying, well, I told Shanann I didn't want to be married anymore, that I had this girlfriend and I wanted a new life. And then Shanann strangled the girls. So this doesn't even make sense behaviorally. You tell your wife that you're having an affair, so she goes and kills the kids. Nobody believes this.
Now investigators want to know, will Chris ever admit what really happened? And where are his pregnant wife and their 2 daughters' bodies? Investigators reach the remote site in the Colorado desert where Chris Watts claims to have dumped his pregnant wife and daughters' bodies. But the sprawling 35,000-acre oil facility is simply too large to search. They need help from the killer himself to locate them.
So what's the name again? What is that?
The PRC survey connecting.
Okay. Whereabouts? Shanann and the girl.
How old is this baby?
Today.
Was the sheet out down here? Where's that from?
She's not interrupted.
The expression, okay, and where's the girl at?
Right here.
Investigators on site make a startling discovery. Chris stuffed 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Cece's bodies into the oil wells.
Police get there and they're shocked. The hatches on the oil tanks, they're about the width of a paper plate. And they can't figure out how you would get a child through them, let alone two.
No, it sounds crass, but did you have to kind of squeeze them in to get them down there? Okay. I don't want my voice to describe it, but I mean, feet first or head first? Feet. Okay. And then were their arms like this, or were their arms like this? Basically, you're holding their arms. Okay. All right.
Just the nature of trying to stuff your daughter into this little tiny hole and drop her into this really just horrific mixture of oil and water is really beyond comprehension. It's just goes against so much of the hard wiring we have as parents.
Once their bodies are recovered, they were able to say, okay, we found them. You know, she was wrapped in this. She was wearing this. And when you give him the facts and he has to relive what he's done, you hope he's got some kind of remorse.
Just understand it for me. I haven't good shot all.
But even as he is taken into custody and charged with the murders of his wife and children, Chris Watts refuses to accept responsibility for his daughter's deaths. It is only to escape the death penalty that he agrees to plead guilty on all charges. In November 2018, Chris Watts receives 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 84 years for the unlawful termination of a pregnancy and tampering with deceased bodies.
If you like to make a statement. A man with conviction, even after, messing up so bad, may have said, okay, let me just fess out. Let me just come clean. I can't get away with this thing. But somebody like a Chris had the audacity to not do it, but to think he can get away with it. And so that's the problem, is that we don't really know who he was because he spent so much time in a play performing this act.
So basically, he pleads guilty, gets life in prison, and the end. There's no trial. There's no presenting evidence. He never has to say anything more.
But 4 months after his conviction, Chris Watts decides he does in fact have more to say. He sits down with investigators a second time, and this time he finally decides to tell the truth.
He's in prison when then he makes sort of this final confession where he says, okay, here's what really happened.
I just had a feeling that she knew like what was going on Saturday night. It's kind of like flash about going out with somebody and out hard. It's like not trying to hide it. I felt for you. She started rubbing her hand on me and we ended up having sex. When I woke up later on in the morning, I pretty much told her like I didn't get to work anymore. And she was like, what was last night? She's like, I knew there was somebody else. There was somebody else. Somebody else. I couldn't just say yes, there is somebody else, but that's it's like you never even see the kids again. You never see them again. Job.
As far as social media was concerned, he was an ideal husband, essentially. So for him to have come forward with, I'm having an affair and I'm leaving you, or even just, I'm leaving you, we're getting a divorce, period, is certainly a big swing from the perfect family that, he had basically been a part of presenting to the world for a number of years at that point.
we don't know how that may have played into his ultimate decision to kill his children and his wife instead of simply leaving.
So when did it turn?
Told her I didn't love her anymore. I don't even want to say it felt like I had to. I just feel like there was already something in my mind that I wasn't planning that I was going to do it. And I woke up that morning, it was going to happen, and I had no control of it. Why couldn't I just let go?
How's she doing?
He just strangled her until he said he watched her eyes fill up with blood, and then your body releases all of its withheld fluids when you pass, and that's when he knew she was dead. He truly killed her very shortly after being intimate. It's almost like none of this makes any sense to a common person, a layperson, or somebody who studies psychology. It's just really difficult to understand this.
But what's even more confounding is what Chris does when his daughters wake up.
What she said. She got her book blanket loaded.
And where was Shanann at that point?
Pretty much on the bed, but she was face down. But and that she carried her downstairs. I drove up,
So you put Shanann in the truck and then you put the two girls in the truck?
sitting in the back, with the, like in that bench,
So Shanann was back there too?
on the floor.
What did they say about Shanann being on the floor?
Okay,
What'd you tell them?
we fine.
I think the horrific, really evil nature of the acts is that he brought his daughters alive out to the location.
When I was driving up there, they were just, sitting there just, kind of asleep or kind of just like, holding on to each other, laying in each other's laps. Honestly, like I try to picture that whole ride, like it's like 45 minutes to an hour ride out there. And it's just like, couldn't I have like saved my girl's life? Couldn't I have done something? Why did I do it? I don't know. I wanted all my life was to be a dad, just have kids and they loved me, all that, and it just nothing made sense.
So what happened when you got out there?
She first like over and she shut it off. So
The autopsies show that Bella and Cece were likely smothered.
my dad to go up. What happens? Every time I close my eyes, I start to see her saying, "Daddy, no," and that was it. I hear that every day.
The fact that someone could do this to a pregnant woman who is your wife, the two little girls, Chris Watts, in my opinion, deserved the death penalty, should have been executed.
To do that to your own children. And then to be a coward enough to like take the first plea that they give you so that you didn't have to be put to death. It just says a lot about him. It says a lot about how far you've gone in his narcissism. He's a true sociopath.
Family annihilators are a very rare type of killer. And thank God, because you can't predict men like this. Even the family members would say, he could never hurt me. He could never hurt our kids. You do not know what lies in the hearts of some men. If you study familicide and men that commit these types of crimes, most of the time they suicide. But I think Chris thought he could get away with this. He just thought he was going to be that good.
So he could maybe get away with it and live with Nicole forever. I mean, that's the prize for all this. It's horrible. Chris Watts destroyed so many lives by these really selfish actions. It's not just the immediate family, it ripples out into the community. The main detective on the case did retire from PTSD specifically because of this case.
The ripple effect is just huge. At the time when it occurred, the children were our main concern in the neighborhood. because, you know, daddies don't kill their babies. And how do you wrap your mind about that?
My daddy is a hero. He helps me through reads me books, he ties my shoes. Daddy, daddy, love you.
My name is Chris Watts. Welcome to Brookville, Colorado. That's 70 degrees and it's awesome outside, so welcome. I'm doing my speech on relationship deterioration and repair. And this is my PowerPoint to help. Deterioration. The relationship technology nowadays, you'll be on your iPhone, your BlackBerry, at a restaurant, and you'll see two people at a table, and you'll see both of them on their phones, either Facebook comment status, or maybe playing a game. There's no communication at all. You have to ask yourself 3 questions when you're in a relationship. Do I have a desire to keep this relationship going? Do I have a moral obligation to stay in this relationship? Or is it a necessity for me to stay in this relationship? Sometimes when you have children and your relationships are deteriorating, a child could help repair it. All relationships are held together in part by a form of commitment. And in conclusion, I can say that relationships are hard, but they're worth it in the end. And as the Swedish proverb says, a double joy is a shared joy, and a double sorrow is not a shared sorrow. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's it. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the camera around. Ready? There you go, kids.
Once, it was just a quaint home in a quiet town.
This has to be one of the most desirable places to live in all of Amityville.
But then, everything changed.
6 people were just slaughtered in their sleep.
Mother and father and 4 children.
And it was very, very frightening.
And that was just the beginning.
They said, the devil made me do it. You've got the flies around the window, you have slime oozing from the walls, black substances that are coming into the sinks and the toilets. It's like a page from a Stephen King novel.
Nearly 5 decades later, America's greatest ghost story is back in the headlines.
Breaking news in the true crime and horror community.
The Amityville horror killer died in prison at the age of 69.
Fueling a new generation to decipher what really happened at 112 Ocean Avenue.
You have the true crime, you have the paranormal, you have the mystery.
What is it that caused this? How did we get here?
This is famously haunted Amityville.
I'm Becky Ann Galentine. I'm a mortician during the day and a ghost hunter at night. On social media, I'm known as the girl that goes to the spooky locations, paranormal, haunted locations, haunted overnights, and just testing the limits of how far I can go with it. I actually have the top post on TikTok for Amityville. You know that saying, if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it? Well, my TikTok followers told me to go to the Amityville horror house where 6 people were murdered in 1974, and I did.
But the town of Amityville doesn't make finding the iconic house easy.
So when I looked it up on Google Maps, it is blurred out. Not only is that house blurred out, but several neighboring houses are. They really don't want you to figure out what's going on here.
When you arrive outside the house now, the trademark windows have been removed. They've done all they can to try to make it blend in and not look like the Amityville house.
Meeting the house for the first time is like meeting a celebrity. You feel like you've seen it. It's a familiar face. You feel like this pit in your stomach. Like, this is the house. This is the cover from the movie. This is the cover from the book. This is the house that I saw in a newspaper clipping from the 70s.
But this house holds terrible secrets.
You have the true crime, you have the paranormal, you have the mystery surrounding why it happened, because nobody still knows. There's so many questions still surrounding this case.
That's the fascinating part about all of this. The mystery just lives on. What happened?
One thing that's certain is where the story begins. The year is 1974, and the town is Amityville, New York.
So this house with the flags is the house I grew up in.
Back then, Geraldine Baza lives just a few doors down from the infamous Amityville horror house. But at that time, it's only known as the home of the DeFeo family.
We were friendly with the DeFeo family because there was a connection between my parents, being that we were all from Brooklyn.
You had the father, Big Ronnie, the mother, Louise. Then you had Dawn DeFeo, Allison DeFeo, Mark DeFeo, and John Matthew. And you had the oldest child, Ronnie Jr. His friends called him Butch.
The large Italian family moves to the picturesque town from Brooklyn 9 years earlier. It hangs the sign High Hopes to symbolize their new start.
The DeFeos, compared to the people in Amityville, especially the more upscale neighbors, were a little rough around the edges. Some might call them uncouth because, and I'm half Italian myself, Italians are loud, boisterous. Big Ronnie, as they called him, was sort of like Archie Bunker on steroids. He would yell at his wife. There was one story that she was coming upstairs with the laundry basket and he knocked her down the stairs.
Some believe it was Big Ronnie's resentment of the Amityville house that triggered his blind rage.
The house was purchased by Louise Briganti DeFeo's father, Michael Briganti Sr. Her father just absolutely adored her. Big Ronnie, who was working for his father-in-law and was dependent on his father-in-law for the mortgage, I think there was probably that in-law friction.
On the surface, they look like a successful family. But as you peel back the layers, you find that the systemic abuse from the father was so severe.
But Big Ronnie's most volatile relationship is with his eldest son.
Ronnie DeFeo, also known as Butch, was a troubled young man. At the age of 17, he was into heroin, LSD. He drank, he was expelled from school. His parents sent him to a psychiatrist. It still didn't help. He was troubled, he was volatile.
As far as Ronnie Sr. and
Butch, his son, went. They had a very contentious relationship, and that bothered the younger DeFeo siblings.
Certainly the DeFeos were a dysfunctional family. The situation between Big Ronnie and Little Ronnie is just worsening and worsening over time.
Sometimes this would end up as real fisticuffs, bloodletting.
One time, Ronnie Senior, Butch was talking back. So he grabbed his son and continued to beat on him until he was bloody. Of course, everyone's yelling at the father to stop.
So there's a lot of psychological things going on with that family, a lot of negative things happening with them, which invokes negativity. You just can't see it, but it's there.
Then, on November 13th, 1974, the evil within the DeFeo family home spills into the public eye.
The policeman was coming out the front door. And I said, "Excuse me, is there something wrong? My mother sent me down." He said, "You need to go get your mother right now." So I ran down the street. It was terrible.
It's crazy, but we are here. It's behind me. It's crazy. Like, isn't that insane?
It's 6:30 p.m. in Amityville, New York, on the night of November 13th, 1974. And what happens in this house is about to change the town forever.
Ronnie DeFeo Jr. went down to Henry's bar and burst into the bar and says, "Help, help, something's wrong. Somebody's killed my family."
It didn't take long for an officer to respond. There was actually an officer right down the street. And as soon as he arrived, the neighbors are all looking out their windows, wondering what's going on.
Inside this beautiful waterfront home, police comb through a horrific crime scene. Ronald DeFeo Sr., his wife, Louise, teenage daughters, Dawn and Allison, and sons, Mark and John Matthew, all shot and killed in their beds.
Allison and Dawn's shootings were particularly gory and gruesome. Not only were they young women, they were shot in the head, so the wounds were big, and that went through to the walls.
Investigators do believe that John Matthew, who was the youngest of 9, did live a little bit longer after the gunshot. They believe that he was paralyzed, but he was, of course, pronounced it at the scene. The whole family was.
6 people died. And this was a crime that was unheard of.
Only 23-year-old Ronnie Butch DeFeo survives.
Ronnie DeFeo Jr. claimed that he hadn't been home when this all went on. He came home at about 6:30 on November 13th. Found his family all murdered in their beds. Someone went through there and systematically killed each and every one of them in a most brutal fashion. I can't imagine what it must have been like to be one of those neighbors in this small community and then to watch as law enforcement is just converging on this house. The media starts showing up, flash bulbs going off, everybody angling to see what's going on. And then suddenly a silence falls over the crowd as the body bags start being pulled from the house. And you can see in the archive photos that some of those body bags were very small because they contained very small children.
Remember, Amityville was the type of place where you didn't lock your doors. So you went from a very passive place to live to a how could that happen? I mean, it was just so huge. I mean, children. Why? Being that we were friendly with the DeFeo family, I can remember being afraid that whoever killed them is coming for us next. I can remember sleeping with my sister, I think, for over a year.
Who would want to kill this family of 6 people, mother and father and 4 children? It was sensational news. It really tweaked the imagination and the horror and the sadness of everyone who lived in the area.
But as police investigate the grisly crime scene, the search for answers only leads to more questions.
There were no shell cases left behind. And it seemed that nobody was awake or heard, which is again a big part of the mystery. Why did anybody wake up? Why did the neighbors not hear any of this stuff?
One teenager in the neighborhood, he was awakened by the sound of the DeFeo's Old English sheepdog Shaggy barking at about 3:15 in the morning. But why had nobody heard any shots?
To not hear a gun go off 6 times of that caliber when you were that close to this house is not believable at all. I do not understand how that happened. You could stand in their front doorway and throw a rock at their neighbor's house and hit it through their window.
Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers grows outside the stately colonial.
I think they were just very sweet, very religious people, very family-minded people.
As you know that robbery is the most. We have really not known it because we have no idea what the matter is in this life.
Amityville is a small, quiet community, and any type of disruption like this is going to get the looky-loo standing outside the house.
One of the basic ironies about the DeFeos moving from an apartment in Brooklyn to upscale Amityville is it was supposed to symbolize upward mobility, better times for the family. They have a sign out there named their home High Hopes, and that all came crashing down.
The rumors are going to start flying pretty quickly. And one of the rumors that really took hold was this could have been a mob hit of some kind.
The DeFeo family had connections to organized crime on both sides, maternal and paternal. So the Colombo and Genovese families were connected to the DeFeos.
Louise DeFeo was part of the Bronte family, that they were associated with the mafia in New York City.
Ronnie DeFeo Sr., he was working for his father-in-law, Michael Briganti Sr., at the Buick dealership.
The car dealership is a front for the mob. Things happen there, such as low-level crime, like chopping cars, all the way up to money laundering. Big Ronnie Sr. was responsible for keeping tabs of the ledgers for the family business, if you will, the true ledgers.
There were rumors that Big Ronnie, that he was somehow skimming off top at the Buick dealership. You look in the 70s, all the New York newspapers were filled with mob killings. The type of things that were ripped out of The Godfather.
You know, wasn't a mob hit. I don't know.
But not everyone's convinced the mob is responsible.
There had been an unwritten law within the families of not attacking children. So that made it a little bizarre the thought that it might have been a mob hit.
For Amityville, it's not a place where a lot of crime was happening in those days. They probably had, 2 police officers and a stop sign. They had to call in outside police from Suffolk County in order to help assist in this investigation, because if you've never even processed one murder, let alone 6, how are you going to be able to handle something of this magnitude on your own?
Ireland is being safeguarded by the Suffolk County Police at this time.
Why safeguarded?
Why? Because the 6 members of the family dead, and we don't know why, and he's the sole remaining member.
when you consider that an entire family was taken out, it only becomes logical to think that the surviving member might be a target. So Ronnie was taken into protective custody just in case it was a mob hit and that he might still be in danger.
When police questioned 23-year-old Butch DeFeo, he echoes the mob theory.
As police questioned him, he suggested that his parents and his 4 siblings were victims of a mob hitman.
He tried to claim that the infamous mobster Lou Fellini did it, but he had an airtight alibi. He wasn't even in the state at the time. So cross that one off the list.
Investigators are beginning to believe the real suspect is staring them right in the face.
Everyone pointing could have been the only surviving son.
But what was the motive? Why did he want to do this? What the detectives seemed to come to terms with as for a motive was money.
They soon discovered Big Ronnie had a $200,000 life insurance policy.
Besides this, there were talks about parents having $100,000 or $200,000 in cash in the house.
The kind of money Butch could use to make a new life for himself, far away from the reputation he'd built in Amityville.
Ronnie, he was a difficult kid growing up. I think he got into a lot of bad things, a lot of bad circles.
To kind of deal with him being kicked out of school, they offer him a job at the dealership in the family, and he started working as a mechanic there.
He had a job as a gopher. He was an errand boy for his grandfather. So he made some money, plus his father would give him an allowance, sometimes several $100s a week. He had a stereo system. He had guns in the house. He had a car. He had a boat. He had a lot of spending money. And yet that wasn't enough for Butch.
Armed with this information, investigators sit down with DeFeo again. This time, the surviving son completely changes his story.
Under intense questioning, Ron Connie confessed to the killings. And he said, quote, "Once it started, I couldn't stop. It was that fast."
Ronnie was trying to say, oh, his memory was foggy and didn't remember anything. But he told them, well, I dumped the rifle here. I dumped my bloody clothes down the sewer drain. That all turned out to be true because they found it exactly where he said he put it.
Now the investigation turns its focus solely on him. Ronnie is arrested for the murders.
You couldn't think that Butch would have come back. I guess it was an explosion of whatever was going on in his mind. I don't know what happened.
He had acknowledged that he had taken drugs, had alcohol that night.
And the more investigators learn about the DeFeo family dynamics, the more they believe Ronnie was searching for his escape.
He wanted to be an alpha male. He would fight with his brothers and sisters. He had to share a bathroom with the brothers, and he was saying his 2 brothers were little pigs because they didn't clean up after themselves. He didn't like his sister's choice in music. So there was tension building in the house.
Many believe it's this tension that led Butch to finally snap.
The night of the murders. It was 3:15 in the morning, and Butch was sitting in the basement, and he had gone upstairs. He used 2 shots to kill each of his parents, and then he killed all of his siblings.
One year later, Ronnie DeFeo's 6-count murder trial begins on October 14th, 1975. At first, he admits to the killings.
It's also one he ever explained as to why he did it. Because at that time he felt that they were conspiring against him.
But then, an even more terrifying story emerges.
Came out that Ronnie heard voices telling him to kill. There was a shadowy figure following him through the house. He said it was the devil in the house that was going to do the murder.
Ronnie Jr. was fueled by drugs, and a lot of people who are involved in the paranormal will tell you that in itself can be a deadly combination. Once you start taking drugs, alcohol, and you've got a sort of demented personality that can then go full blown into opening the doors for demonic possession.
Ronnie was taken over by the spirit that had him do these horrible things. Someone was taking over him in his body.
Part of me wants to believe that there is some sort of entity telling somebody to do these things, whether you call it evil or whatever you call it, because we don't want to believe that somebody's capable of doing this to family.
Soon, Butch's lawyer embraces his client's claims.
William Weber comes up with what was very unusual and certainly very rare at the time, the devil made me do it defense.
In other words, William Weber claims his client is legally insane.
Whenever I have a client who tells me something that doesn't register as normal or sane, one of the things I have to ask myself is this person competent to aid in their own defense? So the first thing you would want to do, or I would do anyway, is I would have my client evaluated by a good expert.
Weber consults a psychiatrist to examine DeFeo. He testifies Butch does in fact believe he heard voices telling him to shoot his family.
On the defense side, if you're trying to convince the jury that the person is insane at the time of the crimes and did not have control of themselves, Weber, in direct examination of his client, shows a picture of his deceased mother lying there on the bed, surrounded by blood, and says, "Hey, is this your mom?" And DeFeo says, "I've never seen that person in my life." Weber repeats this with a picture of his father. He denies knowing who that was. From the prosecution side, show that whatever mental defect the person is suffering from, it's not significant enough to excuse the behavior. He clearly thought out what he was doing shortly after committing his murder. He collected the shell casings, the rifle, and then he disposed of them in a sewer system.
The trial lasts over a month, but after just 2 days of deliberations, the jury rejects DeFeo's devil defense.
The evidence all pointed to the fact that Ronnie DeFeo killed his family, the guy who is not only guilty of this, but is trying to weasel his way out of being convicted for it. And it's no surprise that they found him guilty.
DeFeo was given 6 consecutive sentences of 25 years to life. 2 weeks after Butch's conviction, he begins his sentence at New York State's Sullivan Correctional Facility.
People thought that once Ronnie DeFeo was convicted of those murders, the story would end. They had no idea that that was only the actual beginning of the Amityville case.
The sheer evil that would have to be present for a family member to kill 6 other family members. It's unthinkable. That could only be precipitated by evil.
It has been debated many times on whether or not this Amityville home is actually haunted.
Many people believe that the spirits in this house possessed him to do it.
The strange thing is, all members of the family that have been shot were found lying face down in their beds.
I believe there still remain unanswered questions about murders and what really happened in the house the night he killed his entire family. Was there a shadowy force telling him to kill?
People are going to side one way or the other. Whether or not this is one of the most intense cases of demonic possession, or if this is simply a person disturbed. I think what initially happened in the house with the DeFeos sparked some sort of presence that lingered in the house.
A presence that will drive the next family to move in. crazy.
Y'all probably heard of the movie Amityville Horror, but did you know that it's a real case? And this house right here is said to be one of the most evil locations on Earth.
Just weeks after Ronnie Butch DeFeo is given 6 life sentences for murdering his entire family inside their Amityville home, a new family takes interest in the house.
I described the house as charming the first time I saw it, because that's what I thought.
30-year-old Kathy Lutz and her 29-year-old husband, George, have no idea of the brutal murders that happened here when they arrive at 112 Ocean Avenue. Nor DeFeo's defense that demons made him do it.
Again, I was saying, Kathy, do you believe this? She said, no, I.
They're just looking for a fresh start for their blended family. 5-year-old Missy, 7-year-old Chris, and 10-year-old Daniel.
They were looking for a place that was bigger for their family now, but also George could run his business from. And this house was perfect for that. Not only did it have all the space that they needed, but it had a boathouse for George's boat. It had storage space for his motorcycles.
When they come into this home, they're like blown away by its beauty and they know there has to be a catch. This is when the person showing the house says, you know, this is the one where the murders had occurred. And it wasn't a deal breaker for them.
They decided that getting a property like this for the bargain price at the time of $80,000 was just something they couldn't pass up.
The Lutzes even pay an extra $400 for the remainder of the DeFeo's abandoned furniture.
A lot of people don't realize this. When the police finished with the crime scene after the murders, there was still a lot of physical residue, spots of blood on the walls, brain matter, holes in the wall with the bullets. In fact, the ammunition that Butch had, there were boxes of it up in his closet that the Lutz boys found and were playing with him.
But some believe the DeFeo's discarded things present unforeseen evils for the new owners.
If an inanimate object happened to be in close proximity to a traumatic event, that was the catalyst for evil in the case of a murder, like what happened there, then it stands to reason that any object that was in the house at the time that the murders took place could have absorbed that same energy.
I know personally, I wouldn't be on any of that furniture, especially the beds. When something happens like that, I don't see any reason why someone would want to, continue to linger and use those beds, especially for their children.
They didn't get rid of anything. And that's not to put blame on them at all. I mean, yes, I've moved into places and bought the furniture in there, but not where somebody was killed brutally in their sleep.
Given the home's bloody and potentially demonic past, Kathy Lutz decides to have a priest bless the house, just in case.
A blessing would have been an appropriate course of action. Even somebody that is non-practicing, if they grew up with the Catholic faith, there's always going to be some of those old habits within them.
But this is no routine blessing. 4 years later, in 1979, the priest finally reveals what happened in the house that day, only if he can remain anonymous.
I was blessing the sewing room. It was cold. It was really cold in there. I'm like, oh, gee, this is peculiar. Because it was a lovely day out. I also sprinkling holy water. I heard a rather deep voice behind me saying, "Get out."
The startled priest abruptly finishes his blessing and tells the Lutzes,
As long as nobody's sleeping in there, you're fine. And then he rushed out the door, which should have been a clue for them.
Days later, the priest discovers mysterious blisters on his hands, like a stigmata.
It's very common for victims of a malevolent attack, spiritual attack or paranormal attack by some kind of potential demonic entity to experience a mocking of Jesus's life, his reality.
Soon, the Lutzes begin encountering strange events as well.
Suddenly, George was furiously cold all the time. No matter what, he couldn't get warm, and he was constantly building fires, even when the rest of the family was shedding off layers because he had them sweating. But he had this bone chill that he just couldn't seem to shake.
What's fascinating about George's cold chills is he was the only one experiencing them. From somebody who's experienced cold chills, it's hard to describe, but it's a situation where you feel like somebody brushed past you. I mean, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. When you're there and in that moment, you're like, oh, this is something. There's something here.
George's personality changes too. He suffers unexplained bouts of anger, confusion, and loss of appetite.
As the phenomena started to progress and worsen over time, George really started to notice that it was affecting him directly, including waking up every night at about 3:15 a.m.
Around the time some believe the DeFeo murders took place. It's also the time some call the Devil's Hour.
Jesus was said to have died on the cross at 3 p.m. And so the devil's hour being 3 a.m. is sort of a contrast to that.
But it's not just odd behavior haunting the new residents.
When the Lusses first moved into the house, naturally, it has tons of space and lots of different rooms and areas to be explored. But there were also some areas that they weren't expecting to find.
Kathy Lutz discovers one such mysterious space while moving a bookcase in the basement.
Much to my surprise, there was no wall. It was the entrance into the small, brightly painted red room. And I was really surprised and alarmed by the find.
Even the Lutz's dog, Harry, won't go near the strange void known as the Red Room.
Animals can definitely sense when there's something not right going on in the environment, something malevolent or something dark. And Harry not wanting to go anywhere near the Red Room is something that we would expect to find in a legitimate case of demonic involvement.
But Kathy's bizarre encounters don't end there. She soon begins sensing the murdered DeFeo family's presence.
Kathy was experiencing dreams of Louise's body being exhumed. The bodies laying on the floor in the same room where the family was placed before they were taken out by the medical examiners. And I know that she had continuously had dreams of her getting shot.
Kathy also said that her aunt, who was a nun, came into the house to visit one day, and she left when she became violently ill. So a lot of things were piling up.
Then, Kathy's 5-year-old daughter, Missy, begins experiencing her own phenomena. She claims to see the face of a red-eyed pig in her bedroom window and names it Jody.
If there was a demon in the Amityville house, it's very likely that that was what was manifesting as Jody the Red-Eyed Pig and was appearing before Missy. It would be trying to gain her trust because the more it has attention, the more power it will gain.
Children do see demonic entities first before the adults are directly affected. Children tend to be more sensitive and more willing to experience it. It would not be outside of the realm of possibility that some malevolent force would seek out a child first because the child would be more likely to see and interact with them.
I think if I had seen a pig face in the window, I would have run for the hills. Absolutely. Out of there.
But no one outside the home has any idea what's happening.
I was in high school when they were in the house. And I used to walk back and forth to the high school every day, 5 days a week. And I can't say I ever saw anything.
As the phenomena worsens, the Lutz family's trying to tough it out, and who can blame them? You finally got your dream house. What's a few ghosts?
But when the Lutzes try to take matters into their own hands, it awakens an even darker force.
Hey everyone. So I'm an Instacart shopper on Long Island, and I am often in the town of Amityville, which is where the DeFeo family murders happened. I view this house as like one would view the Empire State Building. I just think it's a national landmark. There it is, y'all. This is Ocean Avenue. Right there. Amityville Horror House. It's beautiful.
Within a week after moving into their Amityville dream home, the Lutz family begins facing a series of terrifying and unexplained phenomena.
Spectral pig with the glowing eyes, disembodied voices, cold spots in the home. I've never heard of anything like this.
Soon, the Lutzes begin to wonder if the house is haunted by the DeFeo murders after all.
For somebody to be sleeping on the same beds and be in that same house and really not cleanse that space, if you will, I think that definitely has something to do with it.
Desperate for help, George and Kathy call the local priest back for a second blessing, starting with the mysterious red ring they recently discovered underneath their basement stairs.
He said, no way was he coming back into their house. And that's when he revealed to them for the first time that when he had been there previously, something unseen had smacked him and a voice told him to get out.
We can see it with our own eyes. It lends credibility to the fact that it would have been essential for them to get the help of the church to be able to rectify it.
With no spiritual help on the way, the Lutzes take matters into their own hands and bless the house themselves. But their actions only further enrage the demons haunting it.
When you're experiencing a paranormal encounter, your eyes focus and you see something that you can't explain. And then you need to assess, is this a danger to me?
I think that you can stir up energy if you don't know what you're doing, or maybe that was the intention, to try to create something or have this energy kind of come out of the woodwork.
Some believe the paranormal activity haunting the Lutzes may be their own doing.
George and Kathy practiced transcendental meditation, which in the 1970s sometimes was a code word for they were interested in the occult.
Of that time of the 70s, it was kind of the thing to do. I know I grew up in it. I would know. A lot of incense burning and a lot of chanting. But if they were into parts of the occult that are incantations of bad things, it's definitely inviting somebody in that you don't know who they are and where they come from to create a negative energy. And then things can happen that are really bad.
Any kind of dabbling with any kind of occult forces is usually a recipe for disaster because very few people are properly trained in how to handle these things.
After their blessing attempt, the dark energy within 112 Ocean Avenue only intensifies. Swarms of flies begin congregating in the same room where the priest experienced the mysterious slap in the face weeks earlier.
That's usually the case when you have the center of the haunting, the place that nobody wants to go, and the place where spending too much time in there will become overwhelming.
If that were happening to me right now, I would have called somebody in to come and help me. I would have tried to do anything, but they kind of kept quiet on it.
But the flies are just the beginning of the strange phenomena barraging the Lutzes.
The boys who were sharing the same room said, and they absolutely swear to this day, that they saw sort of like a black amorphous figure. They felt like something like whooshed through them, like a spirit.
Kathy herself starts levitating over the bed, and George sees this happening with his own eyes.
Kathy looked at herself in the mirror one morning as she was washing her face, and her face transformed into that of an old hag.
My hair had turned color. There was no true color. It was a gray-white. My face was severely wrinkled, deep impressions coming down across the forehead. My mouth was very tight, very drawn.
You have a potential demonic presence. You've got the flies around the window. You have slime oozing from the walls. You have the black substances that are coming up in the sinks and the toilets. This is absolutely terrifying.
Whatever entities are there had quite an unusual strength. It would target the children and it would start to attack them in their rooms. George tries to get out of bed to go and save them, and he's paralyzed. He can't get up. That's the amount of strength that was behind these hauntings.
These kinds of things are things that we do see when we go and investigate a case and a person is experiencing what they think is a demonic problem.
The same evil spirits that haunted Butch DeFeo. When the Lutzes stay, the dark forces grow even more powerful.
George and Kathy describe coming down in the middle of the night and finding the sound of a marching band going through their house. Kathy, she finally had had enough, and the time came for the Lutz family to get out of that house.
On January 14th, 1976, George and Kathy gather the kids and dog and race to escape.
But whatever is in that house starts targeting them. He's unable to pull out. It's like whatever is there is keeping them on that land. A young family that has invested everything they have into their dream home, suddenly, after just 28 days, bolts from the property.
They were genuinely terrified.
But the Lutzes will return to their haunted home. This time with reinforcements.
Let's start with the Amityville haunting. On November 13th, 1974, Ronnie DeFeo murdered his 2 parents and 4 siblings. A little over a year later, Kathy and George Lutz moved into this home. They would only end up staying in the home for 28 days. They claimed they had to leave the home due to paranormal hauntings. They claimed some crazy shit in this case. Furniture flying across the room, Kathy levitating, green slime oozing from the walls, infestation of flies.
George and Kathy Lutz fled in the darkness in panic. They said the house was being possessed. It was the occult. It was demonic. There was slime oozing from the walls. There were flies in the dead of winter. They heard voices.
You couldn't have a more perfect storm or confluence of events if you even drew a Venn diagram. You have unseen forces, supernatural, that have driven this couple out of their house 14 months after 6 people were violently murdered. Of course, that grabbed everybody's attention.
Soon, neighbors on Ocean Avenue realize the Lutz family car has been missing for weeks. Rumors begin circulating the family had experienced strange behavior and fled because they were afraid.
The story filtered into our news world. Laura DiDio, who was an intern at that time, was ordered to go out to the house to interview the Lutz family.
I spent 5 hours talking with them and getting them to open up. They were scared.
She came back, she said their story is incredible, and she talked them into allowing us to come in with a crew. I was hoping to get an exclusive interview with a ghost. Oh, an intrepid reporter, always looking for another interview.
Reporters contact 2 of America's most renowned paranormal investigators for help, Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Ed and Lorraine Warren were a paranormal power couple from Connecticut. She had a gift. She could see things that other people couldn't see and sense things that other people couldn't sense. He was a Catholic demonologist, so they kind of meshed well together. They really pushed the envelope. They went to all of the biggest houses, the scariest things that you don't want to find under your bed at night. They were there.
With the Lutz's permission, the reporters and the Warrens meet at 112 Ocean Avenue to determine if demonic forces within really have haunted both the Lutz and DeFeo families.
Lorraine said, before we go into the house, let's just take a minute to decompress, pray, get yourself in the right frame of mind. We went into the house with the crew, and Lorraine didn't know which rooms belonged to who. When she got to Ronnie DeFeo Jr.'s room, Butch, she walked to the entryway, stood in the doorway, took one step in, and immediately backed out and said, no, it's too oppressive. I can't go into this room.
But Lorraine can't escape this feeling, even as her psychic reading continues on the home's second floor.
She walked in the master bedroom and she said, blood, blood, blood all over. She sat down. She was having a very physical reaction to this. She got a migraine headache.
Any type of place that has paranormal activity, even if you're not looking for it and you happen to stumble upon it, those different things that I just described are actually really common. You know, especially if you're in a place where 6 murders happened.
I don't doubt for 1 second that they were encountering real paranormal entities during these experiences.
Overcome, Lorraine abruptly ends their visit, but not before DiDio and her crew have enough material for an earth-shattering newscast.
Then it really blew up. I would get calls from 20-year-old kids. Hey, can we go in there and spend the night? The murders and Ronnie DeFeo's trial hadn't been taxing enough. Now you've ladled on Ghostbusters.
People started to invade the quaint little village that we have.
All we kept getting for the next couple of weeks is, when is the next installment? When is the next installment? From there on in, this took on a life of its own.
The news director said, okay, we got to go back and do more on this, follow up the story.
On March 6, 1976, the news crew returns to the home with the Warrens. They're joined by George and Kathy Lutz, who haven't been back to the house since they fled in the middle of the night 2 months earlier.
Unbeknownst to us, the Warrens had invited several of their psychic and paranormal friends. George Lutz had invited several other paranormal investigating agencies to come in. So there were about 20 people there.
But the Warrens aren't just looking to conduct psychic readings. This time, they're going to try to conjure the spirits.
You know, just there's the house. That's it. That's it. You know, notice how they've changed the eye windows.
They're not.
They're not eye windows anymore.
Nearly a year and a half after Ronnie Butch DeFeo murdered his entire family inside their Amityville home, and 3 months after the new residents, the Lutzes, were chased away by a series of terrifying paranormal phenomena, renowned paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren have returned to the Amityville home to try to conjure the spirits haunting it.
They called the biggest names that they could, the best experts, to help with the house. And they truly were trying to figure out what was going on.
I arrived and I walked into the house and there were about 20 people sitting around this table with a blessed candle, crucifix, and 2 psychics. The best description of our reaction during that seance was one word: we're mesmerized.
I feel personally threatened. It's whatever's here. Whatever is here is And it's something that comes at you and makes your heart speed up, that kind of thing.
So Lorraine was getting the perception that whatever this was, it was a demonic force and it came from the bowels of the earth.
She believed that the house had been possessed. There was an occult nature in there. At one point, Lorraine Warren said to me, Marvin, this is the closest to hell I ever want to get.
Lorraine Warren specifically saying that this is the closest to hell that she'll ever get is fascinating, considering all of the stuff that she's experienced.
When they held these seances, I don't think they were just trying to prove it. I think they were trying to stop whatever was happening.
And soon, something does happen. To the TV crew's cameraman.
Steve gets to the top of the second floor stair landing, and all of a sudden, he turns around, and I saw his face go ashen. All the blood drained out, and I could see it breaks out into sweat, and his face is contorted with pain, and he doubles over, clutching his chest. And he said all of a sudden he just got severe heart palpitation, and that had never happened to him before.
If you're in a place where 6 murders had just happened 13 months or so before, something like your heart pounding, that could be something that you're just not familiar with and you're expecting or anticipating the worst, but can also be very common in any paranormal situation. The energy is from spirits that are left behind.
Moments later, the Warrens' photographer captures this haunting image.
It shows at the top of the stairs in a doorway what seems to be a little boy with very bright eyes lighting up and a plaid shirt.
There are many people who feel that they actually captured the spirit of John Matthew DeFeo, who was the youngest of the DeFeo children murdered that night, coming out of one of the side rooms. There are others who say that it was actually one of the investigators who was there that night and was just captured in the IR light of the camera and had this weird ghostly reflection in his eyes. But when you see the photo side by side of the supposed ghost boy and John Matthew, it's hard to really ignore the similarities.
I was not there when the picture was developed, and I cannot vouch for its accuracy, veracity, or authenticity. I don't know.
It's very easy in this day and age to fake evidence like that. Back then it was harder to fake, but could it have been possible that it was a ghost? Absolutely.
Interest in the Amityville case continues to build, sparking the curiosity of legendary parapsychologist Hans Holzer, who signs on to conduct his own investigation.
My father, Dr. Hans Holzer, was one of the most known American ghost hunters of our time. In the case of the Amityville story, you've got both true crime and the paranormal. Amityville to him was kind of falling in that, what do we do with this?
Holzer takes the investigation back to its roots, the DeFeo murders.
Why would Ronnie act out in that way? There's got to be a reason why. And that's really what he was trying to find out about.
Hans Holzer utilized what he called the Holzer method, which would involve him bringing the equipment similar to what you see paranormal researchers use on TV today, but he would also bring along with him a trance medium.
If you're a deep trance medium, essentially means that you are allowing your body to be taken over to the said entity that's in the environment at the time to speak through you. And the medium of his choice then was Ethel Johnson Mayers.
Once again, the Channel 5 news team joins to document any paranormal activity.
Holzer had planned to go to the house with Ethel, and could I meet him there and could I do research? I said, sure.
So the way Dr. Holzer did his investigations was he had his recorder and 5 different Polaroid cameras. So when Ethel went into a trance, that tape was running. And then he would speak into the microphone to Ethel, to the spirit. Tell me who you are. What is your name?
But Hans Holzer's video camera froze up. And he says, that's the first time this has ever happened to me.
Hans Holzer wanted physical proof of what was going on. He certainly believed the trance mediums that he worked with, but he knew that if you wanted to convince people that the paranormal was real, you were going to have to show them that photograph or that piece of film or that audio recording.
Holzer's Polaroid cameras are working, and in this photo, capture a presence in the house. The bullet holes left over from the DeFeo murders in this undoctored photo.
There is glowing light that you cannot account for. And that was something that he would be very excited about. Yeah, something is still here. Somebody is forming that energy.
Holzer's not the only one sensing a disturbance in the home. His deep trance medium, Ethel Myers, also detects an unknown force.
They're going to use your vocal cords. Your voice will change. Your facial expressions will start to shift, almost as if you have a makeup artist molding your face to look like a character. It's really quite scary.
What came through was the spirit of a Native American chief.
Hans Holzer himself would later explain Ethel's experience in an interview with Marvin Scott.
On further investigation, I discovered that the house was built of Indian burial ground. And that aroused the Indian to a warpath against anybody living in the house. That's when the fun started.
Holzer told me during an interview that he believed he was possessed because there was a chief who was rebellious in the house being there, and this was his way of responding to get the people out of the house. This was the occult that was occurring in 112 Ocean Avenue.
In my initial research back in early 1976, I had gone to the Amityville Historical Society, and I had seen that there were documents that there was, in fact, the house had been built on a Native American burial ground.
The house where Butch DeFeo murdered his entire family. And later sent the Lutz family running terrified into the night.
When people are slaughtered in their sleep, the way that the DeFeos were, and you move into the home and try to have a happy life right afterward, I think there's no question that you're going to run into some terrible energy. You're going to run into some paranormal activity.
Holzer's findings further fuel the publicity engulfing the Amityville case. But nothing like what's about to come next.
The True Story of the Amityville Horror House, Part 2. So the Lutz family moved in December of 1975 and only stayed for a mere 28 days. In that month, they experienced weird paranormal activities such as eyes peering into the house from all the windows, hearing unexplainable noises, and even smelling really foul, bizarre odors.
In 1976, news of the Lutz family's strange encounters within their recently abandoned Amityville home makes headlines across the nation.
Things such as green slime, flies all gathering in one area in the house, disembodied voices, cold spots in the home, Kathy levitating out of bed.
That same year, George and Kathy Lutz connect with author Jay Anson to share their terrifying story.
They had sent him 45 hours of taped conversations.
I'm a journalist. I try to investigate as best as I can. I was able to put together a chronology of the events that took place within that framework, 28 days. I sincerely believe they took place.
The book is an instant bestseller, capturing in chilling detail the story of both the brutal DeFeo murders and the subsequent hauntings experienced by the Lutzes.
People ate it up, and it takes off.
Americans love a good ghost story, and there's no better ghost story than the one that comes out of Amityville.
So in 1977, author Jay Anson adapts their story into his novel, The Amityville Horror. And I saw the cover, I saw the logo with the devil tail, and then I saw the words based on a true story. And that just captured my attention right then and there. I became obsessed with this case.
I got interested originally in the Amityville story by seeing my mother and sister's reaction to Jay Anson's book. When I picked it up, the house with the eye-like windows just kind of called to me, fascinated me.
Almost overnight, the quiet village of Amityville turns into an unwanted tourist attraction.
I have to say, from the time the murders happened, the traffic on Ocean Avenue picked up unbelievably.
But the book is just the beginning. In 1979, the motion picture The Amityville Horror is released. The film grosses nearly $8 million its first weekend, the equivalent of $30 million today.
The Amityville Horror was a classic horror film, still holds its own today. Those little curved windows in the attic just stays in public consciousness. It becomes an archetype.
Soon, a second wave of mania takes over the town.
I don't know, I haven't seen the movie and I'm waiting to see the movie just, beforehand.
After that, when the movie came out, then it started up stuff in the village and it really became more of a nuisance, or it was a nuisance with people coming by all the time, looking at the house and walking on the property.
The Amityville Horror story hit the American public consciousness at just the right time for this to get a lot of play. It was in the years immediately following the release of the book and the movie The Exorcist, and that kicked off an era that we refer to as the Satanic Panic.
The movie comes out and bam, the legend is born and it's in full swing. People who were atheists, agnostics, came out of that movie theater, and the next thing you know, people were sleeping with the lights on.
We have this fascinating paranormal story, but also this murder trial where they try and use demonic presence in court. And it's something that's going to be debated forever.
I believe that something supernatural occurred in that house. Someone commented on one of my friend's videos and said that was entirely a hoax. Says who? Were you there? Are you able to produce something that proves one side or the other?
All of these people skeptical about the Lutz's story, with people calling them liars and hoaxers and saying that they're just in this to make a buck. Well, the only thing they can do to really defend themselves and to make people believe them is to take lie detector tests, which they passed.
Suddenly, the Lutzes begin making appearances on national TV.
It was George that went on the Merv Griffin show and presented the Ghost Boy photo, reigniting all the discussion and the debate whether or not there was actually a real haunting that happened there.
Despite all the publicity, there's one thing the Lutzes won't do.
Every TV network, every primetime news magazine show, they must have been throwing blank checks at the Lutzes to get the footage of them walking through that house again, but they just refused to do it.
For the next 50 years, the entertainment industry cashes in with countless books, documentaries, and movies about the DeFeo murders and Lutz encounters.
I grew up learning about the Amityville murders because this was actually my dad's first rated R film in theaters. And to this day, he says it just scared the daylights out of him. Here we are today with just about 20 Amityville horror movies just kind of snowballed after that book.
The thing about the Amityville case is because it is such an iconic visual, that house has become a marketing cash cow. No matter how bad the movie is, people are going to buy it.
When I was 13 years old, I went on my first date with a boy, and his mother took us to see the Ryan Reynolds version of Amityville Horror. I didn't know that it was a previous film. I didn't know that it was real. And then my parents were like, that happened when we were younger, and there was a huge film. Then I started getting more involved with researching, like, how could this be real? And, Googling true story behind this movie. And that's when I really understood it.
If it's one thing about the American people, it's that we love and hate the mystery.
But one man may know the answer to what really happened to the DeFeo and Lutz families.
Is this fact or fiction? It's fiction. Absolutely.
It's the anniversary of the Amityville Horror movie, 1979. So I figured why not visit the actual house itself, but in a respectful manner.
The fascination with the hauntings inside 112 Ocean Avenue continues today.
We do get a lot of interest and tourists or people coming in to look at the house. The curiosity about it, these hauntings and paranormal things that just piques people's interest. And it's just one of those human nature things. But it's just not really fair for the people that do live there or the intrusions they get on the property.
It's become a place where it's almost like a pilgrimage. You really, for the most part, get people that are just curious and interested. But even when we come here to make peace with Amityville, Amityville might not be ready to make peace with us.
It's not uncommon to be walking on the street and then seeing that car that's holding up traffic, that's looking at the numbers on the houses, and they're having a hard time finding that haunted house that they think it's haunted, and it's not. There's been very happy families there.
The feeling that's left in that house now is what is left over from what happened in 1974. It's left an imprint on the house, this horrible stamp on it for the rest of history.
An imprint left by Ronnie Butch DeFeo when he suddenly murdered his entire family in cold blood.
Ronnie DeFeo said there was a demon there that completely took over his body and made him do all these things. He heard voices.
But 25 years after failing to convince a jury that the devil made him do it, DeFeo finally comes forward to unburden himself with the truth. In 1995, he says his demon defense was all a sham, invented by his lawyer, William Weber.
Mr. Weber tells me, look, we got the Godfather and the Exodus all in one here, man. We're going to make big, big money. My lawyer told me what to tell the psychiatrist, so they would have told along with everything.
William Weber came up with the creative defense that there was something supernatural involved in the house. He had sold Butch DeFeo on the idea that there was going to be a book and he would be famous and there would be money. It would be a relief if we could blame the devil or demons or ghosts, simply because of the fact to know that your fellow human being is capable of something so horrendous is truly terrifying, more so than any disembodied bands or giant Jody the Pigs or oozing walls.
Weber continues this story with the home's next residents as well.
After the trial was over, I was introduced to George and Kathy Lutz, who were then living in the DeFeo residence. And they had approached me with an idea that there were people interested with big money in developing the demonism aspect of the DeFeo murder. Bill Weber said the story grew over dinner with the Lutzes. As a matter of fact, he said it grew over a bottle of wine. One bottle of wine? No, 3 bottles of wine. And the story just grew and grew and grew.
The Lutzes themselves confirm Weber's account to reporter Laura DiDio.
The Lutzes had taped a conversation with William Weber, and they said, before we play this, we just want you to know we're not too proud of this at all. We're very embarrassed. And on the tape, I heard William Weber was leading the charge, which was we should be able to get several movies and several books out of it at least, which again, going back to 1975, 76, that's pretty good marketing. He already had franchise in mind.
But not everyone reaps the reward.
The Lutzes, of all the money that was made on the films and the books, they made very little out of this. I think the total they ever saw, if the figure is correct, something like $300,000, but millions were made on the films and the books.
The defense lawyer, William Weber, definitely took advantage of the time period and the satanic panic going on. I think a lot of the stories that we hear of this Amityville home are a snowball effect, where we start off with one thing spooky and then you kind of add to that. And then from there, it just keeps going and going and it becomes something so much greater than it was meant to.
It's kind of like the little telephone game you played in grade school. You know, you're always going to have controversy, people saying this was not authentic, and other people saying, no, it really happened. The truth is always in the middle.
And nothing is more shocking than the truth DeFeo admits to next.
I can honestly say that I'm not guilty.
The Lutz family, they moved into the house in December of 1975. However, they only lived in the house for 28 days. They started talking to the media about the fact that the house was haunted, and this is when people started suspecting that they were making up the story for fame or notoriety.
After admitting his devil defense was a sham, in 1995, Ronnie Butch DeFeo decides he can no longer hold back his family's darkest secret. He finally comes clean about what really happened inside their home that horrific night.
My sister had come to a point in her life where she wanted to be rebellious. She wanted to get out of that house. And you couldn't be free and be at the fail in that house. Nobody could be free.
You have to go a step back and to understand that the DeFeo household was a ticking time bomb. There was greed, drugs, organized crime involvement. The family had a horrible amount of domestic abuse from the father, Big Ronnie Sr.
According to Butch's account, 18-year-old Dawn DeFeo wanted out. And on the night of November 13th, 1974, she was ready to kill for her freedom.
According to Butch DeFeo, Dawn was pressing and pressing. She is the one that brought the rifle down to Butch and said, we got to do it. We got to do it now. If we don't do it, we're never going to be free.
I got high. I was doing a lot of heroin back then. I had gone down the basement, had the TV on.
But a stoned Butch dismisses his sister's ramblings.
My mother and father apparently went to bed. Everybody went to bed. You got to remember now, I'm high. I'm still drunk. And I heard a roar. I went upstairs. It was a bad smell. At that time, I didn't realize what the smell was. It was sulfur. Went into my mother and father's room, and I saw a hole in my father's back.
Beside Ronnie Sr., Butch's mother, Louise. And the horror continues.
Turned around, and my sister's room was directly across. And she had a hole in the side of her head, and there was blood coming down.
13-year-old Allison DeFeo.
She had a pink shade rug. I'll never forget that.
Next, Butch discovers 12-year-old Mark and the youngest member of the DeFeo family, 9-year-old John Matthew.
They were dead. My brothers were. They were dead.
Then comes Butch's biggest shock. His sister Dawn is still alive, and she's armed with a rifle.
I looked at her. She looked at me. And we got, I don't arrest them, Max. I took the rifle away from him. I shot her in the head.
Some of the forensics seem to corroborate Butch's story.
When you look at it, there's evidence that there was gunpowder on the front of Dawn's dress and on her hands.
But others believe Butch actively helped his sister commit the murder before he turned the rifle on her.
I have always maintained there was a second shooter. And I actually didn't realize that that was even a thing until I looked into the actual files and found the evidence.
Herman Reyes, the retired New York City detective working for the defense, uncovered that there was more than one gun used and there was accomplices involved. that actually kept the kids quiet during the murders. Remember, even if you just look at one murder weapon, the .35 Marlin is so loud that you can go deaf from the firing of it. And this is a small house.
It's incredible that the victims didn't hear any of the shots over the 15-minute period. But that's not all.
Not all the bodies that were found in bed were shot in bed. So the police knew from day one that the bodies were planted, or at least the parents were made to look like they had been sleeping peacefully.
I think that he staged the entire crime scene and he cleaned it up himself before he did anything about it.
I can honestly say that I'm not guilty of the crime that I was found guilty of. I'm guilty of one act. The act was manslaughter, not murder.
Now, was Butch DeFeo completely innocent? No, he was not innocent. He had a hand in the murder of Dawn, but he was adamant that he never planned or intended the murder of the younger children.
But was Butch DeFeo telling the truth? Was his sister Dawn both the main killer and the victim? Or was there truly a darker underlying force at play within the home? Something that drove Butch and the Lutz family to madness.
The DeFeo murders are quite an interesting case because it is going to forever pull people in different directions. Whether or not this is one of the most intense cases of demonic possession, or if this is simply a person disturbed wanting to do these things.
And on March 12th, 2021, the mystery only deepens.
Breaking news. On March 12th, 2021, Ronald DeFeo Jr. died in prison at the age of 69. So far, the cause of death is undetermined until an autopsy is performed. And if you don't recall who he is better known as the Amityville Horror Killer. Yes, the one that all the movies are based off.
The cause of death is still unknown.
Once I heard about the death of Ronald Butch DeFeo Jr., I was like, I have to talk about this. And I'm quite literally throwing makeup on my face and trying to get a video out there on TikTok. It's a huge death.
When Ronnie DeFeo died, people started coming again. And you get that traffic, and it just becomes more of a nuisance than a positive thing for the village.
DeFeo's passing reignites a new generation's fascination with the legendary tale and its haunting effects on not one, but two families.
The desire to hear more about it is seemingly insatiable, and that brings people out. And we are now into third and fourth generation Amityville aficionados.
Somebody's still normal living in this crazy house.
The story of Amityville is never going to end. It has already withstood 50 years, several films, multiple documentaries, multiple books, podcasts, TikTokers, YouTubers. I think there's always going to be that interest.
They claim that it's not haunted at all, but I don't know, find that hard to believe here.
To be clear, everybody who's lived in the home since has never had anything paranormal happen to them. So I don't know, pretty iffy to me.
People like to debate these things. And now you have social media and you've got the digital world. And this is the granddaddy of all ghost stories. And when you're talking about the supernatural, you either believe it or you don't believe it.
I believe that something supernatural occurred in that house. Do I think it started with the DeFeos? I don't know where it happened, but I do not think that the Lutz story was completely fabricated.
I think it's a great story, and I think it is a story that will continue to be told from generation to generation. It's a great topic up for debate.
When the legend becomes fact, you print the legend. And that's where we're at with the Amityville case, that no matter how much fact we can decipher from what really happened and what didn't, the legend is always going to be stronger.
people think I'm obsessed with this, but I'm okay with it. I am obsessed with it.
Ronald DeFeo Jr. has died in police custody.
So far, the cause of death is undetermined.
It took a couple hours, but I think what finally got everybody to agree was one guy who was not the foreman stood up and said, "We all agree that he did it. We agree that it was premeditated. Can you think of any worse crime that could have been committed?" It was a 6-year-old girl who was taken from her home and essentially tortured and then brutally killed. And we all agreed on that. And then he said, "Well, if this is the worst crime that's been committed, the worst penalty that we can give is the death penalty. Don't you think this is what this case deserves?"
Today's date is July 26th, 2002. The time is 8:33 p.m. I'm in the offices of the Division of Criminal Investigation, speaking with Johnny Johnson in reference to St. Louis County Police Report number 0270076. Johnny, for the record, will you verify that this tape is being done with your permission?
Yes.
We're gonna start with early this morning. You were sleeping on the couch. Was anybody else in the room with you sleeping?
Nobody was in the room sleeping. Cassie came down.
Casey, and that would be Cassandra, but they call her Casey.
Yeah.
Okay, then what happened?
I got up and went to the door.
And then where were you gonna go?
I was going to the fence factory.
So you're going out the front door.
Mm.
Okay,
Casey asked me where I was going, and I told her to the glass factory, and she said, "What's the glass factory?" And I told her it's a place they, I believe it, in and out. And then started walking out the door, and she asked me, she said, "I'm going to the door, and there's this wall, so forth, and there's the rooms of the old glass factory are right there."
I have this, paper in front of me where we had done a drawing. When we just talked to you a few minutes ago. And, you kind of indicated that there was 2 ways to enter this, as you call it, a silo.
Yes.
So now you get to the edge of the cellar, what happens now?
She sits down and she scoots herself off and hops down on the ground.
And then what do you do?
I follow her.
When your words said that she was freaking out.
Yep.
Can you explain what her physical actions were when you were freaking out?
She kept on, she was saying she was sorry, started screaming for help, and then I panic out because I see her pain.
Before you right now lies the body of a precious little girl.
Police say confessed to the crime. 24-year-old Johnny Johnson made his first appearance in court yesterday, where he did not enter a plea. He's been charged with murder, armed criminal action, kidnapping, and attempted forcible rape.
Put the website together pretty quickly after we lost her, mainly just because I wanted there to be a place where we could, remember her. There is no mention of what happened to her on the website. It's just for her because, like I said, I don't want her to be remembered just for the terrible thing that happened to her because she was such a cool little kid. That's why I put, there's a picture in there that I put one of her smiling real big and I put Casey is happy. And then I put one when she was like having a little pouting fit. So Casey not so happy. It's just like every little kid. She had her moments.
So just these are some of the pictures that we have of us growing up. Kristen and Chelsea, because they were close in age. And then it's, me and Casey. And then just like for Christmas, obviously we do a silly picture and I took it way to another level. And then this picture I have mixed feelings about because that's the picture that the news had all over the place.
I think we'll go down to Leonard Park where there is a memorial bench for Casey that the city put in. And when we used to do the memorial walk, we always used to end our walk there. There's a little plaque over here. I thought it was really nice of the city to do this. Like I said, everybody was impacted. So this is just a little side story, but this is actually the second bench because they had to be replaced because the first one had like just little circles in it. It's really cute. It kind of looked like polka dots, except for a little girl that actually was a friend of Chelsea's, I think, got her finger stuck in it and they had to cut the bench off of her finger so they have to get revenge. Actually the second purple bench for Casey here. Chelsea's Casey's sister. And she was 11 when Casey died. And her and her friend had come over here to the park the day before. Johnny Johnson followed them over here. And it kind of freaked her out. And so they went home and they told the friend's mom. And she said, well, you girls just stay away from him. And they did. But she didn't tell Angie. And Chelsea blamed herself for that the whole rest of her life because she said that if she had told her mom, that she would have kept him away. So that was just something she carried with her.
Going back to earlier this morning, where were you? At 6:30?
Laying on the couch.
And were you living there with him?
I was staying with her for the days.
How many days have you been staying there?
3.
So you've been sleeping there at night. You're not really living there. You're just laying in your bed and being sleeping.
Yes.
So this was my brother's house. This is where Angie was staying with the kids because her and Ernie were not technically together. They were kind of working things out. And then that's the house where they were staying. Casey was crying for her dad, so they stayed over there that night. And then, so that's why when Ernie got up in the morning and Casey got up with him, when he came out of the shower and he couldn't find Casey, his original thought was she ran over to Grandpa's. She's going to be in trouble because she crossed the street by herself. But then he went over there to my brother's house and she wasn't there. So then they immediately started looking and had called the police within a half an hour.
And you walk from the house down Bent, and then you make a left turn on First Street.
Yeah.
Then you come to an alleyway.
Yeah.
And
Then she started walking down the alleyway. And then she started complaining for the feet hurt because she had no shoes.
okay, then what happened?
I asked her if she gave me the feet hurt light, and she said yes.
I remember getting a phone call. I think it was from my sister Debbie, telling me that they couldn't find Casey. I remember calling my husband at work, and he just had to run out of work. He works right over in Fenton, and he just told him, I gotta go. I can't understand the words she's saying except for that Casey's missing. And I remember I felt like really panicked because there are so many places that she could have been. But I mean, the police were going door to door. They were searching people's houses. The people had pulled together and were forming search parties and were going through the woods.
I have a very clear recollection of first learning about Johnny's case. I think I had worked several hours on a case, and so I was taking some time off to get caught up in them. And I had the news on, and as soon as I came home and I turned on the news, there was the story of a missing girl in Valley Park. And it was just all day. The news feed on this was all day. And I couldn't look away.
The media was there. And we kind of all learned that day that the media can either be your best friend or they can not be. Because at that point they were our best friend. They were putting her picture out there. They were putting her name out there. They were saying, if you know anything, please call.
Yeah, I remember hearing that a little girl was missing in Valley Park, and around lunchtime, getting ready to go to lunch and hearing helicopters, seeing them flying over the area. On the way to lunch, we drove through Valley Park, and there was somebody, a man walking on the side of 141 who the police seemingly came out of nowhere and pulled over and tackled this guy because they were just trying to find anybody who knew anything about what was going on.
We took her off into this wooded area, an old abandoned factory that was there, where what he was going to do. He killed her and buried her in this pit with all the rocks around it.
I heard about what do you do?
I leave the side of it. Okay. And then I make a left out of there. I keep going the same way as we came before we went in there. As soon as I got out of the glass factory over the wall, I made the left and started walking down the trail towards the river. Okay. That trail. Yes. Went down the bell frame and took my shirt off and took my wallet out and just clean off the blood that I had on my leg.
Then walking onto a nearby river and cleaned all the blood off of it and washed himself up. And then walked back up to the house, how everybody's searching all over for his thing, and acting like he had no idea what he was doing.
It wasn't long after I got down there that Johnny Johnson came walking back up the street, soaking wet from the river. And I guess he thought he could just get back before anybody realized she was gone. I don't know. Truthfully, I remember them whisking him away from there because there were a lot of people who wanted to get their hands on him because they were pretty sure that he had done something to her. So they whisked him out there.
I was at work and my oldest son called me and told me that they were in trouble. I told him that he couldn't find Casey and they thought Johnny had something to do with it. I can't remember when I heard what happened. I fell. I cried. I said, I can't believe it. There's no way I can believe this. He spent so many hours with my sons and my brother's daughters, his nieces, and never in a million years. Angie was my best friend in 8th grade. I've known them since we were young. My boys used to go over and play with their kids. My nickname for Casey was Dimple Mama because she had one dimple.
I got a call too, and I could not believe it. I could not believe it at all. And they, found out that they had found John and kept him in there until I think basically confessed and kept him in there that long.
And then I think later that day, they were reporting that they had statements from the suspect. And I think even before the end of the news cycle that day, I had heard information indicating that the person that they had in custody, who turned out to be Johnny, had a history of mental health issues.
They were in such a hurry to announce that they had found her body that they announced it before the family was formally notified. And so many people in the family, including her own sister, found out about it on TV because they showed the image of them bringing her out, which we all could have done without.
Everything in the media was basically he was guilty. You know, it was switched around. It was supposed to be innocent before proven guilty. The media already had it set.
Yeah, I know if he would not have said that, on live TV, it would have been a little bit easier on us, But he said it on live TV and it was devastating.
Oh, everything was devastating. It was hard going back to work. I remember I was even thinking about quitting my job. I thought about never leaving the house again. Back there were signs coming down the 44 up into Eureka that my mom had to see every day that said keep the job. Someone would just the aggression, the hatred, and not knowing this young man, any means to come out and just say hateful things about him, to never know him. And it makes me as a person look at the media so differently. And I think that sensationalism drives the prosecutor to go further. There were some people who, when we contacted, did have very strong reactions. As a matter of fact, one of the nurses said, call me when you're ready to put the needle in, I'll do that. If you need me to help, that's what I'm willing to do. Honestly, when I first heard the news, I said I hate him, which I don't. I love him. Someone took me aside and talked to me and said, look, there's someone in my family that made a mistake that was mentally ill. And we had to forgive her. And you have to think right now, everybody in the room is hating it. So sit down and write a letter and send it to them, because you're going to be the only one that's going to reach out to him right now. It's probably in too much shock to even think about it. This lady actually sat there with me and helped me with it all.
Overall, I've been trying capital cases since 1994. So I was, phone conference yesterday with the judge and the prosecutor. And the judge was talking about the fact that he had not tried a capital case ever. And the prosecutor, I think, has maybe tried one or two. And I was sitting there mentally calculating, well, I think I've tried 27 or 28 of them. And that's not talking about all the other homicide cases that I've tried. I'm just talking about full-on capital cases with a death qualified jury and a penalty case. Yeah, it's a lot. I didn't know that it was going to come to me, but I knew it was going to come to our office. And it did. We knew the prosecutor was going to seek death on it. And based on caseload numbers, I would be one of the attorneys assigned to it. And I was.
Beth and I were teamed up, and I remember meeting Johnny and just thinking how pitiful he was, how he was not this monster that had been depicted in the stories of the case, that he was just this scared, small, clearly mentally ill person.
And some visits with Johnny were better than others because sometimes Johnny's schizophrenia, because that's what he has, would be in full swing. And then other times the symptoms of his schizophrenia would be more withdrawn. And so those were some more productive meetings with him.
I think very early on, though, we realized this wasn't a case that we could claim he didn't kill Casey. That was pretty evident by all of the evidence. And Johnny never tried to say anything other than that.
He was charged with murder in the first degree. It was one where I went through the whole process and made the determination that this was a case where aggravating circumstances exist, and they committed other felonies, kidnapping, attempted rape. There's excessive violence involved in this case.
The plea always remained not guilty. It was not guilty of murder first, conceding that Johnny did this. Johnny killed Casey, but that he wasn't coolly reflecting on the matter, which is what the law requires for murder first degree. That was our strategy.
Well, theoretically, anybody can plead not guilty by reason of insanity or mental defect, but it almost never works. And it's very, very rare that it works.
If we had a doctor say that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, and we didn't have a doctor to say that, and if a jury would have agreed with that, which would have been a huge battle, St. Louis County juries notoriously reject NGRI defenses, but the best outcome for Johnny would be that he needed to be in a mental hospital.
I think people don't understand mental illness. They're scared of it. They shy away from it. They have some pretty medieval notions about it. Even if they do understand, what they hear in terms of how the legal system works is that this person can be released at any point, and that terrifies them. And usually these crimes are horrific enough that they want this person locked up forever, and they want to guarantee it.
St. Louis County, no jury since very late 50s has ever found an individual not guilty by reason of insanity. It just has not happened.
Argued that this was certainly a homicide that he was responsible for, but that this was not first degree murder, but that in fact it was second degree murder. So the question really was there was just no dispute that he had mental illness. Even the prosecutors essentially conceded that. So the question was, what role did that mental illness play in the events of killing Casey?
We were never trying to send a message that what happened to Casey wasn't, anything other than what it was. It was horrifying. John was horrifying. Once Johnny realized what had happened, and he was as horrified by himself as anybody was horrified by him.
The doctors looked at him and gathered as many records as we could find to sort of put together the pieces of Johnny's life.
And ultimately, that his mental illness, his schizophrenia, essentially prevented him from fully reflecting on his conduct. He was just not somebody who's thought through conduct, fully reflected on anything in his life.
I think the primary purpose of the psychiatric information and testimony was to avoid the death sentence case.
The day my mom brought him home, I told her she brought the wrong child home. At 5 years old, I didn't understand that you didn't have a choice over a boy or a girl. But when I held him, I fell in love with him instantly. We did a lot of skateboarding together. I used to pose him. I love photography when I was young. I used to pose him, dress him up, and give him skateboards and different things, props. So, spent a lot of time together. And a lot of times he thought he was the Incredible Hulk. Time I can remember he jumped off the concrete steps and landed on his head. A pretty traumatic experience. I had to rush him to the ER. I guess I was about 8 years old, so I didn't quite understand severely. He'd done this quite a few times in his life. Thought he was a superhero. Didn't work out too well.
He had imaginary friends when he was little. Their names were Eric Rock, Katie Rock, Bob Rock. It was his brothers and sisters. He would make sure that we had room for them in the car. He was very sweet, very caring about other people. The teacher said he would take up for her in class. It was a classroom with kids with special needs. And she would always talk about, if she had a problem with a fellow student, Johnny would always take up for her and say, you're giving her a hard time. So he did start doing some cutting. He was self-mutilating at times. He would cut his arms and he would just say, he would come to me and say, I cut myself again. And I don't know why I'm doing it. Can't seem to control myself.
What struck me about the case and what I wrote about was that Johnny Johnson had been diagnosed with depression and then schizophrenia, and had been sent to an agency that deals with people with mental health issues. And shortly before the murder, they dropped Johnny Johnson from the rolls. And I remember thinking, when it came up, when the murder came up and found out that death was how odd that is.
I worked for a mental health case management agency, which is contracted by the Department of Mental Health and Department of Corrections. Johnny was my youngest when I met him. He had just been released from prison for, I think, stealing a lawnmower or something. The contract with the Department of Corrections was for me to see him 3 times a week. We had a great relationship, meeting with him. He was abiding by everything. And then after a while, he would not show up at his appointed places. I went to his grandmother's home. Grandmother said he wasn't there. I had his girlfriend's number. Girlfriend said he was sick, was not feeling well. His excuses. And then there was silence. I couldn't find him. Knowing what I had known about his possibly drinking with his medications and his possibly not taking his medications, I wrote a letter to his home and sent the letter also to the probation officer.
He didn't want to go. Then they would make him take his medication. Would say he didn't like the way it made him feel.
It's very common with people with mental illness, the side effects of antipsychotic medication. And many people choose to medicate themselves on the street and not take the prescribed meds, or they get a little bit better and they think that their issues are resolved, and they go off their meds. And that was clearly the kid's return.
The reason why I wrote the letter was to trigger the Department of Corrections or Department of Mental Health to find him and bring him back into the fold. And I was sure the Department of Corrections probation officer would see that letter and definitely would say, They put an APB out, go pick him up wherever you see him and bring him back. I sent the letter because
I'll be back,
make everybody
I
aware
get that
that
thing
I
down
am
there.
seeing them and I'm not providing care.
So they dropped Johnny Johnson at the end of June. And the murder was in July.
It was July. I was